Clear blue skies with exceptionally clear white clouds appeared, and the silhouette of a dragon soared into the air that day. The ferocious green dragon opened its jaws and let out a loud roar. A dragon circled high up in the sky, flying wildly and frantically, freer than anything I had ever seen. The dragon flew right over the head of a man standing below, and just because of that, Asta stood there with a blood-covered face, looking utterly exhausted. High up in the vast sky, the dragon spread its wings and flew far away, making Asta look up after it as he, a member of the great Declan magical lineage, had decided to step down from his role as a cleanup agent. Afterwards, he clenched his fist tightly beneath the sunlight, and that was the only reason. Dark clouds gradually rolled in, completely blanketing the bright white clouds from earlier. A black raven opened its beak and let out a caw. Suddenly, an authoritative voice echoed out, "You're the last one left now." Then it flapped its wings and flew off to join a flock of other ravens. Down below, Asta was using magic to choke someone. A blue-haired man in painful helplessness said, "First of all, you've been hiding your true strength." He just let out a light laugh, knowing that wasn't the kind of power an ordinary cleanup agent should possess. Then he asserted, "The one asking the questions here is me." Asta held a book in his hand and asked, "This is a grimoire, isn't it?" The blue-haired man, turning pale with pain, stammered, "Yes." In that vast, empty space where only the two of them stood, the blue-haired man continued, "Did you really think we came all this way just to take down a hunting dog?" But Asta, showing no intention of letting him go, replied, "If it's trash from the Declan lineage like you though, maybe the whole pack would show up." He glanced at the other guy and asked indifferently, "So how do you use it?" But the man stubbornly refused to speak, saying, "I don't know." Hearing that, Asta cast a sideways glance and thought, if that greedy Declan name knew how, he wouldn't have buried it in a dusty basement. He stared at the book in his hand in deep thought, realizing the guy didn't even know how to use it, yet still got hunted down to this extent. Right after that, Asta reached a conclusion, which just showed how immense its value truly was. Suddenly, the blue-haired man spoke up, making Asta look over, hand over the grimoire. Even while completely outmatched, the man still tried to threaten him, "I'll ask the leader to spare you, and maybe he'll even let you go back to being a cleanup agent." Asta showed no fear at all, just flashing a faint smile. Maintaining his magic around the blue-haired man's neck, he asked, "What kind of authority do you think you have to say something like that?" Asta countered with a threat of his own, "Well then, any last words?" As the man whimpered in escalating pain, "You, damn bastard," prompting Asta to reply with a teasing remark, "Oh, finally accepting who you are, how commendable." Suddenly, a foot tapping with a cane walked up slowly, startling Asta involuntarily. Turning his head to look, he thought, "This is bad." A man appeared surrounded by streams of red light saying, "You've got pretty good instincts." Asta turned completely around and muttered to himself, "Anyone carrying that kind of murderous aura." The man gripped his cane tightly and said, "A pleasure to meet you, I am Farin von Declan." He calmly introduced himself as the head of the Declan magical family from the eastern continent, making Asta exclaim in shock, "The head of the Declan lineage." Farin smiled faintly and made an offer, "If you don't mind, I'd like to take back that grimoire and we can talk later." Asta glared at Farin and thought, "It's been over 10 years since I started working as a cleanup agent, and I've spent half my life serving Declan, but this is the first time I've ever met the family head." Asta recalled the group of people from the Declan lineage, the top magical family reigning over the eastern continent. Farin's majestic image appeared in his mind alongside the thought, the family head is said to be the strongest mage in their entire history. He wondered, what kind of person is he really? Yet in reality, the old man wore an extremely gentle smile. Seeing that, Asta froze in place, thinking, what a pain. Farin was also left speechless by that blank expression, falling silent. Asta immediately grabbed the book in his hand and demanded, "Do you expect to snatch someone else's spoils just like that? Have you no shame?" Without answering him, the old man burst out laughing. And just like that, the two of them stood facing each other, each laughing on their own. Asta gave an awkward, forced laugh and cursed at himself. "I shouldn't have eaten that dragon. Having the family head show up in person is way too unlucky." His hands were shaking slightly as he thought, this magical pressure is no joke. He's the most overwhelming mage I've ever seen. Farin slammed his cane hard against the ground, shattering the stone into pieces as he said, "It would be easier for me to just kill you and take back the grimoire, but let's be straightforward." With a sinister tone, he said, "Return under the banner of Declan, hand over the grimoire, and I'll overlook everything you've done." Asta remained silent without replying, while Farin took advantage of the opening to press further. "Well, your talent is genuinely impressive. Watching you fight, I can't believe we didn't notice you sooner. Just some dirty drifter from the Grey District practicing whatever garbage techniques cleanup agents use." He stood frozen, staring as the man tried to sweet-talk him, "Yet your power reached this level. If you had the Declan family backing you, how high could you fly?" Asta's eyes drooped in utter boredom, thinking, and how far could Declan go if they had you as their sword? The old man continued painting a picture of immense advantage for Asta, Together, you'll stand by my side, making Declan even greater, and your name will go down in history. Across the gray, overcast sky, a dragon spread its wings and flew, returning to Declan. Farin delivered the final punchline. Of course, you'll still have to return the grimoire. Asta gave a brief, concise reply, fine by me. Farin smiled cheerfully and said, good, then let's start with, but first I have one condition. Asta smirked, looking toward Farin with a mocking grin, hand me the position of family head and I'll consider it. The old man smiled back, though veins were already visibly bulging across his face. Asta clenched his fist, emitting a blue glow, and asked, you were watching the battle, weren't you? Above them, the blue-haired man's mouth hung open, his tongue lolling out as his neck was squeezed tight. With the man's neck twisted sideways, Asta confidently asked, did you count how many people died because of this thing? That action successfully pissed Farin off, twisting his expression into a look of absolute rage. Yet the old man stood there calmly saying, so that's how it's going to be. You could die, you know. Hearing those words, a clear look of worry flickered across Asta's face. He stood in silence and thought, he's right. Suddenly, footsteps came dashing rapidly across the ground. Asta leaped high into the air, raising his clenched fist with high spirits. You're damn right it is. The streams of white and red light from the two of them slammed straight into each other. Asta's expression turned fiercely ferocious as he shouted, you never know which one is longer or shorter until you pull them out and measure. Farin responded coolly, very well, looks like I need to show you your place. He pointed at the red magic circle in front of him to prepare something. Farin stood his ground down below, letting Asta unleash his attack right on him. He stood keeping his hand over that magic circle with an utterly casual expression. It seemed Asta got hit by that technique, causing his expression to shift as he cursed, you lunatic. Asta dropped quickly from high above, deftly dragging his feet across the ground to cushion the impact. Mid-combat, he muttered thoughtfully, so this is the head of Declan. Asta dashed forward while glancing backward warily, thinking there's not a single opening in his defense, when a voice suddenly echoed, losing focus, are you? He then blocked the beam of light coming from right ahead. Farin asked indifferently, didn't you say you have to measure to find out? Some things don't even need measuring to know. Asta stood there touching the red magic circle, looking straight up. Farin stated with grim certainty, just like the distance between you and me. A burst of golden light suddenly erupted, illuminating the entire area in a blinding glare. A giant red magic circle wrapped around to protect Farin as he spoke up. I'm not going to kill you, just beat you black and blue. So are you ready to talk now? Farin looked up at the gloomy, overcast sky. He suddenly chuckled and said, and what if I bow my head right now? What if I agree to crawl back under Declan's shadow? Do you really think I'd trust you? On the other side, Asta was also concentrating on gathering his magic. With his face covered in blood, Asta widened his eyes with a terrifying expression, shouting, do you really think I'd trust you? Instantly, he unleashed his attack and yelled out, I'm sick and tired of eating your dog food, you hear me? Asta's attack struck down hard and fast toward the spot where Farin was standing. With a vicious look on his face, he screamed, who the hell wants to go back to being a dog? Just because of a shiny leash and a big house doesn't mean it's not a doghouse. Farin casually poked his cane against the ground and scoffed with contempt. How pathetic. Right after that, a red magic circle quickly manifested beneath his feet. The light erupting from that circle blasted Asta flying far away. Farin swept his hand to control the red magic circle and lifted his gaze, saying, let me show you. As he spoke as if about to unleash a fatal blow, what overwhelming power really looks like. By this point, Asta had dropped to his knees, looking up as he cursed, you, damn bastard. Up in the sky, bolts of purple lightning struck down out of nowhere. Now that I think about it, that was the reason. Asta recalled his own pathetic face from back then. That day when I lifted my head to look at the sky. Across the gray sky, a dragon took flight, soaring overhead looking so free. The image of him in agonizing pain also surfaced. And then, the reason I looked up that day. Farin stood leaning on his cane and said, I'm impressed. I thought you were dead for sure, yet you're still hanging on. Then he asked mockingly, so have you felt the difference in power yet? Asta, his face covered in blood, stared at Farin without offering a single word in response. Finally, he admitted, you're way too strong. Farin paused his attack and asked, want to finish what we started? Are you ready to talk now? Covered in wounds, Asta narrowed his cold eyes and retorted, so you want me to go back to being a cleanup agent? Farin touched his chin thoughtfully and replied, oh, I never said that. I'm not asking you to be a cleanup agent. Farin immediately laid out his demand, I want you to be the head of Bongshin. Hearing those words, Asta widened his eyes in disbelief, whispering, the head of Bongshin. Farin's overwhelming presence flared up. The Declan lineage, the most powerful magical family on the eastern continent, strong enough to challenge the throne itself, and they want me to swear allegiance like a vassal family. Asta slowly pulled out the book and asked, was that your true goal from the very beginning? Ignoring him, Farin replied, you're still underestimating your own value. I want you and I want that grimoire. And after that, the two of them just stared at each other in silence. Estelle pushed the book toward Farin, saying, "Fine, you've made the right choice." Smiling, the old man reached out to take it. "All your sins are hereby forgiven." Farin's tone shifted to one of sharp emphasis. "Now there is only the glory of standing beside Declan." Suddenly, a purple light flared from the book in Estelle's hand. Farin's face darkened instantly. "What are you doing?" Estelle glared at him and answered, "What do you think? You said I could hand it over to you as long as I didn't mind it burning to ashes, right?" Farin's face twisted with veins bulging from pure rage. "You'll never get to die in easy." But Estelle cut him off. "Ah, shut up and listen." Holding the book wrapped in purple light, he said calmly, "I never did this for money. What kind of money does a cleanup agent even make? So why did I keep this thing? Because it's about money." Estelle continued, making Farin jerk his head back in shock. "Have you ever heard of a cleanup agent getting eaten by a young master of the Declan family?" Recognizing what he meant, the old man muttered, "Forbidden magic." To which Estelle affirmed, "Right. That bastard swallowed my teammates alive and Declan covered the whole thing up." As if putting the pieces together, Farin continued, "So this was all just for revenge." But Estelle sighed in frustration. Why would I do that? I know damn well how cheap a cleanup agent's life is, my teammates' lives too." Starring with his bright blue eyes, he stammered, "I just..." Out in the gray sky, warm rays of sunlight began to break through, wanting to make sure they got what they truly desired. Then Estelle smiled, "But that takes a lot of money, and even more than that." Finally, he concluded, "I've finally decided to retire. There's no way in hell I'm going back to that cage." Farin waited silently for Estelle to finish. "Consider that my last words." Then the old man snapped his fingers once. A blue flame rushed forward, engulfing Estelle as Farin turned away and said, "This is Declan's precious azure flame, the fire that never goes out." Farin glanced back over his shoulder. "Burn in there and regret your choice to the marrow of your bones." Estelle stared back defiantly. "Regret? Fuck that." As Farin's back faded into the distance, he thought, "If the only choice left is to be Declan's dog, I'd rather go back to the Grey District, and if I can't go back, dying isn't a bad option either." Estelle sat inside the flames while wearing a deeply satisfied smile. He burst out laughing with overwhelming happiness. "How long has it been since I felt this free?" Estelle thought with a tinge of melancholy, "Too bad I couldn't escape with my life." He immersed himself in the flames, thinking, "Too bad I couldn't escape with my life, but I have no regrets. If I'm ever born again, I'll chase freedom and get proper payback. All rivers flow to the same sea." But somehow Estelle was still safe and sound. What the hell? Recalling Farin's retreating back, he wondered, did everything just stop? Estelle peeked out from behind a boulder. He held a book in his hands, the grimoire. Then Estelle let go, letting the book get swallowed by the blue flames. Staring in utter astonishment, he gasped, "What the hell is that?" A yellow magic circle rapidly appeared. Still completely bewildered by what was happening, Estelle muttered, "What on earth is going on here?" A coin dropped into an old bucket. In the form of a young boy, Estelle dragged himself along carrying a begging bucket, completely frozen and staring blankly as he asked himself, "What is this? I was clearly burning alive just a second ago." Something was seriously wrong. Confused, Estelle slowly raised his head. Looking at the primitive, rundown houses surrounding him, his heart filled with questions. Where is this? Then he looked down at the bucket containing a few stray coins and thought, "It's like I went back in time. This place looks way too familiar." Suddenly, Estelle let out a gasp as it finally dawned on him. "Right, I remember now. This place is the Grey District, where I dragged myself through life day after day before becoming a cleanup agent." As crowds of people bustled past him without paying him any mind, Estelle looked down at his hands, still finding it hard to believe this miracle. No way did I actually turn back time. The sky was a brilliant, endless blue with a gentle, soothing sunlight. The atmosphere around the outdated houses in the Grey District gradually quieted down. Estelle slumped down by the riverbank, asking in stunned disbelief, "What the hell happened?" Looking at his reflection in the water, his face showed no expression, but his mind was in absolute turmoil. He muttered to himself, "This is definitely me, but me when I was a kid." Suddenly, a magic circle flickered faintly across his chest. A bit shaken, Estelle thought, "If there's one thing I don't get, it's this mark. I went back to the past, but this thing stayed with me." Sitting among the lush green grass beneath the glaring sun, he pondered for a moment before arriving at a vague conclusion. "I don't know how, but the grimoire definitely did something." Even so, remembering the book's appearance still left a shred of doubt in his heart. Could it really have this kind of ability? But thinking about it, the fact that the lazy old family head of Declan showed up in person proves just how important that grimoire was. And precisely because it was so important, nobody knew anything about it. Finally, he shook off his tangled thoughts and muttered to himself, "Whatever. At least it feels like a good thing. It's too real to be a dream, so I refuse to believe I'm dreaming." Looking at the water in front of him, he sighed, "The smell of sewage from Sale's lecture hall is depressing enough to make me want to puke. I'm definitely still alive. He swung his arm around vaguely and thought, and not just surviving. Shaking off his stray thoughts, Asta clenched his fist with high spirits, pumping himself up. A morning full of life and bursting with energy. This is the kind of situation where you can succeed at anything. But he still asked himself with a hint of uncertainty, so, what even is success? Beneath the harsh sunlight, he closed his eyes gently and whispered, I used to have a dream. Yeah, I had a dream. This was my teammate's dream too. Asta thought as his mind drifted back to old memories, recalling the time he and his comrades stood looking out toward the distant horizon. The reason I decided to retire. Asta turned to look at the person beside him, calling out, "Number one, I mean Aster." Without turning his head, Aster replied indifferently, "We were born as drifters in the Gray District. We didn't have anything, no good food, no nice clothes, no education. Out of all those things, which one do you think hurts the most?" Asta asked back, not getting to eat. Without repeating himself, Aster continued, "If it were just hunger, we wouldn't have ended up like this. If you can't eat, you just deal with it." Then he asked, "But what do you think dragged our lives down into this gutter?" Unlike Aster's gloomy mood, Asta playfully messed around with silly antics and replied casually, "Well, I think I'm fine." Although annoyed by him, Aster maintained his brooding mood and continued, "The reason our lives hit rock bottom." Before getting cut off by Asta, who said blandly, "I said I'm fine." Annoyed to his absolute limit, Aster shot Asta a friendly glare. Seeing that, Asta stopped teasing him and said helplessly, "All right, fine, I'll bite. Look at that guy's face." Only then did he seriously listen as Aster said, "Not getting an education, that's the most bitter part. If we had gotten an education, if we'd been properly taught, we wouldn't have to live like this, being trampled by those bastard nobles." Both of them gazed far into the sunset horizon as Aster added, "So if I ever get to retire one day, then I want to." Saying that, he smiled involuntarily and brightly. Back in reality, Asta finished his sentence for him with a smile. Build a library. He hazily envisioned that future. A place where anyone, regardless of wealth, status, or gender, could read books freely. But I want to go a step further than that, he thought, raising his hand to look up at the blue sky. He dreamed further, build a tower, no reason, I just like tall things. It can be placed anywhere. Asta couldn't help whispering out loud, "Any book is fine, but there's one book that absolutely has to be there." The more he thought about it, the more excited he got, laughing like a maniac as he declared with great enthusiasm, "I'll put Declan's top-secret manual right in the lobby on the first floor, so even the drifters from the Gray District, the noble bastards, and the butchers can all grab a copy. The cover will have Declan's crest stamped on it, and inside will be the secret arts they value more than their own lives." The more he thought, the more grandiose his daydreams became. Imagining everyone walking around holding that book, he couldn't help marveling. "Just imagining it makes my mouth water. But there's still one tricky problem. The issue is how to actually get my hands on it." The blue sky grew bluer by the minute. Crossing his arms and nodding happily, he mumbled to himself, "Well, whatever, that's a problem for future me. Either way, if I spread Declan's secret manual everywhere, those pricks are gonna love it to death." Suddenly, a foot kicked him straight in the face, accompanied by a shout, "Found you." Asta was sent crashing to the ground as the boy yelled angrily, "You bastard, I've been looking all over for you. I saved a spot for you and you dared to hide here. You got a death wish or something, huh?" The boy screamed, punching and kicking him mercilessly. Covered in scrapes and bruises, Asta tried to protect his head while wondering in confusion, "Who the hell is this? An ambush. But I've survived countless battles. Aside from aerial combat, I'm an experienced cleanup agent." Thinking that, he boldly grabbed the foot kicking him and stopped it in its tracks. The boy looked startled by his action but quickly recovered and shouted, "Oh, you actually dared to block my attack." Asta's cold voice slowly uttered every single word, "You hit me 7 times. Then take 70 blows back." His face turning ice cold with murderous intent radiating from his entire body. That made the boy instinctively terrified. Seizing the opening, Asta moved to throw a punch straight at the boy's face. But his own hand made a loud, cracking sound of breaking bones. Pulling his fist back, he stared blankly and wondered to himself, "What the hell is this? It's glowing." While he was distracted, the boy threw a punch straight into his face, shouting angrily, "You asshole, you actually tried to hit your boss. A little punk like you trying to mess with me. Are you out of your mind, huh?" Yelling as he showed no mercy, beating and kicking Asta until he tumbled to the ground. Unable to fight back, Asta could only try to cover his head as tears streamed down his face, thinking helplessly, "That hurts. It hurts bad enough to make me cry, but what hurts even more than the body is the heart." The boy accidentally tripped over a rock on the ground. He tumbled flat onto his back, falling straight into the river with a loud splash. Asta saw his chance and told himself, "Now's my moment." The boy scrambled back up and scolded, "You, little punk." Seeing Asta running away, the boy roared in fury, "Where the hell do you think you're running off to?" Asta yelled back, "This isn't running away." Suddenly turning his head to glare at him, he said coldly, "I'll remember your face." while calculating internally this is a tactical retreat. Those hits you landed on me, I'll wear them on my chest like medals. I'm a veteran cleanup agent, a guy who doesn't know the meaning of giving up. At a street corner, Asta checked his hand and whispered, "Damn it, this is bad." Looking at his bruised, swollen wrist, he muttered anxiously, "I'm not some ordinary office worker, yet just a few punches dislocated my wrist. This body is way too weak." Throwing away his wild, grandiose daydreams, he thought, "Forget the tower. I need to fix this body first." Right then, a voice called out to Asta, "Are you hungry?" He saw a young boy walking up right beside him. Rubbing his wrist, Asta looked at the kid and asked back, "Do you know me?" Damien answered honestly, "No." Asta looked away after giving him a once-over and judged inwardly, "Figures. He looks pathetic, yet his clothes are expensive, probably some noble kid kicked out of his family during a power struggle. In other words, a walking bomb, pretty and extremely dangerous." Damien stood still, quietly staring at him. Asta called out briefly, "Kid." Damien pointed at himself and introduced, "I'm Damien." Asta started to say anyway, but got cut off by the boy, "My mother is Bianca." Hearing that, Asta was left completely speechless, thinking with deep irritation, "Why am I suddenly finding out things I shouldn't know?" After a few seconds of silence, Asta couldn't hold back his irritation, half scolding and half asking Damien, "Are you out of your damn mind?" He asked one thing, but Damien innocently replied, "I don't have a mother." Realizing his slip-up, Asta felt guilty and thought, "Oh, my bad." But out loud, he acted tough and said decisively, "Well, I don't have a father either, so we're even. Now let's part ways here, got it?" Though internally he thought cautiously, better not get involved with a bomb like this, gotta bail before things get even messier. Even so, Damien stood his ground without speaking or leaving, just staring straight at him. Losing his patience, Asta snapped, "Aren't you going to leave?" Damien answered straightforwardly, "I'm going with you." Asta thought with annoyance, should I beat him up? But despite that, he didn't do anything, just snapped, "Get lost." Suddenly, Damien reached out wanting to touch him, asking with genuine concern, "Hey, doesn't that hurt?" Then he added cheerfully and excitedly, "I'll heal it." As Damien's hand activated magic. Staring at the boy's magic circle, Asta asked dumbfounded, "What is this?" Seeing his confusion, Damien smiled and replied, "Magic." Asta already had his answer internally, but something about it made him even more panicked. "No. This isn't just normal healing magic. Healing light, a secret technique of the Blandor family, the ones Declan crushed." Fragments of memory flickered in his mind. His internal alarm bells started blaring wildly as he told himself, "My instincts are telling me that whatever filthy, dangerous thing a cleanup agent like me usually avoids has just latched onto me." Staring blankly at Damien, he thought. At that moment, his head was flooded with questions. Why is a pure-blooded Blandor kid living in a dump like this? At this point in time, the Blandor family should still be at the height of their prosperity. Without thinking much longer, he called out urgently, "Damien, Damien." Huh. Hearing his name called, Damien let out a surprised gasp. Then he grinned brightly and asked back, "Are you calling me?" Asta froze in place, blanking out as he instinctively cursed, "Damn it." Catching sight of Damien's heterochromatic eyes, he suddenly snapped to his senses and pieced things together. "I remember now. Someone carrying Blandor blood has those freakish eyes. The monster of the Blandor family." As he thought that, his mind relived a shocking scene, a sea of fire, mountains of corpses, and Damien's bone-chilling laughter when he went berserk. The crazy butcher who won't die no matter how many times you kill him. Yet right at this moment, Damien was just an adorable, innocent kid smiling cheerfully and marveling. Oh, an ant. The kid was intently counting ants one by one. 1, 2. Combining the current situation with his memories, Asta felt a wave of disbelief and shock, thinking, "Are you fucking kidding me?" A few figures in black cloaks rushing toward the light. Back when I was a cleanup agent before regressing, I was once sent to the Blandor family under Declan's orders. Past life, Asta complained unhappily, "Damn it, if it's Blandor family business, handle it yourselves, why call us?" The guy next to him replied, "Well, we don't understand the scheming of the upper class anyway." Another guy dashed close to him and recounted, "I heard there's a monster in the soft territory. Rumor has it dozens of people have died." Asta furrowed his brow and guessed, a monster, like an ogre. But then an expression of sheer terror crossed his face. And then I saw it. Something got torn right in half right before their eyes, not an ogre. A guy with his upper body bare, holding the two halves in his hands. A human tearing people apart with his bare hands. That monster had a crazed look on his face, fighting while endlessly casting Soft's exclusive healing magic, laughing and killing, pure unadulterated madness. That guy was trampling on the corpses of hundreds of others. The monster of Blandor, the crazy butcher who wouldn't die. The monster with golden and red eyes and a mad smile always plastered across his face. Damien von Blandor. Returning to the present, Damien was squatting down, smiling as bright as a flower. He resumed counting under Asta's judgmental gaze. 1, 2. Asta asked himself skeptically, "Are you for real?" staring at Damien with a mountain of doubts. Why is a direct descendant of the Blandor family, the family head's only son, living in a shithole like this? The very next second the boy suddenly stood up and shouted, "Food!" Astat instinctively blurted out, "What?" Damien smiled brightly and continued, "Let's eat. My mom told me that if you want to be healthy, you gotta eat plenty. Getting sick is just what happens when you don't eat." Astat inwardly agreed that the guy had a point. He brushed off his pants and stood up, realizing that even though words weren't physical punches, they still stung before asking, you got any money?" Without the slightest hesitation, he held out a pouch of gold coins and said, "Here." Estat casually slung an arm around his shoulder and called out Damien, prompting the boy to look up at him curiously and ask, "Huh?" Estat flashed a bright thumbs up and proposed, "Let's be friends," to which Damien replied, "Where is this coming from all of a sudden?" Shamelessly lifting his chin, he pressed on, "When I say we're friends, got it. And friends share whatever they have." The very next second, Estat's eyes lit up as he pointed ahead and shouted, "Let's roll, buddy, time to eat." While Damien chimed in with sparkling eyes, "Buddy." Under the sunset glow, he suddenly asked, "So what do you have?" Estat replied nonchalantly, "Me. I've got a friend now," making the boy remark, "That sounds pretty cool." Night fell upon the inn nestled discreetly among the local houses. Estat let out a massive, resounding burp. Rubbing his full belly, he remarked with satisfaction, "That hit the spot, and washing my face really woke me up." Seeing Damien constantly glancing around, Estat curiously asked, "What are you doing?" Damien replied innocently, "I had no idea there were rooms above where we ate. I usually sleep out on the street, so having a roof over my head is surprisingly nice," leaving Estat to give a half-hearted nod and say, "Ah, I see." Then he suddenly planted both hands on the bed and exclaimed, "Oh, right." With complete seriousness, Damien revealed, "I don't have a father either." Estat processed the information for a split second before instantly shooting it down. "No, you do," to which the boy protested, "No, I don't." While Estat kept quiet, silently thinking, "Don't turn this into a pity contest." With that thought, Estat swiftly changed the subject. "What about your mom? You have a mother, right?" Damien looked around cluelessly and asked, "Where? She isn't here," making Estat facepalm in exasperation and mutter, "If she's not here, then I guess she doesn't exist to you. That's quite a harsh way to think, but let's assess the situation first." Estat asked again, "How long have you been out here on your own?" And after mentally counting, the boy hesitantly replied, Since I ran away from home, I've slept 10 times." Hearing that, his tone turned serious as he asked, "Ran away? Are you being hunted? And does sleeping 10 times mean 10 days?" Damien innocently corrected him, "I take a lot of naps too," leaving Estat's mind completely filled with question marks. Beaming, the boy held up 2 fingers and added, "Like twice a day, usually short naps, so in total I've slept 10 times, only adding to Estat's sheer confusion. Left with no choice, he deduced, "So it's probably been about 3 or 4 days, while Damien flopped onto the bed and complained, "But I haven't gotten any real sleep since getting here. The ground was way too hard to rest on." Estat blanked out for a moment and glanced upward. Then he turned his head to look at the soft pillow resting behind him. Estat buried his face into the pillow and screamed, "He's completely out of his mind." Having vented his frustration, he secretly glanced over and thought, "Either way, while the kid is stuck in the gray zone, I can act as his temporary babysitter, and it wouldn't hurt to build a connection with the Blandor family through this opportunity." Lying on his back with his eyes shut, Damien mumbled, "This place is so uncomfortable," while Estat calculated in his head, "That could come in handy when I eventually go up against Declan, plus powerful noble houses usually have vast collections of rare books." Suddenly, a grim memory of his past flashed in his mind, and he thought, "Of course, I need to take care of something else first. The 57 grudges carved deep into my chest." With that settled, Estat looked up and warned him, "Damien, I'm heading off, don't bother me. If you do, you'll be in big trouble." Damien immediately sat up upon hearing that and asked, "Are you doing breathing training?" To which he mechanically replied, "Yeah, that's right, and once I'm done you should practice too, I'll wait," prompting the boy to cheerily answer, "All right, got it." With that out of the way, Estat slowly closed his eyes to focus his senses, reflecting, "In my previous life, I built my magical foundation using the basic spells given to scavengers." But he silently admitted, the limits were all too obvious. An image of his past self sprinting through the dead of night surfaced, reminding him, "That's why I secretly infiltrated so many noble families just to steal their magic." Under the night sky, shards of glass and fragments of various spells scattered down as he recalled, "I nearly died countless times, and the magic I gathered that way. The body enhancement techniques of knights, spirit summoning, alchemy, and a whole bunch of miscellaneous arts," but he suddenly remembered the silhouette of that cane-bearing man right before his demise. A cloaked figure stood amid surging storm clouds crackling with lightning, and he remembered, "I encountered a force of pure, absolute destruction, and because of that," he told himself firmly, "this time without fail." Estat snapped his eyes open toward the ceiling, his blue gaze gleaming with pure determination. His lips parted slightly as he formed an O shape, whispering, "The first magic I must master is the primordial secret art of the Declan family, the root of all Declan spells, capable of accommodating any magical affinity." Astat closed his eyes once more and regulated his breathing, thinking, "I once memorized it purely for research, but now I finally have the chance to use it for real, the breathing technique." Suddenly, a fierce flame burst to life over his left chest. Astat's eyes shot wide in agony, thinking, "It's burning hot like magma rushing through my veins, damn it, what is this?" Before telling himself, "Focus, I have to channel it." Then Astat's eyes widened in shock as he noticed something unexpected. A distinct current of magical power was surfacing across his hand, making him wonder, impurities. Why is this junk in here? In the past, an old man had once channeled mana into a young man's body, passing on a high-tier spell reserved strictly for the direct bloodlines of noble houses. A vibrant blue surge of mana circulated through Astat's body, forcing its way through and incinerating every single impurity within his meridians. His entire being felt submerged in a pool of pristine magical power, a complete mana baptism. Astat gasped awake from the trance, completely drenched in sweat. Panting heavily as he sat up, he muttered, "How long has it been?" Damien was still sound asleep in the adjacent bed. Astat stared down at his hands with wide eyes, realizing, "No, more importantly, the impurities in my pathways are gone, my mana has been purified, and its purity is even higher than in my previous life. Maybe even beyond that." He furrowed his brows and looked up thoughtfully, thinking, even so, despite all that, Astat could clearly picture the towering silhouette of that man, looming several times larger than himself. Defeating Declan might still be impossible, even after 100 reincarnations. Yet he still clenched his fists with unwavering confidence, telling himself, "But one thing is certain." Astat smirked with pride, thinking, "My odds have increased, I'm a scavenger. A guy who never throws in the towel even if there's only a 0.01% chance." The next morning, a startled gasp echoed inside the inn room. "Whoa, awesome." Damien touched his hair in astonishment and said, "My hair turned brown." Astat glanced at him and thought, "Good, that conspicuous silver hair is covered up, so after changing clothes, the Blandors won't recognize him." He quietly finalized his plan, thinking, "Now there's just one last thing to do," right as Damien piped up, "So what are we doing next, my friend?" Astat froze with a deadpan expression, staring straight at him. Then a smirk crept across his face, his eyes sparkling with amusement as Astat uttered two simple words, "Raise hell." Meanwhile, somewhere else, a certain punk stretched his arms after waking up from the night. Spotty basked leisurely in the morning sunlight, murmuring, "Slept great and the weather's nice today too." Suddenly he froze and stared straight ahead. Astat and Damien were slowly walking towards Spotty, prompting him to mutter, "Is that the kid?" He immediately sneered. "Where the hell did you run off to, just showing your face now, and looking like that? Did you take a bath in the sewers?" Spotty brazenly continued, "Who's this brat? Looks loaded no matter how you slice it." But before he could finish his sentence, a brutal punch slammed directly into his gut. As Spotty collapsed unconscious onto the ground, Astat finally spoke up. "Looks like I found the right spot since you're still crystal clear in my memory." Astat clenched his fists with seething rage and growled, "First off, you're getting every single one of those 123 hits." Right at that moment, two of his lackeys rushed out, yelling, "What the Spotty, what happened?" In the blink of an eye, the entire gang had gathered, shouting, "An intruder! Wait, isn't that the youngest brat?" Astat grinned with excitement and said, "All familiar faces, how terrifying." Both he and Damien wore strangely ominous expressions as Astat mused, "I wonder how far we'll get today," prompting Damien to ask, "What are we playing, pal?" A devastating punch landed squarely on a young man's face, dislocating his jaw and sending him tumbling backward. Without breaking stride, Astat followed up with a decisive blow to the gut of the next attacker who charged in, sending him flying and rolling several times across the dirt. Astat went on an absolute rampage, swinging his fists without showing a shred of mercy to anyone. Even with the entire mob ganging up on him, not a single person could lay a finger on him, leaving Damien watching from the side in sheer awe. Astat tightened his fists, condensed his mana, clenched down hard, and unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. Damien's eyes sparkled with sheer excitement as he cheered, "Awesome." Mid-brawl, Astat glanced over and corrected him, "Damien, in times like this, you call it legendary." The boy let out an "oh," and instantly followed suit, praising, "Totally legendary." Right then, one of the thugs knocked out by Astat rolled over and stopped right at Damien's feet. The boy quickly knelt down, placed his hand on the man, and channeled gentle healing magic, saying, "It's okay, I'll patch you up." After being healed, the thug regained a bit of consciousness and weakly moved his lips to say thanks. But Astat wasn't about to let him off that easily. He materialized beside him like a ghost, hoisted him by the collar, and asked, "How many hits was that again?" Immediately after, a series of dull thuds, smack, crack echoed alongside an endless stream of agonizing screams. Brawling from morning until the late afternoon, thugs kept dropping left and right. Yet Asta was still bursting with energy, swinging his fists non-stop. Seeing someone trying to slip away, Asta instantly caught him and brought a wooden stick down hard right across his backside with a crisp, echoing crack. Afterward, Asta slowly walked up and asked, "How many times were you hit?" To which the guy clutched his bright red rear and stammered, "I forgot." Asta looked back and called out, "Hey, pal," and Damien eagerly ran over, asking, "Is it my turn? Is it my turn yet?" Asta casually ordered in a sing-song voice, "Heal his hands," while the battered thug silently screamed in despair, "Please make it stop." Cracking his knuckles with a wicked smirk, Asta said, "Listen up good, you're in the shoulder blade category, got it?" While Damien happily played support, chanting, heal hands," as the victim internally wailed, "Stop you demon, I can only count to double digits." By now it was nighttime and the full moon hung high across the sky, casting a faint, silvery glow over the rooftops. Down below, Asta finally wrapped up his payback session for the day, saying, "Thanks for today," to which the thugs lined up in a neat row and replied, "Thank you very much." He smiled with satisfaction, saying, "Your mana control is looking good, I'm proud of you," while Damien clapped enthusiastically and promised, "All done, let's play again tomorrow." As Asta felt pure bliss inside, thinking, "I'm proud of landing over 100 hits on each of them too, totaling over 1,000 strikes. Even for an experienced scavenger like me, excluding mountain skirmishes and aerial combat, this was quite a fresh challenge." Right then, a soft clearing of a throat pulled him out of his train of thought. A young man covered in black and blue bruises rubbed his hands together, bowed slightly and whispered, "Can I go now? I think that's enough." To which Asta gave a slight nod of approval, "Sure, you can go." The guy's lips twitched into an awkward smile as he said, "Actually, this is my house," prompting Asta to drawl sarcastically, "Oh, so you want us to get lost?" Asta's grip on the guy's shirt tightened as his expression turned thoroughly displeased, enunciating every word. "That's pretty awkward, isn't it?" Causing the terrified youth to frantically scramble for excuses. "No, not at all, we'll leave right away." Without wasting another second, they slunk away as fast as their legs could carry them, while Asta watched them go and muttered, "This isn't out of spite." Suddenly sensing something, he turned his head slightly and added, "It's genuinely awkward." Damien was still waving goodbye with an innocent smile, while Asta stared toward the end of the alley, murmuring, "Someone's here." Down that way, a figure radiating an intense aura touched down and began approaching. Furrowing his brows in analysis, Asta thought, fast yet stealthy, that distinct presence feels just like a scavenger. Asta shifted his gaze toward the boy beside him, his expression turning taut with tension. Deductions raced through his mind. Must be a pursuer targeting Damien. I was so careful, yet they still managed to track us down. I can't believe the Blandor family found him first. Asta closed his eyes and tried to gather the meager mana left in his palm, realizing, with this little mana, even casting a single spell is tough, and close quarters combat will be even harder. This is bad. Glaring with deep focus and sharp eyes, he thought, then again, who do you think I am? Moving his hand slowly to condense mana, he reflected, even back when I was a scavenger, I never had mana to spare, not once. I've faced situations like this hundreds of times, so this is nothing new. At the tips of Asta's fingers, a magic circle materialized as he concentrated his mana, compressing it tightly and then compressing it once more. The magic coalesced into a compact little sphere, making him think, this should be enough. Without a moment's hesitation, Asta spun around. He dropped onto one knee and took aim forward like holding a firearm. Pointing right where the figure was dashing toward them, he thought, this is my only shot. But then something completely unexpected happened. As the figure drew near, he dropped down and slid onto his knees. Asta was left utterly bewildered, staring with wide, round eyes like a confused goldfish. The man slid a good distance on his knees, wailing at the top of his lungs, "Oh heavens, young master." Recognizing that familiar voice, Damien froze in disbelief, "Alfredo." The man clung to the boy, weeping bitterly, "Do you have any idea how long I've been searching for you? Where did you go? What were you doing?" This poor butler was worried sick, unable to eat or sleep. Damien shoved Alfredo's head away in pure disgust, yelling, "Let go, I'm not going back." Making the man lament even louder, "Good grief, young master, you might as well just kill me instead." The butler's voice cracked in sheer agony, "Good heavens, running away from home, why on earth would you do that?" While Asta watched from behind, his lips curling in disdain. A moment later, Alfredo grabbed the pouting Damien, tucked him securely under his arm and stood up, saying, "My deepest apologies for making such a scene in front of our esteemed guest." Composing himself with dignified manners, he introduced himself. "I am Alfredo, butler of the Blandor family," to which Asta politely replied, "Yes, I'm Asta." Alfredo extended a hand toward him with a warm smile and offered, "It seems young Master Damien is quite fond of you. If you don't mind, would you care to accompany us back to the family estate?" Hearing that, Asta swallowed dryly, an internal debate stirring within him, go to the Blandor estate. Various calculations flashed across his mind. The golden rule of prestigious noble houses is to steer clear of anything filthy and avoid anything too noble. I can't quite read what their angle is. Ultimately, Asta smirked, thinking, then again, it doesn't really matter since I had already planned on approaching the Blandor family anyway. His objective had been set from the start, especially since the Blandor territory conveniently lay right on the route to the city housing Zenian Academy, the pinnacle of Eastern education, whose library was renowned as the greatest in the East, making him think, since I plan to build the greatest library, stopping by to check it out isn't a bad idea at all. With that in mind, Stan nodded in agreement. Sure, I understand, thank you for the hospitality, prompting Alfredo to turn and lead the way. Then I shall prepare the carriage, please wait a brief moment. Picking up his coat, Stan mused, I've strayed a bit from my path of building a library, but good things should just be allowed to happen. Under the brilliant moonlight, he put his clothes back on and thought, all right, let's see if the food at the Blandor estate is actually any good. The night sky was breathtaking, with the full moon hanging high above, softly cloaking everything in a gentle layer of silver light. After a journey, the carriage pulled up before a sprawling mansion as the announcement came, we have arrived. This is the estate of the Blandor family. Stepping down from the carriage, Asta moved with a calm, steady, and composed stride. He tilted his head up to gaze at the grand architectural structure before him. This is my first time coming here in an official capacity, the Blandor family mansion. At the entrance, a long line of attendants stood neatly arranged in deep reverence. Alfredo bowed slightly and gestured toward the interior, saying, it is quite late, so please rest comfortably. Lancy, I'm counting on you. To which the maid behind him nodded, understood. She stepped forward, glaring downward as she said, this way please, young Master Damien, leaving him sweating bullets while forcing a strained smile, Lancy. The doors closed behind them along with Damien's frantic cry, I was wrong, Lancy. The mansion at night was enveloped in profound silence, with most of the room lights already extinguished. Along the dim hallway, where only faint moonlight filtered through the windows onto the stone floor, Alfredo walked alone in one direction. Arriving at a door, he tapped lightly a few times, and a voice from inside echoed out, enter. Alfredo turned the handle, pushed the door open gently, and stepped inside at a measured pace. In the center of the imposing, classic chamber, a woman's voice rang out, Damien, to which he bowed his head and reported, the boy was in black and white zone 7. I have just brought him back. The chandelier cast a warm glow, but following his words, the room plunged into an eerie silence. A sudden blast detonated right in front of Alfredo, yet he stood entirely composed without flinching an inch. The woman raised her hand, a magic circle still actively spinning, and demanded, black and white zone 7. Seething with mounting fury, she fired off questions in rapid succession. Is Damien all right? Is he hurt? If so much as a single hair on my son's head is harmed. Alfredo spoke up in a calming tone, Madam, please calm yourself and hear me out first. After hearing the full account of the events, the woman settled down and took a seat, murmuring, so that's how it was. Dispersing her magic, she let out a relieved breath. What a relief. Standing calmly amidst the disarray, Alfredo remarked, indeed, quite a relief, while silently thinking, a relief for you, madam, and equally a relief for whoever might have laid a hand on the young master. This woman was Damien's mother, Madame Gamo, formerly known as the Blood Witch, whose wrath virtually no one could withstand, which was only natural, as no mother could remain calm when it came to her own child. A smile graced her lips as she said, it seems turning out this way was fortunate after all. Regardless, you've worked hard. Alfredo bowed respectfully. It was nothing, merely fulfilling my duty, though there was one slightly unusual matter. Madame Gamo's eyes narrowed as she asked, unusual. She inquired further, are you referring to the friend the young master made this time? Asta, was it? Is there something special about that friend? Alfredo's eyes narrowed sharply as he recounted. He detected my presence even before I appeared and was fully prepared to strike back. Recalling the scene, he remembered the spell Asta had been ready to unleash. Mana condensed into a swirling halo of light hovering over his palm. Having closed the distance to inspect its form, Alfredo asserted, and when we came face to face, what that brat held in his hand was a mana bullet. Madame Gamo stroked her chin in admiration. Undeniably, that is astonishing talent. A child possessing such capability, hailing from the black and white zone no less. Suddenly, Alfredo moved his lips with a resolute gaze, saying, precisely because of that, madam. His expression turned solemn as he added, I would like to make a bold request. The next morning, the morning sun poured down, highlighting the grandeur and majesty of the entire estate. Alfredo, positively glowing with enthusiasm, proposed, hey, become my successor. Having just opened his eyes only to hear such an offer, Asta was rendered completely speechless, freezing on the spot for a few seconds. Alfredo felt triumphant inside, thinking, quite a shock, isn't it? But there's no way that kid would refuse. A head butler of a prestigious house personally making an offer, a once-in-a-lifetime chance for a street urchin to gain glory, wealth, and fame. But Asta's spoken response stopped him dead in his tracks. No. Utterly stunned, Alfredo froze in disbelief. What? Looking at Esta casually digging his ear, he began questioning reality. What did you just say, brat? Did I mishear you? Damien poked his head in, wide-eyed with curiosity as he asked. Damn it, hey buddy, what does damn it mean? Thank you very much for recommending me as the successor to the family butler, but I think I prefer my current lifestyle, Esta said as he leaned down, simultaneously clapping a hand over Damien's mouth to silence him, then shot a glance over. Once again, I'm truly grateful. Still intrigued, the butler eventually pieced it together, thinking, why refuse? Ah, I see. Watching the two boys, he thought, born in the gray zone, empty-handed from childhood, self-taught in magic purely through talent. While Esta and the gagged Damien communicated through glares. Esta looking down coldly as if to say, I never said damn it. And Damien glaring back resentfully, insisting, yes you did, making Alfredo conclude, that's probably why you're so arrogant, I get it, I used to be a nobody too, wild and blind to my own limits. At that moment the butler spoke up gently, still kid, the world is a very big place. To which Esta bluntly retorted, I'm aware it's not small. Seeing his completely fearless demeanor, the butler began losing his patience. Right now you might feel like you can accomplish anything, as if the whole world is within your grasp. While Esta, in stark contrast, remained composed and replied with minimal words, not really. Despite the blue veins bulging on his forehead and his temper flaring, he tried to restrain himself, muttering, patience, you have to learn patience. Trying his best to stay calm with a friendly expression, he used an analogy to make him back down out of fear. Have you ever heard the saying about a goblin living in a ravine? That describes your current situation perfectly. Born and raised in a narrow gorge with no clue how terrifying the outside world really is, he explained, and feeling the words carried substantial weight, Esta simply scratched an itch on his ear with the most nonchalant look imaginable, replying, I think I'm more like a dragon king in the sky. A sharp ripping sound sliced through the air. A heavy stomp caved in the ground beneath him as the thought crossed his mind. This insolent brat knows nothing. His presence seemed to swell to colossal proportions as he declared, in that case, I as head butler will personally show you. With a scowling face, enraged as if someone had robbed him blind, he sought to assert dominance and strike fear into the boy. Just how vast and terrifying this world truly is. Sunlight gradually flooded into the magnificent castle. One tall and one short, both wearing stone-cold expressions, strode majestically into the castle. Hearing the unusual commotion outside the door, everyone inside the palace turned around. Instantly, as if on cue, everyone lined up in immaculate formation and bowed in unison. Greetings, Lord Butler. Having demonstrated his authority here, he put on a dignified air and said, what do you think, kid? All of them are around your age, yet they are the official prodigies of the Blandor family. Surely you can sense a fraction of their caliber, right? Despite going to such lengths, all he received in return was Esta's nonchalant apathy, though inside, a sense of wariness crept in as he thought, the Blandor family is no joke. Glancing across the youth standing before him, Esta internally noted, hard to believe they're only in their teens, their aura might be faint, but it already envelops the entire room. Yet Esta let out a subtle smirk, as if seeing right through their little display. Look at their eyes, they're nothing more than a bunch of goblins too, he thought, rightly finding it impossible to feel any warmth from their gazes. Esta spoke up to the butler, well yeah, I do feel something, making the old man overjoyed as if striking gold, eagerly asking, then will you accept my offer? Before showering him with lavish praise, if you succeed me you'll shine just as brightly as them. No, you'll outshine anyone. Suddenly, Esta turned away and delivered a harsh reality check, pouring cold water over his excitement. I hate the light, leaving the butler speechless. Kid, what on earth? A hand suddenly shot up into the air, Lord Butler. A youth with a beauty mark beneath his eye stepped forward with a slight smirk, prompting the butler to ask, a trainee, you have something to say. He confidently voiced his opinion. If that brat truly sensed anything, he wouldn't have rejected the offer, but given how bluntly he dismissed it, I'd say he hasn't experienced enough. Watching him with an unreadable expression, Esta listened as the youth continued. With your permission, I would like to give him a taste. The butler asked, you wish to duel? To which he shrugged smugly, not necessarily a full duel, just letting him get a taste of what real magic is. Sizing him up from head to toe, the butler evaluated, arrogant but not bad. Turning back with an accommodating expression, he said to Esta, kid, what do you think? How about a simple match against him? Sinking into his thoughts, Esta reflected, I know full well that they see me as an eyesore. In his eyes, those people wore smiling faces on the outside, but were demons underneath, thinking, a lucky beggar popping up out of nowhere. That's probably what they're thinking. Esta pointed forward and asked the butler, can I choose my opponents? Go ahead and try. Upon hearing that, he decisively pointed at the guy who had proposed the match. You. As if one wasn't enough, he continued pointing at several others, making Alfredo beside him panic. You over there, and you too. I'll take on all 5 of you at once, he stated, and the moment the words all 5 left his lips, Half of the smug arrogance on the youth's face vanished, replaced by sheer shock and utter confusion. He flicked a few fingers in open provocation, his gaze and voice turning colder than ever, scared, then dropped dead. Even as a bystander, witnessing that aura made Alfredo break into a cold sweat, feeling a distinct sense of trepidation. His mouth slowly opened, and then he burst into hearty, triumphant laughter. Yes, that's the exact spirit a successor needs. Although thoroughly pleased with that attitude, he still warned him for safety's sake. Kid, can you take responsibility for those words? Saying something like that is practically insulting the Blandor family, to which Estat chuckled. I'll take full responsibility. Receiving that confirmation, the butler promptly authorized the match. Good, then let's begin 1 minute. If you can hold out for 1 minute, I'll give you a reward, but if not, you'll face the consequences. Hearing the conditions, Estat saw right through his scheme, thinking, the consequence is probably becoming the head butler's successor. The old man is clearly trying to rope me in. Fine, I'm game. After some preparation, Estat stood alone on the arena facing the 5 opponents, while the surrounding crowd steadily grew, prompting someone to approach Alfredo and ask, "Excuse me, Lord Butler, isn't this dangerous?" Far from worried, he replied with firm conviction, "That's precisely why it's worthwhile. His stubbornness needs to be shattered for him to grow," leaving the person beside him looking up in surprise. Suddenly, the trainer gritted his teeth, turned away, and closed his eyes tightly, thinking, this is bad, his eyes have gone totally blank. If I let the young master's guest get injured, my career as an instructor is completely ruined. Snapping his eyes open, he was surprised to see Damien and Lancy standing there as well. Seeing them, he leaned down and whispered to Damien, "Young master, your friend is in real danger, please stop the head butler." Thinking that might defuse the situation, the instructor was stunned when Damien's eyes lit up with absolute delight. Really? Even I'm surprised by that. Seeing that reaction, the trainer facepalmed in utter defeat. Oh boy. Standing nearby, Lancy reminded him, "If the young master gets involved, Madame Gama will be furious and drag you away," prompting Damien to cross his arms, pout, turn his head, and curse, "Damn it." Seeing that things were taking too long to start, the butler gave him a subtle nudge. "Instructor, what are you waiting for? Get it started," leaving the reluctant trainer with no choice but to comply. Yes, understood, while Damien was currently getting an earful from Lancy. Walking over helplessly with tears silently streaming down his face, the trainer thought, whatever happens, happens, I did my best. His utterly defeated expression did not escape Lancy's notice. She suddenly walked away, leaving Damien with a single line, "I'll be right back, don't interfere." The moment she stepped away, the boy's pitiful, guilty look was instantly replaced by a mischievous grin. All right then. Standing between both sides, the instructor announced the rules. "Let me explain the format. The match will proceed in turns." Displeased, the butler interrupted from the sidelines. "No, make it a free-for-all brawl," leaving the trainer with no choice but to resignedly accept whatever. Regaining as much composure as possible, the instructor announced, "The format is a free-for-all brawl. The match will continue until one side surrenders. However, the instructor may halt the match at any given moment. Keep that in mind." With the rules stated, Estat locked eyes with his opponents with absolute seriousness, ready for the clash about to unfold. The 5 opponents on the other side were equally tense. Looking at Estat, the lead youth gritted his teeth in utter disgust, thinking, "You nameless ragamuffin, the young master and the butler might pity you, but who do you think you are? I'll crush you and expose your true colors in front of everyone." The instructor's decisive signal rang out, "Begin." The instant the words left the instructor's mouth, the lead youth took a vicious blow straight to the gut, sending tears and spit flying everywhere. His eyes rolled back as his jaw dropped in excruciating pain. He glanced sideways at his teammates behind him. The other 4 were already writhing on the ground in agony, faring no better than he was. Looking at the figure before him, a hint of genuine fear crept onto his face. Maintaining the exact same composure, gaze, and unyielding smirk, Estat said, "Looks like I'll have to teach you a few things myself. First, never underestimate the weak." What caught the youth's attention most was the magic hovering in Estat's hand, making him panic. Magic. A mana bullet. That's the most basic form of mana control. It drains too much energy and is useless in combat. Estat's chilling voice rang out again. Second, don't judge people so carelessly. With a flick of his wrist, his magic instantly hurtled toward the 5 of them. It struck them directly in the head, making everyone cry out in agony. The youth's eyes were now filled with sheer terror as Estat continued. Third. Dashing right up to him, Estat glared intensely, bringing his face inches away while cocking his fist, stating, "This world is vast and harsh," leaving the youth completely paralyzed on the spot. The moment he finished speaking, a decisive, powerful punch slammed straight into his face, sending him flying backward. Having dealt with them, Estat kindly offered a reminder. "From now on, I'll drill all these lessons into you. Make sure you learn them properly." After going through Estat's crash course, the youth was a battered wreck from head to toe, clutching the side of his face as he screamed, "You crazy bastard, this isn't magic." "Yes, it is," Asta replied, pulling one leg back to wind up. Delivering another merciless strike that knocked out his front teeth, he declared, "This is physical body magic." The instructor's eyes bulged wide, his jaw dropping in sheer astonishment. The spectators watching from the sidelines all shared the exact same stunned expression. In the arena, the battle was intensely one-sided for Asta. His limbs moved non-stop without rest, grabbing one person by the collar with his hands while ruthlessly kicking another, a devious smirk playing across his lips. Even Alfredo was blown away by his prowess, thinking, those are mana bullets thrown 4 or 5 times. Judging by the force, each must have been compressed at least 4 times. He pictured the scenario had those mana bullets actually made direct contact, if that had hit earlier. Still lost in his thoughts, Alfredo mused, truly an innate talent for mana manipulation, and not just that. Right as the trainer sprinted past him, looking overjoyed as if he had struck gold. Picturing the demon that was Asta thrashing the other 5 little demons all by himself, he wondered, why on earth is he so ridiculously good at hand-to-hand brawling? Suddenly, a sharp shout snapped him out of his reverie, Alfredo. He hastily turned toward the source of the voice. Approaching him was Lancy, and a few paces ahead of her walked Madame Gamo, causing him to blurt out in surprise, Madame Gamo. Looking toward the doorway and seeing Alfredo speaking privately with Madame Gamo, the trainer thought, Madame Gamo is here. Feeling as though a lifeline had arrived, the trainer silently wept with relief, nodding toward Lancy as if to say, Madame Gamo is here to save us. And she nodded back to reassure him. In a stern, authoritative tone, Madame Gamo demanded, "What is going on here?" Prompting the butler to bow and stammer respectfully, "I was merely conducting a simple test." Glancing over, she questioned, "A test?" Looking at the war zone Asta had created, and more specifically catching him hoisting someone up by the collar, she remarked, "You call this a test?" Deeply focused on whatever he was doing, Damien flinched with a guilty conscience the moment he heard that familiar, commanding voice call out Damien. Finally, she issued an order. First, gather the trainees and have them withdraw. Placing a hand over his chest, the butler bowed in compliance. Turning toward Damien, she commanded, Damien, go back to your room first, causing him to instantly drop his earlier mischievous smirk and scratch his head, putting on an innocent, harmless face in front of his mother. Asta was no exception as she added, you too, Asta, return to your room. Walking up to the instructor, she said, Instructor Runfit, prompting the sweat-drenched youth to bow his head and speak up. Yes, Madame Gamo, I did everything I could. 3 words fell from her lips, you are fired, leaving him completely stunned and frozen in disbelief. What? In the magnificent palace, Madame Gamo's voice rang out, Alfredo. Yes, milady. Standing with her teacup in hand, she said to the butler, I understand your intentions, but this time you went too far. Without beating around the bush, he bowed respectfully and replied, I apologize, milady, and I accept any punishment. Lowering her teacup, she said, however, she asked, I heard Asta had a sparring match with the students. Did Damien help him? He answered calmly, no, he was by himself, it's just. Reaching the crucial part, he paused, forcing her to prompt, it's just. Recalling the look of immense pride and triumph, he said, he fights exceptionally well. Startled as if remembering something, he added, ah, that's right, about the magic bullet I mentioned earlier. He used it in today's sparring match as well. His voice dropped to a more dangerous tone, moreover. He compressed it 4 or 5 times, boosting its power terrifically, which proves that, following his words, she deduced, he has phenomenal magic control. Even though I didn't see it with my own eyes, with just a single magic bullet, he defeated all 5 students. She recalled seeing him stand proudly amidst the people he had beaten, with each of them writhing in a different corner, and thought, with just a single bullet, even a high-ranking mage would find pure magic manipulation extremely difficult. She continued asking, what about the inheritance invitation? He answered bluntly, he flat-out refused. Hearing that response, she raised her teacup and said, I see. Taking a sip of tea, she thought, perhaps I need to reassess Asta and consider things more carefully before telling the butler, call Asta here. A moment later, as the door opened, he strode in with a confident, imposing air. On the sofa, Damien was eating a pastry with puffed cheeks and wide eyes, waving hello when he saw him, right next to Madame Gamo, who wore a friendly smile and said to him, Asta, you're here, have a seat. Sitting down on the sofa, he didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. I heard you called for me, is that right? But before that, she pulled out a box and slid it across the table toward him. He looked at the box, what is this? I heard Alfredo promised to give you a gift. He tried to mentally load the information that Asta remembered right before he entered the match. Alfredo had said, if you last 1 minute, I'll give you a gift. But what surprised him was, I didn't expect it to arrive this fast, let alone be prepared by Madame Gamo herself. Maintaining her friendly smile, she told him, you can open it. Taking the box, he slowly opened it. The moment the lid opened, a radiant light burst from inside. This is. Inside lay a yellow gemstone, leaving him astonished. A high-grade item, even within the Blandor family, only students who make it into the top 5 magic divisions receive these. He glanced suspiciously at Madame Gamo, thinking, I doubt it. Usually kindness stops at a meal. If there's a gift, there's clearly a hidden motive. If this were a reward for the bet, a mid-grade gift would make sense, but this is high-grade. She blinked as if realizing something. Patting her son's head, she said, you can accept it without worry. You helped Damien in the Grey District earlier, and this gift is also an apology for what happened today. Even though she said that, he remained skeptical and asked back, wait, if I take this, do I have to join Blandor? Maintaining her deeply friendly expression, she replied, no. He continued questioning, or is there poison in here? Her brows twitched slightly and the corners of her mouth jerked, but she desperately forced herself to restrain it and said, no. He asked, you mean there are completely no strings attached? That's right, no strings attached. Hearing that, he shed his hesitation and grabbed it. Well then, I'll gladly accept. He closed the lid of the box. Thank you, really appreciate it. While Damien reached out to grab a pastry from the table. Staring at the item in the box with sparkling eyes, his mouth having started watering at some point, he thought, awesome and unexpected windfall. But before he could even celebrate, she said, besides. Only then did she finally reveal her true intentions. I have a proposal for you, Asta. His expression instantly turned stern and cold. I knew it. She patted her son's head, Asta. With an exceedingly harmonious expression, she said, I'll arrange for you to enroll in the academy. Would you like to study alongside Damien? That remark made Damien, who hadn't been paying attention earlier, suddenly look up at his mother. Puzzled, he asked, an academy, she explained. Actually, Damien was supposed to enroll last year. Looking at her son with a slightly sorrowful gaze, she added, but he protested violently, so it had to be postponed until this year. I never expected him to run away entirely. Damien, meanwhile, unconcernedly ate his pastry, turning his head away as if trying to ignore it. She proposed, so I'm asking you, Damien is very fond of you. The boy chimed in, as long as my friend goes with me, I agree. Analyzing the situation, Asta gradually figured out her motive. Makes sense. For Bianca, that was a huge headache. She was terrified that forcing Damien to enroll would make him run away again. He pictured stubborn Damien storming off, no way, I'm not going, no clear way to sway his mind. It seemed this proposal wasn't a bad deal for him either. Of course, this is a good opportunity for me too. An academy is a fine place. In a world revolving around bloodlines and connections, academic ties hold considerable value. Gritting his teeth, he thought, sounds great, but it feels like getting a collar slapped around my neck. He said, I'll think about it. Understood, let me know when you've decided. By the way, this is unrelated, but I'm a bit curious, he said, catching her by surprise. Seizing the opening, she asked, why did you turn down Alfredo's inheritance offer? He cast a sideways glance toward the door behind him. Wearing a seductive, wicked smile, he said, well, my knees are worth quite a lot too. His response left her utterly confused. What? Outside, Alfredo was trying to press his ear against the door to eavesdrop on what was happening inside. At a certain mansion just as dawn was breaking, Asta parted his lips, exhaling a puff of cold air. Sitting cross-legged on the bed practicing his magic, he thought, I see, this is the domain of a treasure. Even though I only absorbed 10%, my magic power increased by this much. Asta suddenly opened his eyes and looked down. Is it because my physique has transformed into someone bearing the fire mark? The hand resting on his thigh was shrouded in magic power. Normally, absorbing a domain leads to depletion, but there was none of that here at all. It completely exceeded my expectations. Asta calmly gazed out the window. Anyway, the academy. I've been mulling it over until now, but the answer was probably decided long ago. Outside the window, the sky was gradually brightening. If I enroll in the academy, building a support network will be much easier. It brings plenty of advantages, but yet he turned his head away and sighed, still feels like walking right into a trap. Should I go for a walk around? Thinking that a little while later, Asta stepped out of his room and closed the door. Suddenly someone spoke up, making him look over. Are you the guy named Aster? A platinum-haired guy was leaning against the wall, staring intently at Asta while the latter inwardly assessed him. Platinum hair? The main bloodline only has Damien, so he must be from a branch family. Why is this family always so annoying? A few moments later, Asta replied indifferently, no. The platinum-haired guy blinked in shock. You said no. Rubbing his chin in bewilderment, he muttered, pale ash-gray hair, slightly irritating eyes. It's definitely you, right? In a split second, Asta's entire body stiffened as a red cross mark popped up on his forehead. Look at this guy. Asta suddenly raised a hand to point at his head. Hair color can change depending on the lighting, you know. The very next second, he put on a charming, doe-eyed expression. Look into these eyes. How could you possibly call them irritating? The platinum-haired guy pouted, looking at Asta with a judgmental gaze. Then he turned around and said, from my perspective, they look more gentle. Sorry for the misunderstanding, I'm heading out. Right at that moment, Alfredo popped out from nowhere and wailed. Hey, young man, no Aster. I came to clear up the misunderstanding. Not being able to talk to you last night kept me tossing and turning all night. He knelt on the ground, crying nonstop. Even as a butler, is there any need to kneel until your knees wear out? It was just a misunderstanding. Asta stared blankly down at Alfredo kneeling by his feet, then stiffly shifted his gaze toward the direction the platinum-haired guy had left. The guy had stopped at some point and was now glaring daggers at Asta. Asta clicked his tongue in annoyance, damn it, followed immediately by the platinum-haired guy's screech. Those eyes, I knew it. That's right, those cursed eyes, no different from a dead dog, not something you see every day. Asta helplessly admitted, all right, you caught me. The guy pointed a furious finger straight at his face. Look at this. You dared to lie to me and you're still acting this brazen. The platinum-haired guy gritted his teeth and threatened, I'll. But right then, he caught sight of Alfredo's razor-sharp glare. The platinum-haired guy instantly shut his mouth and looked away with a grimace. Finally, turning around while saving face, he snapped, I'll spare you for today, but come find me at the magic hall later. I'm gonna fix that attitude of yours. Asta replied placidly, fine by me. After he left, Alfredo asked gently, is everything all right? Closing his eyes with a smile, Asta answered, nothing's wrong. Asta suddenly let out a scornful chuckle and exhaled. Actually, it's perfect timing since my mood isn't great anyway. Staring at the platinum-haired guy's retreating back, he muttered, I'll deal with him later. Next, Asta suddenly called out, head butler. With a gentle, probing smile, he asked, can I see madam right now? Not long after, as the morning grew brighter, still in that same mansion, Gamo was pressing her pen against a blank sheet of paper. Welcome, Aster. Closing her eyes with a faint smile, she asked, so you want to see me this early? Could it be you've made your decision? The moment Gamo lifted her gaze, Asta replied, that's right, milady. Standing straight and formal before her, he continued, I will enroll in the academy. Hearing that answer, Gamo widened her eyes in genuine surprise. Sporting a smile to mask her momentary composure loss, she said, how unexpected. I didn't think you'd decide so fast. Asta smiled back at her, great, then we should start preparing right away. Gamo didn't forget to instruct him, in the meantime, please get some well-deserved rest. Asta gave a slight bow, thank you for your concern, milady. Following that, Asta's figure vanished from the room, accompanied by the sound of the door closing. But shortly after, Alfredo suddenly peeked his head through the crack of the door. Stepping inside, he spoke softly, milady, fortunately, he agreed. The next second, Alfredo suddenly grew overly emotional. Just as expected, that's the spirit of youth and passion. That fire burning in his eyes, I knew it. Meanwhile, Gamo gave him a deadpan fisheye stare as he put on his little performance. Alfredo pointed excitedly with glowing eyes. The first semester is fine since I'll cover the expenses, but what about the second semester? He imagined the tuition bill and Asta's panicked face reading it. A drifter from the dark and white districts, how could he possibly scrape together that exorbitant tuition? He'll feel anxious. Why? Because he'll want to study even more. In Alfredo's delusion, he reached out a hand toward Asta, and at that very moment, Alfredo appeared with angel wings and a pile of gold coins. A rescuing hand will appear, and none other than through the patronage of me, Alfred. At this point, Gamo finally snapped and spoke up, Alfred, you're way too loud. Alfredo jumped in surprise, my apologies, I got too excited. Since it's almost time for meals, I'll head down to the kitchen first. Gamo silently watched him leave before the door clicked shut. Closing her eyes with a helpless sigh, she thought, I understand why Alfred is so hyped. He's been rejected so many times, he finally grabbed an opportunity. Then Gamo suddenly opened her eyes, revealing a sharp, icy gaze. She muttered inwardly, in that sense, this academy proposal is no different from a crude trick. But the reason Alfredo is so confident, Gamo couldn't help shaking her head, is probably because he was tricked by the previous butler in the exact same way. Meanwhile, Alfredo was skipping happily down the corridor, chanting, oh, poor Alfred. As for Asta, he was leisurely walking down the stairs. Suddenly, Asta raised his head to look forward. Before him stood a towering skyscraper. This is the magic tower that branch family guy is in here. Thinking that, Asta groped his way inside the tower. Suddenly, someone cloaked from head to toe appeared and asked, what are you here for? Hesitating for a moment before answering, Asta thought, right, I don't even know his name. Consequently, Asta had to use hand gestures and verbal descriptions to depict the platinum-haired guy's appearance. Understanding immediately, the cloaked figure held out a hand, you came right on time, I've been waiting for you. Right this way. Walking ahead to lead the way, the guy let out a huge yawn. Stopping before a door, he said, you can go in from here. Before leaving, the cloaked guy gave a warning. Remember to duck when you open the door. Asta slowly pushed the door open into a pitch-black room. A mountain of paper and fine dust slammed straight into his face in an instant. So that's what ducking meant. Asta couldn't help coughing violently when suddenly someone spoke up. Are you Aster? Holding a candle, the person stepped out leisurely, pleased to meet you. In the candlelight, Henzi's demonic smile was revealed. I've got a bad feeling about this. Are you looking for my younger brother? Hearing that, Astab blanked out. Huh, younger brother, he thought to himself. This guy is his older brother. On a certain evening, past life Astab knelt on one knee at a high vantage point. If there's one thing I learned from infiltrating magic research institutes as a cleanup agent, he cast a cold gaze downward. His target was the courtyard of a certain compound. It's the defining trait of magic researchers. Desks piled high with paperwork, haggard-looking people, collectively known by him as pen pushers. A young man grabbed his hair in sheer terror. Phase 1, thinning hair, constantly pulling at it so it refuses to grow back. Stroking his chin, he calculated analytically, categorized by stages. One guy wearing a hood. Phase 1, denying baldness by pulling a cloak over your head. Another guy exposing a bald patch. Phase 2, letting go and exposing it bare. Yet another guy with a completely hairless, shiny scalp. Phase 3, shaving off whatever hair is left. Finally, the guy frantically casting all sorts of spells. And the final stage, Phase 4, researching to turn the impossible into possible, hair growth magic. Nobody has succeeded yet. Returning to the present, Asta evaluated Henzi before him while the latter poured tea and said placidly, "First of all, let me offer my apologies." Henzi calmly recounted, "He's the youngest, born late into the family and spoiled rotten, but I never expected him to be so impudent and rude to a guest." Asta sat there dumbfounded, listening to every word. Henzi maintained his gentle smile while Asta thought inwardly, "Man, that hair is thick and he's young too." Asta suddenly spoke up, "You must work at a magic research institute." Without a moment's hesitation, the man admitted, "That's right, I'm currently the vice director. Please have some refreshments." Lifting his teacup to take a sip, Asta thought, vice director at this age. Surely a noble family like Blandor would never appoint someone to that position based solely on bloodline. That means his actual skills must be worthy of it. Smiling, Henzi suddenly took note of Asta's expression. Closing his eyes with a profound look, he remarked, "Aster, you're quite unusual. You don't look like a drifter from the Grey District at all." Hearing that, Asta could only force a smile, "Must be my face," while thinking, damn it. If he had walked in with caution, it would have been much easier to handle instead of smiling so gently like this. Asta watched Henzi drink tea and marveled. His personality and mine actually match up. The man suddenly spoke, "Ah, you've been invited to enroll in Zenian Academy, right? Congratulations." Asta offered a perfunctory, awkward smile. Henzi started explaining, "That'll be a great opportunity, plenty of things to learn. Actually, I'm an alumnus of Zenian myself, class of 145. Asta thought to himself, pulling the alumnus card out of nowhere like this. Chuckling as he rubbed his head, Henzi said, "Apologies, I got carried away hearing about your enrollment at Zenian. Anyway, let's get straight to the point." Puzzled by the sudden shift, Asta listened as Henzi put down his teacup and continued, "Before that, there's a verification I need to make." Smiling coldly, he stared straight into Asta's eyes and asked, "Are you willing to risk your life for a friend?" Asta furrowed his brows in confusion. What? Henzi suddenly used magic to summon a book. "The fate of the Blandor family is hanging by a thread. Are you willing to sacrifice your life?" Placing it down before Asta's shocked gaze, "I will bestow this book upon you." Asta gasped inwardly in astonishment. This is. It was a thick book shrouded in magical light. The core secret ultimate technique of the Blandor family, the holy scripture of light healing. At the same time, inside a greenhouse, Gamo quietly pruned some newly bloomed flowers. Suddenly, the hand holding the shears stopped midair. Gamo raised her head and let out a sigh. She thought to herself, Damien's enrollment, which used to give me such a headache, was finally settled smoothly without any hiccups. At least one worry off my mind. Outside in the blue sky, a flock of birds soared overhead. Aster, that kid is a true friend. Gamo suddenly recalled Asta's image from earlier. Not bad talent, good character too. According to Alfredo, he's sometimes a bit reckless. No, make that bold, but who isn't at that age? Closing her eyes with a gentle smile, she thought, what I like most about him is. The image of Damien happily hanging out with Asta flashed in her mind. Even though he knows Damien's background inside out, he maintains a consistent attitude without a hint of flattery. Gamo rolled her eyes in thought, he's different, which is why he's worth keeping around, but precisely because of that. A white bird spread its wings and flew into the sky while its cage stood wide open. He won't belong anywhere, just like a free bird. She let out a soft sigh. There are many ways to keep someone by your side. I'll figure out those methods gradually. At that moment, Asta's flustered face conveniently popped into her mind. I can't let a talent like that slip away for Damien's future. Staring at the book before him in lingering disbelief, Asta thought, handing over the secret holy scripture of Blandor just like that. Raising his cold eyes, Asta wondered, what kind of scheme is he hiding? Yet Henzi's blue eyes remained as calm as ever, clear, pristine eyes, perhaps because of that. A gentle smile remained on his face. He's totally unreadable. Asta furrowed his brows in irritation. Whether someone is good or evil, emotions usually leak out through their eyes to some extent, but this guy reveals nothing like a cold-blooded assassin. In other words, Henzi was now smiling with his eyes crinkled shut, while Asta continued speculating. He's wearing a mask, to the point where he probably doesn't even know who he really is anymore. At that moment Henzi spoke up, "I'm not saying this for fun, don't rush into giving an answer just because of the reward right in front of you." Asta responded with a scornful smirk, "I'll give you my answer." He thought to himself, now I get it, as his irritation vanished. Smiling faintly, Asta said, "I refuse." That response made Henzi widen his eyes in shock. Crossing his legs leisurely, Asta continued, "You and I crawled out of the same gutter, so there's no need to put on an act anymore." "Very well, if you have any questions, spit them out." Asta crossed his arms over his chest with an arrogant air, "If I feel like doing it, I will. If not, forget it." By this time, Henzi had dropped his smile. "Just hearing about this can get someone killed. If you refuse after hearing it out, I'm afraid I'll have to kill you, Aster." Asta glared back provocatively, "Then go ahead and kill me. I've died once already, as if I'd care about dying a second time." Right after saying that, Asta rolled his eyes and corrected himself mentally, "Ah wait, actually. I'm the one who died twice, aren't I?" The next second, a sudden squall whipped up. A surge of magic power erupted from Henzi, sending the papers across the room fluttering wildly into the air. The teacup placed on the table shook violently. Henzi furrowed his brows deeply, releasing an overwhelming wave of magic. He directed that magical pressure toward Asta, who remained sitting calmly in his chair. Then Henzi suddenly burst out laughing. Pulling back his magic power and rubbing his head, he chuckled, "Man, you're impossible to deal with, Aster. You passed the test." Pausing for a moment, Henzi continued, "I'll speak plainly. Actually, I need someone I can trust, but absolutely cannot be someone from the Blandor family." Hearing that, Asta furrowed his brow thinking, "I was this close to throwing my absolute hardest punch." Smiling faintly, the man expressed, "To be honest, I didn't expect much. Drifters from the Grey District are usually just like that, and the young master is still too young, probably lacking the eye to judge people." The images of Gamo and Damien flashed through his mind. But for Milady, who dotes on the young master so much, to leave a random drifter by his side, I figured there had to be a reason, and right at that moment, Este spoke up to finish the unfinished thought, "Your younger brother picked a fight with a guest, right?" Henzi fell silent for a moment before saying, "Aster, make your choice, casual or formal, pick one." Este replied indifferently, "Fine, whatever works." Henzi coughed awkwardly a few times. "Well, it made for a convenient excuse anyway, otherwise, if my younger brother picks a fight with you, the older brother calling you in for a chat sounds reasonable enough, right?" Este raised an eyebrow and thought, "Pretty reasonable indeed. But does the vice director of a magic research institute really need to borrow an excuse from his kid brother just to summon someone? Something's not right." As if reading his doubts, Henzi continued, "Yes, you guessed right. For me, it's very hard to step forward on my own. Don't get me wrong, this isn't internal family conflict. The Blandor family is very tightly knit." He suddenly stopped, the smile on his face fading completely. Having to admit it, Henzi confessed with a solemn face, "It's just that I'm being monitored by the Declan family." Hearing that, Asta couldn't help reacting in disbelief. "What Declan?" He asked bluntly. "Why?" Henzi answered immediately, "You said you weren't afraid of dying, so I'll tell you everything, even though I have no intention of killing you." Henzi's next words made Asta widen his eyes in shock. "Actually, right now I'm researching Declan's heavenly origin technique, but it looks like I've been discovered." Then he chuckled as he explained, "You know about the heavenly origin technique, right? It's a secret art only those with Declan blood can learn. I happened to snatch it from a member of their family, but—" Asta raised a hand to cut him off. "Hold on." Asta glared at Henzi and probed, "Someone who should have died long ago, why are they still alive? If Blandor is researching it, naturally they'd research countermeasures to protect themselves too." Henzi smiled back, "You know your stuff. It's true Declan got careless. If I were just researching countermeasures, even I as vice director would have found a way to take them out. But you see, I initially only intended to study countermeasures, yet the deeper I dug, the more I realized something else." Narrowing his eyes, he asked, "Don't you see it?" Farin's face along with the magic book flashed in his mind. The heavenly origin technique, considered the very root of all Declan techniques. At that point, Henzi was so excited he clenched his fists tightly against his chest. There could still be supplementary methods to make that seemingly perfect technique even more perfect. He stated bluntly, "I couldn't stop myself. Aster, you must understand how I feel, right?" Meanwhile, Asta stared with wide eyes, unable to utter a single word. Good grief. This guy isn't just normally crazy, he's violently insane. The man emphasized every single syllable. "I couldn't stop myself. Aster, you understand my feeling, right?" Asta's mind filled with doubt. This guy isn't just regular crazy, is he actually researching that thing right inside his own family? Still failing to grasp the main cause, Asta thought, wait, if so, the timing lines up perfectly. In my past life, when the Declan family wiped out Blandor, the whole incident revolved around Henzi's research into the heavenly origin technique, the new heavenly origin technique. Estelle recalled everything he knew, foreign. That bastard bet the entire fate of Declan to crush Blandor because of this. He also understood the truth from the very beginning. Right from the start, he saw the potential in the new heavenly origin technique. Estelle began trying to piece together the reason, wondering if the reason he was so terrifyingly strong was because. In the middle of his train of thought, a voice suddenly called out, Aster. Only then did he look up and refocus his attention. Henzi asked in a suspicious tone, are you having second thoughts? It certainly requires a much larger scale. While Estas scratched his head in weary exasperation, replying, never mind that, why were you looking for me anyway? Bringing up his own dilemma, he explained, first off, I haven't reported my research on primordial origin arts to the family yet, allowing Estat to deduce. It seems the Blandor family has planted a spy somewhere, but I can't seem to track them down. Narrowing his eyes, he cut straight to the chase. If the secret was leaked, wouldn't you suspect someone specific, like your secretary? Taking a sip of tea, Henzi firmly stated, probably not. To be precise, it's tied much more closely to the procurement routes. Estat continued analyzing the situation. If they traced the procurement route, then someone definitely leaked the security plan on purpose. To which Henzi agreed, exactly. The moment I realized my trail was compromised, I launched a counter-security protocol to handle it. I don't plan on dying either. Estat gave a sly smirk and tossed out another option. Wouldn't it be easier to just side with the Declan clan? They'd definitely welcome you with open arms. While Henzi calmly confirmed, well, let's just say I have my own personal reasons. Henzi then made his request. Anyway, Aster, since you aren't directly tied to the family, I need you to handle this in secret. Letting the documents flutter down, he added, truth be told, this research was a joint project, but the part I was in charge of hasn't been progressing well. Holding the papers firmly, Henzi assured him, I'll make sure you're handsomely compensated. Handing the documents over, he instructed, deliver this thesis to Professor Farun at Zenian Academy. Setting the condition, Henzi added, once that's done, I'll teach you the light healing art. Estas smirked with deep satisfaction, thinking, here's my chance. He nodded in agreement right away, saying, deal. Stepping closer, Estas pushed for more. I accept the light healing art, but I also want the complete version of the new primordial origin art later on. Only then will we truly be allies in the same boat, right? Time to raise the stakes once more. Sounding thoroughly exasperated, Henzi sighed. Aster, you really have no shame, prompting Estat to cut right through the noise. Just give me a yes or no. If it's no, I'm out. In the end, he finally agreed. Fine, the new primordial origin art it is, the name hardly matters. Since you haven't learned the basic primordial origin art yet, it's useless to you right now anyway, but I'll give you the complete manuscript later. Brushing back his hair, Henzi added, however, I have one condition as well. Anticipating the road ahead, he said, until this thesis is finalized, I might need your assistance, Aster. I expect you to lend a hand when that time comes. If we're in the same boat, that's the bare minimum you should do, isn't it? Without batting an eye, Estat agreed. That won't be a problem. If it's about the thesis, I'll help. By the way, I can't read. With that, Estat took the stack of documents. But Henzi suddenly chimed in. Just kidding, not only are you shameless, but your jokes are dry too. Feeling genuinely curious, Estat asked, so this Professor Farun guy, is he reliable? Henzi boasted with immense pride. From our student days all the way to our time as teaching assistants, he and I were always neck and neck for first and second place. Unfortunately, that rivalry ended the moment I returned to the Blandor clan. Estat thought to himself, either way I was still the superior one, or was that just my own delusion? Growing utterly annoyed, he mused, Professor Farun, this world is truly doomed if the Academy has yet another lunatic like that. Under the bright moonlight near the castle, books and letters lay scattered messily across the floor. Looking at the clutter with annoyance, Estat thought, he shoved everything into a spatial bag so it wouldn't be discovered, but why bring so damn much? Suddenly, a particular letter caught his eye. Estat unfolded it and read the contents inside. To my dear friend Aster. He narrowed his eyes with pure contempt, muttering, dear friend my ass. The sender placed absolute trust in Estat, writing, I have personally selected the essential spellbooks you must master for the future and laid out the study order below. Study diligently to cultivate an intellect worthy of your caliber. The letter was signed clearly at the bottom. Your friend Henzi von Blandor, making Estat concede, well, this really is a great gift. He then picked up one of the books. Inwardly admiring the man, Estat thought, to arrange an entire curriculum spanning from basic to advanced magic. He truly is a genius and a total madman to boot. A broad, pleased grin spread across his face as he muttered, nice. Estat firmly set down a piece of paper and a pen on the desk. He scribbled down a few lines. Sponsor list, Henzi von Blandor. Turning to calculate the stack of books carefully, he pondered. Let's see, excluding the light healing art and the new primordial origin art thesis, There are about 132 volumes left. Putting the sacred tome of light healing in the tower for everyone to see is another issue entirely, so I'll have to discuss that with Damien later. Recalling the conversation, Astan nodded with satisfaction thinking, you could call that the perks of friendship. Glancing down, realization dawned on him. The 132 books Henzi gave me aren't just 132 separate volumes. They form a single unified system. Astan understood the mechanics perfectly. If such a system exists, then anyone who wishes to learn magic can build a solid foundation. Setting another goal in motion, he thought. Right, previously I only thought about storing books in the tower, but things are different now. Looking toward an ancient tower in the dead of night, he knew it would become the very identity of the tower, a sanctuary bestowing knowledge upon those who truly yearn for it. Asta eagerly looked forward to the outcome thinking, an unexpected harvest indeed. Standing by the window, Henzi reflected, initially, if he proved useful, I planned to have him deliver the thesis. If not, I would have used him and thrown him away. Pulling the curtain aside, he admitted, but Aster, he's genuinely intriguing. Henzi let out a peculiar smile, thinking furthermore. He recalled the look on Asta's face when he said, go ahead and kill me. Dying once or dying twice makes no difference at all. Clutching his stomach, Henzi burst into hysterical laughter, thinking, kill him. Did he really want me to kill him? It was merely a threat to test him, though looking back, I had no real reason not to kill him either. Growing slightly more cautious, he noted, yet that look in his eyes. He wasn't bluffing, he truly didn't care about dying. The more Henzi thought about it, the more fascinated he became, musing, completely different from those filthy pigs, truly fascinating. He now held Asta in high regard, reflecting, he's definitely hiding plenty of things, but isn't that even better? I've found an ally who can stand beside me and look in the same direction. What's more, he genuinely craves the fruits of my research. What a refreshing feeling. But one nagging question lingered in his mind, still, can he really not read? Henzi remained thoroughly skeptical, muttering, no way, definitely not. Sunlight streamed across the grand castles. Asta was rolling up his sleeves, getting ready. A large bag appeared in the corner of the room. A formal notice arrived, Lord Aster, it is time to depart. A suitcase was carried overhead. A young woman stepped up to brief them briefly. Upon arriving at the academy, there will be some simple paperwork. By the way, both the young master and Lord Aster are fully exempt from the entrance exam. She turned around. A gentle smile formed across her face. Someone offered a word of praise. Even so, you truly look like a genuine academy student now. It suits you wonderfully. He gave a nod saying thanks, while she stepped ahead to lead the way, commanding, let's move. Thoughts churned through Asta's head. Exempt from the exam? That's prestigious noble families for you, basically guaranteed direct admission. Well, not like I'm complaining about skipping the test. Suddenly, a cheerful call rang out, buddy. Damien was excitedly waving his hand, shouting, hurry up, come on. Madame Gamo offered a few parting words, saying, Damien, live freely, all right? Aster, to which he obediently nodded and replied, yes, ma'am. She offered a sincere blessing. This is a tremendous opportunity. I truly hope you achieve great results. Aster flashed a faint smile and said, thank you. He then began walking forward thinking, the results I want. Naturally, that's all part of my plan. He had already set his sights on his objective. The greatest academy on the eastern continent, Zenian. Countless potential patrons were waiting for him there, and he intended to seize every single one of them. Anticipation welled up inside Asta as he thought, just you wait, you idiots, or I mean dear classmates, here I come. The horse-drawn carriage began rolling slowly down the dusty dirt road. Inside the cabin, Damien's eyes sparkled with childlike excitement as he glued himself to the window gazing outside, while Asta maintained his usual calm composure. Quietly closing the book in his hands, he muttered, I get it now. Asta's eyes gleamed thoughtfully as he reflected, Henzi is indeed an extraordinary mage. The fundamental principles of magic are simple, yet the ways to interpret them are boundless. Visualizing it in his mind, he thought, take water as an example. To one person, it is the water of life, the very dawn of growth. Yet to another, it is the water of catastrophe, like torrential floods sweeping everything away. In short, everything differs purely based on perspective. Even when sharing the exact same principle, noble houses develop entirely differently depending on how they perceive it. Now, having read through every grimoire stored in the subspace, Asta could clearly grasp it, deducing that Henzi's curriculum was directly linked to the primordial origin art of the Declan clan. Right then, Damien's voice snapped Asta out of his thoughts. Hey buddy, look over here. Beaming from ear to ear, he cheered, we're here. Before them, Zenian Academy loomed majestically against the pale blue sky, its colossal city gates carved with a grand crest, flanked by ivory stone walls stretching out in classical elegance. The carriage dashed smoothly across the paved stone road, kicking up a faint trail of dust behind it. Looking outside with mild surprise, Asta muttered, so this is Zenian Academy. Sitting beside them, Lancey spoke up. The carriage only goes this far. According to the teachings of the great sage, the founding headmaster, all students must proceed on foot during the entrance ceremony, regardless of their social standing. She smiled and offered her well wishes. We must part ways here. Please have a wonderful entrance ceremony and may you gain invaluable lessons. Having dropped the two off, the carriage turned around to head back while Damien cheerily waved goodbye. Suddenly, he grabbed Astaz's arm and urged, "Buddy, we've gotta hurry." Bubbling with excitement, Damien added, "Lancey said if we're late, there might not be any seats left," leaving Astaz staring at him with a face full of question marks. Getting dragged along before he could even process what was happening, Astaz thought, "What the hell? An entrance ceremony isn't some village theater where it's first come, first served." Then realization struck Astaz. Wait, Lancey told him that. She definitely made that up just to keep Damien from slacking off. In the end, he decided to let it slide, thinking, fine, I'll let it go this time. She's blunt, but she's not totally shameless. And definitely not just because this happens to be more convenient. Inside the hall where the opening ceremony was being held, the air buzzed with lively chatter. Other students had already taken their seats, chatting animatedly and getting acquainted with one another. Sunlight poured through the glass windows, illuminating the entire space and reflecting off the podium set right in the center of the hall, surrounded by tiers of ascending seating that created a dignified and orderly atmosphere. Damien looked around with wide eyes, marveling in excitement. There are so many people. Glancing all over the place with eyes shining like a toddler's, completely oblivious to the drool gathering at the corner of his mouth from sheer excitement, he said, Lancey was right, if we were late we wouldn't have gotten seats. While Astaz held his head in exasperation, groaning, no, that's not how it works. Reaching into his pants pocket, he rummaged around for something. Pulling out a slip of paper, he read it over and glanced around, murmuring, let's see. Class M3, seats 11 and 12. While he was still scanning for their spots, Damien walked up trembling and asked, hey buddy, can we sit over there? If we don't sit down right now, I'm scared all the seats will be taken, to which Astaz calmly reassured him, hold on a second. Feeling a headache coming on, Astaz silently sighed, good grief, weren't you throwing a massive fit about not wanting to attend the academy earlier? Why are you so hyped up now? Suddenly, not watching where he was going, Damien bumped into someone and fell flat on his backside. He looked up in confusion. Standing before him was a towering, heavily built student, staring down with a grim, pitch-black scowl. Glaring fiercely, the brute demanded in an irritated voice, what do you think you're doing? Astaz stepped forward to help Damien up, asking, you all right? To which the boy innocently scratched his head with a bright smile, I'm fine. Once on his feet, Damien turned to walk away while waving his hand apologetically, a sheepish smile on his face. I just wasn't paying attention and bumped into you, sorry about that. Before he could take more than a few steps, the student he had bumped into growled in a low voice, hold it. Raising his soiled sleeve, he demanded, you, what the hell did you just wipe on my shirt? Looking at the wet smear, Astaz found it all too familiar, thinking, drool, looks like he's the scion of some noble house. In a situation like this, Damien is definitely going to. Just as the thought crossed his mind, Damien eagerly strode back over, licked his hand, and leaned down to scrub the stain on the back of the student's hand, saying, sorry, let me wipe that off for you. Bubbling with enthusiasm, he boasted proudly as if showing off an achievement. Look, the more I scrub, the shinier it gets, I'll keep wiping until it's squeaky clean. While the hulking student's face grew darker by the second, his jaw twitching violently with rage, prompting Astaz to let out an internal sigh, a fight is definitely breaking out. His fury reaching the boiling point, the brute swung a massive fist straight at Damien, roaring, get off me, you idiot. Gritting his teeth, the student snarled through his teeth, hey, student, I think you've got the wrong idea, he added. But just as the punch seemed poised to obliterate Damien, another hand shot out to intercept it. It turned out Astaz had stepped in just in time, catching the fist firmly as he said, you'd better stop right here. With a dark scowl, the student fought to suppress his mounting fury and asked, who the hell are you? Opening his mouth, Astaz began, but Damien eagerly cut in, my friend. Leaving Astaz to follow along, right, his friend. Yanking his hand back from Astaz's grip, the brute sneered sarcastically. His friend, huh? What a great buddy. Rare to see someone taking a beating for their pal, but you're going to regret that choice today. Letting out a soft sigh, Astaz mused. Looks like getting along peacefully with my classmates on the very first day is completely out of the question. Astaz lightly rubbed the back of his neck and acquiesced. Fine then, if you don't want to talk things out with words, I get the message. The commotion quickly drew attention with people murmuring, what's going on over there? Looks like a fight. A crowd of onlookers gathered and started gossiping, who's that? That big guy looks like he has Dalamp blood, but I've never seen the other two before. Sizing up the difference in build and height among the three, they began speculating, who do you think's gonna win? Probably the Dalamp guy, heard their newest prodigy is a real monster. Someone suddenly cut in loudly, hey, are you guys kidding me? The student demanded, a fight's breaking out and you're just standing there watching. While another timidly asked, should we stop them? and a third agreed, yeah, before things get totally out of hand. But the one who had interrupted pointed forward and scoffed, "Stop them. How are they supposed to fight if you do that?" He gestured for the crowd to clear out, shouting, "Back up, make some room. That gray-haired guy is a mage, set up a barrier around them." Instantly, a group of surrounding students cast their spells, their mana flaring brightly. In the blink of an eye, a glowing magic barrier enveloped the entire area, with glowing runes floating and spinning in midair. A large crowd gathered around cheering wildly. "Hickster, kick his ass, I'm putting 3 snack vouchers on you. I'm betting 2, put me down for 3. Idiots, only betting on the underdog is worth it." In an unnoticed corner, a solitary student stood with folded arms, quietly watching the spectacle. A subtle, knowing smirk crept onto his face. Inside the barrier, the Dallamp Scion aggressively cracked his knuckles together and introduced himself. "I am Hickster, second son of the Dallamp family." Dropping into a combat stance, fierce mana erupted around his body as he locked his sharp gaze onto Asta and Damien, demanding, "What's your name?" Calmly loosening his necktie, Asta replied, "I don't have noble blood like you, just treat me like a passerby." Hearing that, Hickster let out a contemptuous scoff. "Not a noble, huh? Doesn't matter, you're a mage, so a tight space like this must be a disadvantage for you, so I'll be generous and let you have the first strike." His voice rang out in open provocation, "Come at me," leaving Asta momentarily surprised at first. Then Asta curled his lips into a faint smirk, thinking, "This guy sure talks a lot." Tearing his tie completely off, Asta provoked him. "You said you didn't want to talk, yet you keep blabbering on, getting cold feet." Those words poured fuel on the fire, making Hickster tremble with sheer rage. He immediately dug his foot hard into the floor and charged forward, snarling a curse. "You bastard." Hickster surged forward like a gust of tearing wind, closing the distance on Asta in an instant. Yet Asta remained completely unfazed. Hickster unleashed a ferocious punch, but Asta nimbly tilted his body, effortlessly dodging the blow in a split second. Veins bulged across Hickster's face in mounting frustration. But before he could react, Asta's voice rang out coolly, "There's one more thing I forgot to tell you." Right after, Asta dropped low and clenched his fist as mana violently gathered around it, his voice emphasizing every word. "It's not one person, it's 2. The moment the words left his lips, a devastating punch slammed directly into Hickster's face, making him cough up blood. Hickster's massive frame wobbled before toppling backward. As Asta lunged in with another iron fist, Hickster observed and realized that Damien standing on the sidelines was actively participating in the battle as well. "Not one person but 2, I'm willing to take a hit from that mage." Taking the blow squarely to the face, blood sprayed violently from Hickster's mouth. With terrifying speed, Asta followed up with another brutal strike. Fighting desperately to keep his footing on the floor, Hickster panicked inside. What the hell? Gritting his teeth to swallow the bone-deep agony as sweat poured down his face, he cursed, "Why does this hit so damn hard? This bastard." A shockwave of jade-green energy enveloped Asta, radiating an aura of absolute dominance that left Hickster thoroughly bewildered by his speed and destructive power. Is he really a mage? Hickster glanced sideways at Damien in utter shock, realizing healing magic. Standing outside the fray, Damien was extending his hand toward Hickster, continuously channeling energy to heal his wounds while the brute scrambled to regain his composure and reset his stance. Wearing an easygoing smile, Asta raised both hands before him and began shaping a glowing orb, while Hickster remained caught between pain and sheer confusion. Why on earth? Glaring at Damien, his mind wandered for a split second. Turns out prominent noble bloodlines truly are noble after all. Seizing the opening, Asta darted forward at blinding speed, mocking him with a laugh, "Getting hit that hard and you still dare to look away." Hickster could feel a surging flow of restorative energy coursing into him from Damien. Yet he only had enough time to raise his arms and guard against the relentless barrage of strikes from Asta, falling completely onto the defensive. Watching Hickster's surprisingly agile evasion, Asta smirked, "Not bad." While Hickster inwardly growled in fury, "One guy's beating the living hell out of me." Glancing over at Damien with utter disdain, he fumed, "While the other guy's healing me." Asta kept up his relentless assault, turning Hickster into a human punching bag, making him silently scream, "You lunatic. My heart's beating out of my chest. I wish I could just take one hit and black out already." After a dizzying flurry of blows, Hickster finally managed to catch a brief breath. His eyes rolled back in shock as his body began trembling uncontrollably, thinking in disbelief, "Am I scared?" Outside, the crowd cheered frantically. "Hickster, what are you doing? Don't go easy on him." Yet only Hickster truly felt the overwhelming pressure of his opponent, his face turning pale as a sheet. The spectators looked thoroughly thrilled, chanting, "The pride of the Dallamp clan, the rising star of the East, the hope of all brawlers." Rooting for him relentlessly, they yelled, "We believe in you. You've been dragging this out for too long, finish them off already. To Hickster's ears, those cheers sounded like pure mockery. Grinding his teeth furiously, he seethed, "How dare you?" Total rage contorted his facial muscles into a hideous snarl as bloodshot veins filled his eyes, screaming, "How dare a mediocre mage look down on me?" Unleashing all his strength, he lunged forward like a wounded beast, but Asta simply hopped back a step, cleanly evading the strike without taking a scratch. Looking down at the charging Hickster, Asta remarked, "Not bad at all." Hickster seemed to lose all sanity, lunging again with a deafening roar, "Don't you dare." Grinding out every syllable, he bellowed, "Look down on me." The punch drove straight toward Asta, sending him flying backward. The crowd outside immediately erupted into thunderous cheers. "That's our Hickster." Even so, Hickster gritted his teeth and looked down at his fist with a bewildered expression. Knowing the feedback from the punch was undeniably a direct hit. Clenching his fist tightly without daring to drop his guard, he wondered in utter confusion. Then why did it feel so light? Asta executed a clean flip midair and landed steadily on his feet. Brushing off his coat as if nothing had happened, he glanced down at his outfit and muttered nonchalantly, "Got dust all over my clothes." Seeing that, Hickster stood completely paralyzed for a moment. His face then twisted in uncontrollable fury as he let out a savage roar. He charged forward like a bolt of lightning. Asta remained standing there calmly. Slipping his hands into his pockets, he glanced toward Damien and calculated silently. "Damien keeps healing that guy non-stop. To wrap this up, I need to knock him out cold in a single blow." Meanwhile, Damien continued happily and enthusiastically channeling healing magic for the guy. Closing his eyes, Aster tuned his senses to the surrounding mana currents, musing, "Let's see. This move should do the trick." Brilliant blue lightning crackled and surged across his hands, building up raw power, a technique he had developed alongside his comrades in his previous life. Snapping his focused, icy gaze open, he channeled the destructive energy generated from the collision of mana particles. Locking his sight onto Hickster, he thought, "Using mana, yet it's neither conventional martial arts nor pure spellcasting." Istad dashed forward, funneling all his power entirely into his palm, a pure technique that exploited the raw properties of mana itself. He unleashed the finishing strike with a thunderous shout, "Lightning!" catching Hickster completely off guard. Even the cheering spectators felt the sheer shockwave of the blow, crying out in alarm. A young spectator strained his eyes through the dust to see what happened, gasping, "What was that?" Through the clearing smoke, Hickster was seen standing completely frozen on the spot. A pair of nimble feet touched down lightly onto the ground. Asta moved like a flickering phantom. The entire crowd stood frozen in absolute disbelief. The arena fell dead silent. An arm raised high into the air, fist clenched tight in an undeniable declaration of victory. It was Asta, the sole fighter left standing after the decisive blow, letting out a cool, quiet snort. Staring down the speechless crowd, he commanded with arrogant flair, "Well, let's hear it, you lot, start cheering." Instantly, an earth-shattering roar erupted from the crowd in sheer ecstasy. "So badass, is he really a mage? He actually did it, he pulled it off. Holy crap, this is the ultimate underdog victory." Suddenly, a sweet voice called out from behind, "Buddy." Damien rushed over to celebrate, beaming with pure pride and joy, "We won." To which Astan nodded and ruffled his hair, "Yeah." He smirked and teased, "So from now on, stop sucking your thumb, all right." The opposing group looked at the celebrating duo with deeply conflicted expressions. One of them crossed his arms and sneered, "Never expected a mage to fight like that." Right at that moment, an irritated voice barked from behind, "How utterly vulgar." Commotion broke out as someone shouted, "Move aside, out of the way, you bunch of delinquents." The newly arrived man roared, "It's the entrance ceremony, why does this place sound like a chaotic flea market?" Looking back and forth while chewing everyone out, the man bellowed, "Was it you? Or you? If you don't break this up right now, I'll detain every single one of you." Making Astaf furrow his brows and think, "We're in trouble." Glancing back at the loud newcomer, Astaf felt ready to throw in the towel, thinking, "Whatever, it's fine, I'm a scavenger after all." Staying as quiet as possible, Astaf thought, there are plenty of ways to slip away, and since everyone was hyped up, they won't forget this easily. But when he looked over at Damien, the boy was frantically jumping up and down, pointing right at themselves and yelling, "Not them, it's us. It was us, over here, over here." Asta squeezed his eyes shut in pure defeat as Damien's shouting instantly drew the man's furious glare. "Was it you little punks?" While Damien cheerfully confessed without the slightest intention of running, "Yup, that was us." Drawing the man's attention forward, they all looked toward Hickster, who was lying completely unconscious on the floor. Inside a closed office, the man's stern voice resonated, "Damien and you, Asta." Aster stood upright, looking somewhat bored by the mess they had caused, while Damien couldn't hide his excitement, chiming in, "Yes, yes, sir." Sitting behind his desk with a serious expression, the man remarked, "Both of you confessed honestly, so I'll let it slide this time without deducting points. Besides, it seems your opponent didn't suffer any critical injuries." Narrowing his eyes in warning, he added, However, I'll be keeping a close eye on you from now on. Hearing that, Asta breathed an internal sigh of relief and straightened his posture. The campus courtyard was now quiet and peaceful, with sunlight filtering gently through the lush canopies of ancient trees. Asta pushed the door open and stepped outside. Taking a deep breath, he muttered, "Thank goodness the entrance ceremony hasn't started yet." Whispers instantly rippled through the surrounding crowd. "Is that him? He beat a brawler with that build. He's in the magic department, so how on earth does he fight like that?" Incapable of staying quiet, Damien waved back enthusiastically, shouting, "Look, everyone's watching us." While Asta kept a stone-cold face, inwardly cursing, "Damn it, we're standing out way too much, stop waving, you little menace." A group of 3 students quickly approached them, with one calling out, "Ah, there they are." Damien said cheerfully with an innocent look, "Maybe they saved seats for us, buddy, our classmates are so wonderful." While Asta gave a half-hearted reply, "Yeah, sure they did." Right then, the balding, white-haired headmaster appeared at the podium, his voice echoing over the speakers, a hum and so. With a solemn expression, the headmaster began his address. "Upholding the teachings of the great sage, our founding headmaster, our academy shall." The speech droned on, mostly drowned out by the background noise below, with only fragmented words like "furthermore" and making it through. Damien giggled uncontrollably, while Asta maintained his usual cool demeanor, thinking, "The headmaster has impressive stamina to stand and lecture for that long." Suddenly, he noticed Damien's behavior beside him. The boy had already shut his eyes, his head bobbing up and down as he dozed off soundly, making Asta chuckle and sigh, "This guy, seriously." Asta grabbed Damien's hand and used it to wipe the boy's mouth, muttering, "Stop drooling, for heaven's sake." Suddenly, a voice called out, "Headmaster, you are needed elsewhere for a moment," causing the headmaster to pause in surprise. "Is there an engagement more critical than the entrance ceremony?" The messenger lined in and whispered something into his ear. The headmaster's expression shifted immediately, letting out a sharp cough to clear his throat. Speaking into the microphone, he announced, "My apologies, students, an urgent matter has arisen and I must depart immediately. The address concludes here, but the ceremony will proceed." Waving his hand dismissively, he promptly exited the stage. Immediately after, a young woman with long hair strode up. She walked with hands planted firmly on her hips, radiating an imposing, fiery aura. Scanning the hall as if hunting for a major culprit, she barked, "Attention, everyone." Her presence was so intimidating that even the instructors seated nearby flinched in fear. The student body was equally terrified. Even the man who had broken up the brawl earlier kept his mouth completely shut. Maintaining her domineering posture, she introduced herself. "I am Gerada, representing the headmaster who had to depart due to an unforeseen schedule conflict. I shall oversee the remainder of the entrance ceremony." Her commanding voice echoed across the auditorium. "We shall begin with the freshman oath. First, representing the magic department, Dahlia de Denai," to which a soft response came from the front row present. Gerada remarked in surprise, "What's this? A member of the Denai clan taking the regular entrance exam, was your ability lacking?" As the girl composedly stepped forward, murmurs broke out below. "Think before you speak, she's the 3rd daughter of the clan head. If her ability was lacking, would the Denai clan ever let her sit for the exam?" Asta looked at the girl and furrowed his brow, thinking, Dahlia de Denai. He evaluated her silently. If the Declan clan is the premier magic powerhouse of the East, then Denai stands right beside them among the elite magic houses. Recalling past life events, he remembered. Dahlia grew up in the Denai clan, forever ranked 2nd, before becoming the family's representative mage. She was quite capable and helped me a lot after I quit being a scavenger. Remembering their decent past connection, Aster stroked his chin with a faint smile, finding it amusing. Though calling each other benefactors is a stretch, we were more like frenemies. Either way, it's nice to see Dahlia enrolling in this batch. Gerada continued calling names. Next, representing the combat department, Paulo stepped forward. The young man answered briskly in a decisive tone, "Yes, ma'am." Standing in the back, Asta assessed. The combat department didn't announce a family name, so he's likely not from a prestigious house. Then again, that Hickster or hipster guy was from a noble clan and amounted to nothing. I wonder how furious the noble houses will be. Once Paulo took the stage, Gerada declared, "That concludes the oaths." She proceeded to announce, "Next, allow me to introduce the faculty in charge of the 172nd class. Professors, please step forward one by one first." At that moment, Dahlia stared intently in a certain direction. Asta seemed to sense a gaze fixed firmly on him, wondering, what's this? Just my imagination. Feeling suspicious, he thought, it feels as though our eyes actually met. But he quickly brushed it off, not that it matters. Meanwhile, Dahlia was slowly descending the stairs, distracted by something else. Consequently, she suddenly tripped and let out a startled gasp, though it didn't disrupt Asta's train of thought as he stroked his chin and mused. I heard Professor Farun is here, right? Looking at the professor standing on the podium, Asta felt impatient. When on earth was he going to come out? The other professors stepped up to speak one by one. Finally, the person he had been waiting for appeared. An authoritative voice echoed out, "Pleased to meet you, I'm Parun, in charge of the basic curriculum for the principles of magic." A staff furrowed his brow in evaluation, thinking he'd have a vibe similar to Henge, but it turned out to be completely different. Gazing at the person before him, he pondered, even so, Henge was a man of character who wore an exceptional social mask, so I shouldn't jump to conclusions. Next, Gerada stepped up to speak, concluding the professor's introductions and closing the entrance ceremony. Estad glanced back at Damien, who still hadn't woken up, sounding as if Gerada's voice was lulling him to sleep as she announced, "Please follow the guidance of the dormitory supervisors to your assigned rooms." He tapped the boy's shoulder to wake him up. "Wake up," leaving Damien with drool running down his face as he asked blankly, "Is it over?" With a deadpan expression, Estad lied without blinking, "Nope, you got caught dozing off so you're expelled, let's just go home." Damien stared in wide-eyed shock. An utterly horrific scenario instantly played out in his head, terror clearly etched across his face. By this time, dusk was gradually settling in, casting a golden sunlight across the peaks of the castle towers. Estas sauntered down the corridor searching for his dorm room, thinking helplessly that Damien, crying like that just from a little tease. He stopped in front of a door. Staring at the silent door before him, he wondered, is this it? Estat pushed the door open reluctantly, muttering, "Why does it have to be the top floor?" Looking at the interior decor of the room, he marveled, as expected of a top-tier academy. He glanced at a corner of the desk. Are these standard-issue living supplies? Turns out they distribute identical sets, so the whole academy uses the same kind. Then he walked over and picked up a green notebook. Opening the wardrobe to reveal a row of hangers inside, Estat picked up a coat hanging there and thought, because even a tiny detail can give away your background, though everyone will end up buying personal stuff anyway. As he pushed the door open to step out, he ran into someone. Estat recalled, my roommate, was his name Paulo or something, but his gaze doesn't look very friendly. Closing his eyes coldly, Paulo said, "Try to keep the noise down as much as possible." Lugging a suitcase in his hand with a completely emotionless face, he added, "However you want to arrange your luggage or set up your things, I couldn't care less." Not stopping with his isolation demands, he continued, "Stay up late if you want, but let's avoid interfering with each other. Naturally, that goes for talking after this hour too." Seeing Estat offer no reply, Paulo opened his eyes, stared straight at him with a threatening look and snapped, "Answer me." Estat's eyes flashed with indifference as he calmly gazed at the person in front of him, thinking, look at this guy. Seeing him stay silent, Paulo grew even more irritated, barking, "Why aren't you answering?" While Estat was busy digging through his memory, "I heard he's the top scorer of the combat department, right? I wonder what his actual strength is like." Thinking that, he suddenly leaned forward and darted straight toward the boy. Reacting out of pure defensive instinct, Paulo instinctively reached for the hilt of his sword and put up a guard. "What the hell do you think you're doing?" At that moment, Estat stopped and cast a downward glance, not bad. Observing the boy's hand movements, he praised him inwardly. He's holding a sword, but he knows how to keep it in check, restraining himself so he doesn't hurt anyone. Not bad at all. Right at that moment, Damien's voice rang out from outside. "Hey buddy, hurry up and come out." Estat smirked, "What am I doing? Just getting ready to head out." Brushing past Paulo, he reached out and patted the boy's shoulder lightly. "Suit yourself, but in exchange." Estat turned back with a bright yet mischievous grin. "If I start singing past midnight, don't complain, got it." Stepping outside, Damien scampered over with excited limbs, "Buddy." Eagerly asking away, "Who's your roommate?" Estat replied unenthusiastically, "Paulo." Damien blanked for a few seconds and mumbled, "Paulo, never heard of him," leaving Estat speechless as he cursed internally, "Figures, since you were sleeping like the dead." The boy excitedly raised his hand to invite him along. "Anyway, let's go tour the academy. Lancey said there's tons of cool stuff to see here, so we gotta check it out on the very first day. Oh, and she specifically told me I have to go with a friend." Hearing that, Estat weighed the idea internally. Might as well see how many interesting things there are, before curving his lips into a smile. "Let's go." The two of them walked side by side as they strolled around the campus grounds. The atmosphere was peaceful and harmonious, with one conversation flowing endlessly into the next. The twilight sky was dyed a warm shade of orange, casting a soft, peaceful evening glow over the entire landscape. Stopping for a moment on a bridge, Damien gasped excitedly, "Look at that lake. A lake, we don't have one of these back home." Right beside Estat, who looked somewhat exhausted by his companion's relentless enthusiasm. In front of the two of them lay a crystal-clear lake, tiny ripples dancing back and forth. Estat felt a heavy sigh in his heart, so tiring. Feels like babysitting a kid. Probably why Lancey paired me up with him, but who am I? A petty guy who holds grudges and strikes back when bothered. He suddenly muttered, "Well, just make them build one. leaving Damien wide-eyed and staring in confusion. Estelle explained with a smile, just dig a hole and dump some water in, simple as that. Instantly, Damien's eyes lit up like stars as he cheered eagerly, that's right. Tell him to make it wider, bigger than this lake. Back at the mansion, Lancey suddenly sneezed while washing dishes. After coming up with the idea, Damien fell into serious thought. What's a cool name for the lake? Estelle chuckled softly and casually tossed out a name, Blood, Sweat, and Tears, which made Damien's face light up instantly as he slapped his hands together. Let's go with that. This time back at the mansion, Lancey shivered yet again as a sense of impending doom washed over him like a tidal wave. Damien continued walking around, pointing excitedly, look at that statue, so pretty. Estelle glanced at it and suggested leisurely, tell them to build that too, call it Blood, Sweat, and Tears too. Without missing a beat, the boy agreed, deal, prompting Estelle to start rambling, gesturing wildly like an artistic director. Make it shaped like a dragon. Every single scale needs to be intricate to look good, making Damien nod frantically with sparkling eyes, absolute perfection. Lancey's face turned pale green, cold sweat breaking out across his body as the hairs on the back of his neck stood up. What is this? Why is my spine freezing up like this? After wandering around for a while, Estelle asked, all right, we've walked enough, heading back, to which Damien eagerly agreed. Estelle nodded faintly, though his gaze grew heavy. Let's see. The cleanup agents have spotted about 7, maybe 10 if we include the ones unaccounted for. Judging by their distribution, the center is. Estelle's eyes locked onto Magic Research Building Number 2, a towering, massive structure. Rummaging through his memories, Magic Research Building Number 2, that's where Professor Parun's lab is. Come to think of it, the target really is Professor Parun. Estelle began calculating mentally. Declan must have figured out Henge had an accomplice, so now they're moving on to suspect Parun, who has close ties with him. His eyes darted to the side. A figure was secretly tailing them from the bushes. The corners of Estelle's mouth twitched into a thin, cynical smile, as a dark wave of excitement welled up inside him. I was wondering why they weren't tailing us yet, right on cue. Let's see what information they've managed to dig up. On a certain evening, the sky grew dim as a thick sheet of night swallowed up the academy. A solitary lamppost cast a faint yellow glow, flickering listlessly in the desolate breeze. Suddenly, a dark silhouette darted across the rooftops, its agile movements reducing it to nothing more than a blur. Stepping as lightly as a cat in the blink of an vat, the figure approached the eastern building. With a soft leap, the dark figure landed on the ground, making almost zero noise. The moment he touched down, a voice echoed from the shadows, you're here. The newcomer gave a faint nod, stepped forward, and asked concisely, where are the others? The person waiting replied briefly, they went ahead. An urgent order came down from above, gather all intel reports at the target's hideout. The other person questioned, the primary target or secondary? The guy answered, secondary. He then added, looks like the primary target got tracked down, but we managed to gather the evaluation intel. Tonight, right at midnight, the material will be handed over to the secondary target. Hearing that, the newly arrived black-robed man reached up to stroke his chin. So that's how it is. He muttered in analytical thought, Henge, the primary target, has made his move. Issuing orders down to us means that among the secondary targets, our assigned surveillance target is Professor Parun. As if realizing something, the newcomer suddenly jerked in surprise, his eyes widening. Straining with tension, he blurted out, wait, what about the numbered agents? Are you telling us to go up against those monster professors? At least number 1 needs to show up, or a couple of other numbered agents, otherwise we stand zero chance against them. The black-robed man waiting inside the room replied indifferently, Number 1 isn't coming, and neither are the other numbered agents, prompting the guy to clutch his head and curse, damn it. Just as he was sinking into despair, the other man spoke in a deep, husky voice. However, lowering his voice, he continued, fire Mage Callahan, he's joining the team. The newcomer looked as if he'd been struck by lightning, his eyes opening wide in utter disbelief. Callahan. According to his memories, the vice captain of the Crimson Red Division within the Declan Magic Corps, if it was him, he definitely had enough firepower. Recalling something, the guy gritted his teeth. He's famously ruthless, doing whatever it takes for the mission, which means. Thinking that far, he swallowed hard, fighting down a rising wave of tremors before grinding his teeth and muttering, fucking hell, that's just a suicide mission for the sake of the mission. The remaining black-robed man calmly reassured him. Things might not necessarily escalate into a full-scale battle. The family is also wary of letting a famous mage expose themselves on this kind of assignment. The guy gave a cold huff. True, let's go with that, urging the other black-robed man, then let's get moving. The two dark figures vaulted out of the building, muttering, better regroup so our survival odds go up a bit. However, the two of them had no idea that all their actions had fallen right under someone's watchful eyes. Standing on a nearby rooftop with the moonlight casting a glow over his face, Estelle murmured, midnight tonight, huh? A chilly night wind swept past, carrying a whisper-soft voice and Callahan too. At that moment, Asta observed thoughtfully, Zenian Academy is massive, so you gotta memorize the layout to avoid getting lost, even for me. He stared toward the buildings surrounding the fountain for a long while. Asta's gaze hardened into a firm resolve, all right, not bad at all. A faint wave of eagerness flickered deep within him, right when I needed something to occupy my time, not quite like my past life. But I'm starting to catch that old feeling again. On a quiet, solitary night illuminated only by flickering blue flames, Asta disguised himself in black robes, sitting quietly as he observed the scene, his entire body exuding the familiar aura of a Declan cleanup agent. Callahan leaped up with a sinister grin. Callahan, a guy who was still enjoying his prime back when I was active. Turning his back to look at someone, he recalled, after the Declan family fought tooth and nail to crush the Blandor family. Farin smiled faintly. He stayed behind with the declining family and proved his unwavering loyalty. Callahan's retreating back looked extraordinarily dangerous. He's dangerous right now, but Callahan's true golden age comes after the war with Blandor. A sinister smirk crept across his face. Declan's hellfire, an unstoppable force that etched his name into history as a war mage. Finally, Asta reached a decision, so I have to capture him. Staring at the glowing book in his hands, he pondered, Callahan's magic is one of Declan's core fire-type secret arts. Plus, he's one of the most renowned mages across the entire continent. He's well worth the risk. Asta lowered his head, walking and meditating at the same time. I used to wonder why a nuisance like him kept following me around only to double back later. Turns out this is an unexpected windfall. But there's still one thing bothering me. Then he showed a look of determination. The target they keep talking about, Henzi's manuscript, is actually in my possession. A blank sheet of paper flashed through Asta's mind. Yet they claim the target is going to be handed over to the secondary target, Professor Parra. The two fully cloaked men also surfaced in his thoughts alongside their assertion, my manuscript can't possibly be fake. And there's no way the target they're talking about is anything other than that manuscript. Asta stated slowly, in that case, the target being handed over today is a fake manuscript. A man appeared buttoning up his cloak. Reaching out to open a wardrobe, he grabbed something from inside. Instantly, the man tucked a weapon into his waistline. Then he waved his hand and turned to leave. Right next to him, someone else was fast asleep wrapped in blankets, while the man remained fully cloaked and stepped out quietly. It was Paulo, casting a sharp, piercing glance toward the side. The blue-haired man was deeply lost in dreams on his bed, completely oblivious to everything. Outside the castle, the night was pitch black with all the lights turned off, save for a single room where lights still blazed brightly. A single candle burned beside Parun. He was staring intently at something. The next second, Parun squeezed his eyes shut with a grimace. Declan, you rotten rats. Cursing in anger, he muttered, they said they left an opening, but since they hadn't crossed the line yet, I held back, yet now they dare to violate my territory. But coming here so blatantly, what is this? Suddenly, Parun's eyes sharpened, so that's how it is. The white door of the room creaked open on its own. A completely covered figure stepped inside. Parun glanced over and thought, a mercenary, and the next second he called out the name decisively, making the person jump in fright, Paulo. Parun calmly instructed, next time you decide to wear a disguise, first learn how to refine the shape of your ether. That's the absolute basics of covert operations. Holding a white envelope, Paulo brought it forward and extended it toward Parun. Parun cast a glance downward and remarked, well, just in case there's a next time. Hearing that, Paulo furrowed his brows and grimaced as if not quite grasping what he meant. Holding the envelope, Parun nodded to himself, Henzi, so it was you. Inspecting it without opening it right away, he thought, you were trying to transfer the manuscript without letting Declan catch wind of it. Yet you got caught in such a pathetic way. But then Parun changed his mind. No, an old fox like him wouldn't get caught that easily. A pair of hurried footsteps dashed off somewhere. What are you plotting, Henzi? Suddenly, the room exploded from a raging, fiery blast. A person wearing a white cloak stepped inside to greet him. A pleasure to meet you, Professor Parun. It was Callahan, flashing a sinister grin as he brushed back his hair. My name is Callahan. Did a professor cooped up in a lab like you not know? Dumbfounded, Paulo snapped his head around with a look of sheer panic. Arrogantly, Callahan continued. Looks like there are other guests here too. A mercenary, right? The swordsman over here seems to know me, but what about the professor? Before he could keep putting on airs, Parun quickly cut him off. First time hearing that name. Bracing his hands on the desk, he stood straight up. In that case, cut the chatter and get straight to the point. Callahan wrinkled his nose in utter disgust and insulted him. Your stench is making my nose want to rot off. Bursting into sarcastic laughter while clutching his face, he said, man, this is hilarious. First time I've ever been treated like this. All right then, I'll spell it out. Callahan pointed a direct finger right at Paulo standing opposite him and stated flatly, That guy is going to die. A bright orange magic circle already materialized at the tip of his finger. As for the professor, Callahan widened his eyes and mused, should I take your hands or your eyes? Suddenly, a hand grabbed tightly onto someone's clothes. Parun stepped forward to block Callahan's attack. The two powerful strikes collided head-on, turning the surroundings into a wasteland of debris. Paulo narrowed his eyes and shouted out. Straining to keep his eyes open, he watched to see what the opponent would do next. Both of them stood rooted amidst the ruins. Turning his head, Parun called out Paulo, announcing casually, starting from this second, I'm treating you as a mercenary first and a student second, so save your own skin. Catching the drift immediately, Paulo replied yes. Parun nodded back and thought, judging by the fact that no alarm bells went off despite this explosion, high chance those Declan rats threw up a concealment barrier. The night descended further over the luxurious castle towers. Parun narrowed his eyes into a distant gaze. Is my only hope really just relying on that rookie mercenary? Callahan stood his ground, taunting arrogantly, this document envelope definitely came from those Blandor trash. With a wicked grin he added, he doesn't look like he's gonna hand it over quietly. Parun glared at Callahan, what am I supposed to do? Suddenly an eerie expression crept across Callahan's face as he asked, or how about I play with you for a bit? No sooner had he finished speaking than Callahan unleashed a technique that sparked a ring of golden light. Parun and Paulo stood frozen in a defensive stance as they watched. Suddenly, several masked figures flew in from out of nowhere. Callahan grinned wide like a demon. Witnessing the unfolding scene, Paulo unconsciously widened his eyes in worry. Right after that, Parun swiftly conjured a white magic circle in front of him. The white and gold beams of light from the two of them slammed straight into each other. A cloaked figure stood watching from afar, observing the blinding rays illuminating from the distant castle. It was Asta looking up as he muttered to himself, it's starting. Asta pulled out a mask and held it in his hand. Slipping it over his face, he murmured, been a long time. Asta's eyes flashed as he leaped nimbly into the air. No longer Asta, but cleanup agent number 1. Having all preparations in place, Asta stared straight ahead and said, all right, let's go. Clasping his hands together, he whispered, Lady Moon. Asta prayed sincerely, let me once again play the role of the righteous chaos-clearing agent tonight. Narrowing his eyes, he added, though to be honest, I never really cared about justice. Instantly, Asta vaulted high into the air. The castle ahead had already been reduced to a devastated ruin. Callahan burst out laughing, not bad mercenary. Panting heavily from exhaustion, Paulo still kept a tight grip on his sword. He glanced back anxiously, damn it. A glowing talisman rested against Paulo's hip. I never expected the charm the captain gave me to act as a lifeline. Talk about lucky. Suddenly, he jumped at the sound of a voice ringing out, get lost. Parun flew forward with glowing eyes. He unleashed a powerful attack directly toward Callahan. The man quickly and nimbly retaliated in kind. Parun patted Paulo's shoulder dismissively, not bad. Might actually be able to trust you a little more now. Staring at his sword, Paulo narrowed his eyes. There's a talisman on his blade. Parun turned back to probe, can you block it? Staring intently ahead, Paulo replied, doesn't matter how many, before declaring with fierce certainty. It's no longer a question of whether I can, if I fail, I die. Callahan smiled faintly and scoffed. A mage and a bodyguard, what an amusing combination. A strand of light wove its way into the glacier. Without hesitation, Callahan launched an attack straight at Paulo. Luckily, he managed to use his sword to deflect it just in time and dodged to the side. Over on the other side, Parun maintained his technique over the blue magic circle. Muttering, the bodyguards already dealt with. The masked figures were also being taken down one by one. If this keeps up, I'm gonna run out of stamina. Struck with an idea, Parun glanced sideways in that case. Then he looked at Callahan, who was still unleashing his attacks, and made up his mind, I gotta gamble. Parun maintained his magical energy as he thought. With the amount of distributed mana in nature being limited, if multiple entities issue commands, a battle for control is bound to break out. Pouring every ounce of his remaining strength into the strike, he muttered, let's see how much you can drain from me. Callahan stood his ground and challenged, you're defying me. Not one to back down, Callahan laughed mockingly and lunged forward. Fine, let's see you try. But just as he got close to Parun, the man suddenly leaped backward and roared. A terrifying wave of light engulfed the entire castle. All three of them were enveloped in glowing light from within. Paulo was also left hovering in midair as he looked down. Squinting his eyes against the glare, he cursed, damn it. Observing Callahan and Parun locked in fierce combat, Paulo fumed. They're both monsters, there's not a single opening to slip through. Before long, Paulo lay motionless beneath the rubble, making one think that if this was how things were going to turn out, they should have just fought from the very beginning. As three heavily cloaked figures stood outside gazing up at the ferocious vortex tearing through everything, a voice remarked, how brutal. Observing the scene, a man called out anxiously, hold it. Charging in right now is suicide, take a breath and catch your wind. Turning to the back, he asked, how many scavengers are left? Suddenly, the brilliant white light surged in fury, blasting those cloaked figures straight backward. A man gasped in shock, an ambush. He then shouted at the top of his lungs, just as a black-cloaked figure closed in rapidly, ambush. It was Asta, landing with heavy impact atop a massive boulder. Asta's sudden arrival was so unexpected that it forced both Callahan and Farhan to turn and look his way. Casting an icy, detached gaze upward, he declared, and now it's time for my grand entrance. Still locked in combat, the two couldn't help but fix their eyes on Asta after hearing his bold words. Flying into a rage, Callahan barked, are you kidding me? Paying no heed to the shout, Asta aggressively lunged forward, blood pumping hot. He instantly seized him by the throat and growled with emphasis, Callahan. Asta's eyes turned razor-sharp as he said, this place will be your grave. Caught completely off guard by the sudden assault, Callahan couldn't react in time, left with no choice but to glare wide-eyed at Asta through excruciating pain. Roaring at the top of his lungs, he yelled, die. But Callahan quickly thrust both palms with explosive force right into Asta's chest. Yet immediately afterward, he was the one blasted far away by a monstrous recoil. Skidding a long distance across the dirt with a panicked look, Callahan covered his mouth and grimaced, damn it. Mana backlash. Without wasting a single second, Asta bolted straight toward Callahan. Having taken a devastating blow earlier, the man coughed up blood continuously. Meanwhile, the other black-cloaked figures closed in rapidly. Gripping a potion bottle tightly in his hand, Callahan told himself, I have to suppress this mana backlash first. Gulping down the medicine, he wiped away the blood and cursed, where on earth did a guy like him crawl out from? Suddenly, Callahan's eyes shot wide open in alarm. Asta had now enveloped himself in a radiant blue aura. Callahan stood completely dumbfounded at the sight unfolding before him. His movements don't waste a single motion, and on top of that, his magic is flawlessly optimized for pure speed. Startled, he stared intently and admitted, I'm genuinely impressed. Instantly, Callahan conjured countless red magic circles, roaring, I don't know who the hell you are, but... Baring his fangs with a wide snarl, he screamed, I'm going to kill you. And just like that, the two massive surges of light collided violently. The black-cloaked figures were blown completely off their feet. A red-haired figure's eyes widened in horror, as if witnessing a total nightmare. The resulting explosion obliterated everything in the surrounding area into absolute ruin. After that ferocious clash, Callahan spat out a mouthful of blood and wondered, did I get him? A smug smirk crept across his face as he thought, the other scavengers got caught in it too, but who gives a damn about them? In the end, completing the mission is all that matters. Looking up at the open sky where a few faint silhouettes flickered, he felt fairly certain. In that sense, that masked guy was a target that had to be eliminated. Wiping his face with a soft chuckle, Callahan thought, I got way too excited, that's totally unlike me, brimming with absolute confidence. If I coordinate with the remaining scavengers, I can definitely take down Professor Farhan. Suddenly, the glass bottle slipped from his hand and rolled across the ground. A hand formed like a gun barrel was unexpectedly shoved right in front of his face out of nowhere, accompanied by a contemptuous voice. Is that all you've got? Amid the billowing smoke, the hazy silhouette spoke up. Callahan, you look out of it on the outside, but inside you're as cold-blooded as a snake. I knew from the start you intended to blow me away along with the other scavengers. Pointing his finger gun directly at the magic circle before him, Asta continued, you. He laid bare his opponent's fatal flaw. That very ruthlessness is the exact reason for your downfall. The moment the words left his mouth, Asta decisively fired a blinding blast straight forward. Callahan could only stare blankly, a single thought flashing through his mind, too fast. The piercing beam ripped through the air, flashing violently right past him. A gust of wind scattered a fine mist of blood into the air. The small ponytail tied at the back of Callahan's head was severed clean off. A single shot punched straight through the center of his forehead, leaving a bloody hole in his skull. Asta slowly descended to the ground, standing over the utterly crushed and lifeless body. That intense clash had drained a fair amount of his stamina, making him acknowledge the man's strength, as expected of Callahan. Recalling the explosive attack earlier, Asta rated him quite highly, thinking, anyone else would have died instantly from that surprise attack, but he managed to counter. His reputation as a battle mage is well-deserved, with remarkably sharp reflexes and judgment. Of course, he also acknowledged his own stroke of luck, realizing, still, Callahan's final move was a huge help. If he had teamed up with the scavengers and dragged it into a prolonged fight, I would have lost. My mana capacity is still far too lacking. He then walked over toward the corpse. Asta reached down and thoroughly searched Callahan's body, muttering, let's see. It should be around here somewhere. Finally, he pulled out a small cloth pouch, nodding, just as I thought. Most battle mages trust no one, so they carry their secret techniques right on them. Claiming it for himself, Asta thought, And naturally, this spatial pouch has basic owner recognition, so I can take my time opening it later. With business concluded, he turned his head and glanced to the side, calling out with a hint of reproach, "You're late." A man emerged from the smoke, prompting Asta to call softly, "Professor Farun." Giving a calm grunt, he explained, "Exterminating those rats took a bit of time." The entire enemy squad on the other side had been completely frozen solid by Farun. Maintaining an icy demeanor, he raised his hand with surging power and asked, more importantly, "Are you a rat as well?" Unfazed, Asta laughed heartily. "One guy's a lunatic, the other's a battle-crazed thug. What do you think about the fact that I just killed one of Declan's men?" His attitude caused the professor to lower his guard, remarking, "Hearing you call him a lunatic, you must be the person Henzi sent. Ah, and I'm not that thug." Seeing how quickly his suspicion vanished, Asta felt slightly exasperated. "You're trusting me based on just that." Curious about the identity of someone he had encountered earlier, Farun asked, "Then who was the mercenary that approached me before?" Asking a seemingly unrelated question, Farun added, "Did he split the thesis into two parts?" Waving it off without answering, Asta said, "Whatever, I haven't heard anything about that so I wouldn't know. It's very likely a fake. Henzi probably calculated it all, using a decoy to lure the rats out into the open." Recalling Henzi's intrigued expression when he said, "I'll be the one to lure them in," Asta deduced. It seems he wanted to bolster the defenses around Hazen City and the Academy here, while also curbing the Declan clan's influence. Asta pondered silently, and even though the scavengers cast a blackout spell, this battle was quite large. Even with delayed reports, there's no reason the Imperial Knights haven't arrived yet. The Declan family must have pulled strings with them. Farun sought to reconfirm his identity, "So you're the real messenger." Asta directly presented a neatly bundled stack of papers. The professor took them and inspected the contents thoroughly. Suddenly Farun looked up from the documents and asked, "Do you know what's in here?" Hiding nothing, Asta replied, "I only know the gist of it." Without pressing further, the professor calmly replied, "Understood." Asta then spoke candidly, "Look, I don't mind a duel, but are you sure about this? I'd hate to lose a reliable ally." Stashing the papers inside his coat, Farun said, "A rare moment of agreement. Fine, I'll accept the thesis for now. I don't want to lose an ally either, so let's drop the matter." Suddenly switching topics, he asked, "Is there anything you want?" Seeing Asta's puzzled look, Farun explained, "That guy Henzi only seems to trust one type of person, those whose desires align with his. You undoubtedly belong to that category, so to build trust, I should give you something." Hearing that, Asta thought it over seriously for a long moment before finally giving his answer. "A book." The unexpected request caught Farun off guard, making him double-check. "A book." Asta began painting a picture. "I'm going to build a tower. A massive, towering structure filled to the brim with books that anyone can read." He added, "It would be great if you contributed a book containing your own perspective on magic." Scratching his head, Farun gave a nod of agreement. "Fine. I doubt anyone could read and comprehend it all, but writing a book sounds decent enough, seems kind of fun." Assuming everything was settled, Asta turned to leave, saying, "I have to go." But Farun called after him, "Wait, how are we going to stay in touch? Aren't you supposed to deliver the next thesis?" Asta gave a deadpan reason that left the other man completely speechless. "I don't keep men's contact info." He then pulled a string of purple crystal beads from his pocket. Tossing the bracelet over, Asta instructed, "Use this. They're communication crystals linked together so that if one breaks, the other shatters too. If you need to call me, crush one. If you're in real trouble, crush two." He left with a parting word, "I'll come find you then." Holding the prayer beads, Farun caught onto a different detail. "Hey, it's not like I'm into men either." But by the time he looked up, the boy had vanished into thin air, leaving him to grumble to himself, "Why do I feel so creeped out?" As time passed, the Imperial Knights finally arrived on the scene. After the handover, the Knights swiftly secured the perimeter. They split up to tend to and support each of the wounded. Afterward, they evacuated the Academy students to guard against any potential second wave of attacks. By then, Asta had already changed back into his regular clothes, thinking, "Naturally, I took the chance to blend right into the student crowd." Damien, still half asleep, looked at him curiously. "Buddy, where were you? Feels like I haven't seen you in forever," to which Asta brushed it off. "Had to take care of some big business." Scanning the area to assess the aftermath, Asta calculated, "Let's see, with Callahan's corpse and the scavengers providing clear evidence, the Declan family will have to lay low for a while." While Damien, misunderstanding his distracted scanning, thought he needed the bathroom. "Buddy, you took so long. Are you constipated? Want me to heal you?" Asta didn't reply, staying deep in his thoughts. Why did H. Wayne react like that during the battle earlier? He usually doesn't respond, but when I blocked Callahan's spell, his energy seeped into my force field and reinforced it, which isn't a bad thing. Recalling the sensation, he realized, it wasn't that the force field became sturdier, it felt more like, right, an exclusion phenomenon. Connecting it to practical applications, he deduced, That's a method primarily used by elemental mages, a technique preventing the caster from harming themselves, just like Callahan using fire. Turning away with a furrowed brow, Astam muttered, I don't get it, prompting Damien to assume he was talking to him and eagerly offer help. You don't get it? Pull down your pants right now, buddy. But Astaz's mind was purely consumed by his own puzzle. Why did it trigger then, and what are the activation conditions? Glancing toward the distant castle, he told himself, I need to investigate, before reminding the boy, don't drop your pants, Damien. Gazing at the ancient, majestic building, Aster quietly planned ahead. Lapeter, the greatest library in the East, located right inside the academy. I should be able to find clues there. Suddenly a voice called out, Hey, you're Asta, right? The boy walked over with a friendly greeting, Nice to meet you, I'm Chenbai. While Asta kept a cool demeanor and, still wearing a smile, he asked, You're pretty good in a fight, aren't you? That remark instantly put Asta on guard. What, did he see me fighting? If my identity is blown, that's going to be a pain. Do I have to kill him? Seeing Chenbai's enthusiasm, Asta thought, did he see me fighting? That's a massive blemish on my record as a scavenger. While the boy casually showered him with praise. That brawl with the combat department on the first day of school was seriously impressive. How on earth do you fight like that? Those words instantly softened his edge, leaving him somewhat speechless. Not a scandal, but fame. Of course it is. Seeing it was nothing serious, Asta looked away and said, He just lacked stamina back then. Things will be different down the road. To which Chenbai scratched his head and smiled, Ah, I see. He then awkwardly trailed behind Asta and Damien as they navigated through the crowd. A moment later, Chenbai honestly voiced his intention. To be honest, I was hopping to hang out with you guys. I haven't really made friends with anyone yet, and barging into other groups is a bit. Well, you know. Asta gave a brief side-eye and replied, Yeah, I get the picture. He had seen through this dynamic long ago. In principle, the academy promises equal treatment regardless of status, but that's the institution's stance, not the students'. Commoners like us naturally get pushed to the fringes. Thinking it over, he had no personal objections, musing, Whatever, I don't really care. So Asta turned and agreed, Sure, whatever, making Chenbai sigh in relief. Thank goodness, honestly, I was pretty nervous. Relaxing a bit, Chenbai tried to flatter him. If something like yesterday happens again, being on your own is pretty awkward. To which Asta gave a faint chuckle, Could be. Encouraging Chenbai to speak up bolder, Oh right, by the way. As the two chatted casually along the way, Asta found the experience quite novel, wondering, Is this what a normal conversation feels like? Looking up with calm, detached eyes, he reflected, In this life, I've been surrounded by nothing but lunatics. Recalling all the eccentric personalities he had dealt with recently, Asta comforted himself, I had completely forgotten what normal felt like. A subtle smirk curved the corners of his lips as he thought, Now my academy life truly begins. The next morning at the academy, golden sunlight washed over the buildings, making them glitter brilliantly. Inside the lecture hall, nearly all the students were present and accounted for. Damien opened his mouth and let out a massive yawn. Slumping sluggishly over the desk, he groaned, so sleepy. Chenbai arrived right around then, waving cheerfully, Good morning, Asta Damien. The moment he sat down, he grumbled slightly, After that massive incident yesterday, we still have class today, isn't that a bit much? While Asta flipped a page of his book and replied, Yeah, fair point. Observing him, Asta noted, Chenbai. Judging by how he talked yesterday, he's neither from a noble house nor well off, yet he isn't timid at all, in fact, he's quite cheerful. In a fairly good mood, Asta evaluated, He's decent enough as a friend, when the boy suddenly turned and asked, Oh, did you hear? Chenbai shared a piece of news. On my way here, I heard our homeroom teacher for class M3 is Professor Gerada. Prompting Asta to repeat the unfamiliar name curiously, Gerada. Chenbai gasped in disbelief, Don't tell me you don't know Professor Gerada, the one rumored to have soloed an entire horde of trolls. Ah, speak of the devil, she's here. Looking down toward the podium, Asta saw a female instructor slowly walking in, thinking, Ah, I remember now. The familiar face brought back the memory for Asta. The professor standing on the stage during yesterday's entrance ceremony. Introducing herself, she spoke up, Pleasure to meet you, I am Gerada. There was a slight disturbance yesterday, but it was nothing severe, so I expect you all to put it behind you and focus on your studies. Gesturing toward the measuring device being brought in, she continued, Before our first lesson, we will conduct mana measurements. Fundamentally, mana has two aspects, quantity and quality. Now, between the two, which is more important? A hand shot up, prompting Gerada to ask, Your name. Standing up somewhat shyly, the young girl replied, I'm Arjun. To which Gerada permitted, All right, Arjun, go ahead and answer. Speaking carefully and seriously, the girl offered her view. I believe there is no absolute answer, but assuming a sufficient baseline of mana quality is more important. Leading Gerada to press further, Your reasoning. Arjun explained, In a duel between mages of the same tier, the side with superior mana quality will prevail. Asta noted her opinion, partially agreeing. Yeah, that's the orthodox view. Mana quality dictates accuracy, stability, and spell power. Having immense mana is useless if you can't hit the target button. Sure enough, right after that, the girl was met with an irritated click of the tongue from the instructor. The sound instantly shattered whatever little confidence Arjun had. Gerada directly probed, Arjun, what family do you belong to? To which the girl meekly answered, I belong to the house of Viscount Pelham. Hearing that, she showed open contempt. Figures. Arjun felt utterly humiliated, tears welling up in her eyes from the unfair sting. Yet Gerada ignored her completely, moving on to the rest of the room. Anyone else care to answer? Her sharp gaze swept across the classroom. No one. Suddenly, she pointed directly at a random male student, you over there, making him jump in terror, why yes. To which Gerada mocked, is your name yes, causing him to stammer hastily, and no ma'am, I'm Ipal. Standing up, Ipal carefully answered the earlier question. As for me, I think mana quantity is more important. After all, in large-scale combat, total mana volume has a huge impact, right? Estas silently noted. True, looking from the other angle, quantity trumps quality in a chaotic melee. In conclusion, shift a few variables and both quality and quantity are equally vital. Yet Gerada wore an equally displeased expression. She bluntly asked, what family are you from? To which he replied, I don't belong to any family, making a step pause. What's going on? Did I miss some fundamental concept? Gerada continued calling on students one by one, with various answers ringing out. I think it's casting speed. The pattern repeated, family, what about you? I think it's mana purity. Family, a routine so bizarre that it baffled even a composed person like Asta, singling out students repeating the question and just brushing them off. Gerada's probing echoed over the growing murmurs of the class. Next. And you? What's her problem? So annoying. Hey, look away, leaving Asta racking his brain in tension. What on earth is the answer that's making the atmosphere so suffocating? After a while, she finally brought the interrogation to an end. I have heard all of your answers. Softening her tone slightly, Gerada explained, in truth, every single answer just now was close to the correct one. Or rather, this was never a question with a single absolute answer, which is why a factual answer wasn't what I was looking for. Placing special emphasis, she added, think carefully about what kind of answers you gave me. Laying bare the entire class's shortcoming, Gerada stated bluntly, did those answers truly align with your own beliefs, or were you merely trying to guess what I wanted to hear? Reminding them of the core duty of a mage, she continued, a mage is someone who must never lose their convictions under any circumstances, never be swayed by the gaze of others, and always carry out their will to the very end. Narrowing her sharp amber eyes, she asked, so what about how you all just acted? A stern question echoed throughout the entire lecture hall. Is that truly the quality of a mage? Delivering her closing point, Gerada concluded, going forward, you must become true mages. That is the message I wanted to impart through this lesson. Engrave it into your hearts. The entire classroom fell into dead silence upon hearing her words. Releasing his built-up tension, Asta realized, in the end, my initial thought was right after all. What a refreshingly twisted roundabout lesson. Gerada shifted to the main agenda. Now, step up one by one for mana measurement, Arjun. The girl who had been quietly sobbing jumped in surprise at her name. Why yes. Assigning her duties, Gerada said, you will be the magic department representative for class M3. Your initial response left a very strong impression, so from now on, step up to record your peers' mana values. Instantly perking up, the girl hurried down to the podium. Thank you, Professor. Letting out a soft "oh," Asta internally remarked, so that's how she tames the whole class. Beside him, Chenbai bit his handkerchief with teary eyes. I'm so jealous. Leaving Asta at a loss for words. Jealous of what exactly? Up front, she signaled for the equipment to be brought over. Teaching assistant. The covering cloth was pulled away. A jade green orb was revealed, causing the students to buzz with excitement. Is that a mana measurement device? I heard those are incredibly rare to come by. Placing her hand on the sphere, Gerada noted, it's everyone's first time seeing one right. She cast a knowing glance and added, now is the time to learn your true mana values, who knows? A brilliant green light radiated outwards, leaving the students in awe. With an intrigued grin, Gerada teased, there might just be a monster among us. Damien glanced at the magic array projected onto the ceiling, lightly bringing a finger to his lips. Glancing over, Gerada said, now then, using it is very simple. She instructed Arjun, place your hand on the crystal orb and channel your mana into it. To which Arjun promptly complied, yes ma'am. She immediately stepped up and rested her palm against the crystal sphere. Instantly, the orb emitted a dazzling radiance that made Arjun's eyes widen in astonishment. Shortly after, a glowing circle manifested within the crystal orb. Arjun looked up in shock, her jaw dropping in utter disbelief. With a stone-cold expression, Gerada explained, you can see it clearly, right? Among the various parameters, the most crucial is the center here. The refinement rating combining quality and ambient affinity, ranging from Tier 1 to Tier 10. Pointing to the glowing ring, she announced, Arjun achieved Tier 4, Last year's freshman average was tier 3, so this is considered very good. Scratching her head bashfully, Arjun replied, "Thank you, professor." Observing her closely, Gerada instructed, "Next is measuring total mana capacity. It's simple, just pour your mana in," and Arjun complied, "Yes." Continuing her explanation, Gerada added, "Total mana capacity tiers are divided into 100 levels in total. As the number 17 appeared on the circle along with the announcement, Arjun is at level 17. Considering last year's average was level 15, this year's figure is already higher." Offering a faint smile, Gerada remarked, "Looking at both mana quality and quantity, one can see just how diligently Arjun trains on a daily basis." Her sudden praise caused Arjun to blush bright red as she added, "Very commendable." A nearby boy marveled enviously, "I wish I got numbers that high," while Asta tuned them out and pondered, "Ah, it's like the future is already laid bare," musing pensively, "That girl is definitely going to be a diligent researcher down the road." A voice echoed across the spacious room, "I have business to attend to and will take my leave here. Please proceed with mana measurements under the assistant's guidance." To which someone answered, "Yes, ma'am." A girl beamed cheerfully, "I need to focus even harder than during breathing exercises." While the friend beside her replied happily, "I'm more worried about the refinement part." The white-haired boy smiled and invited, "Asta, let's head up too," making him turn around with a start, "Should we?" As Asta walked forward, a loud shout brought him to a halt. Holy crap. The glowing circle illuminated once more, accompanied by gasps of shock. A refinement index of tier 6. Murmurs erupted around the room. Didn't they say the average was tier 3? Total capacity is level 22, so jealous. Someone asked, "What's your name?" To which the girl replied coldly, "Furion." She then turned back and emphasized, "Furion de deny." Hearing that, Asta thought to himself, from the same clan as Dahlia, judging by the different hair color, probably a branch family, announcing her full family name right after her first name, quite the show-off. Looking visibly impressed, the instructor remarked, "Truly worthy of prestigious lineage, exceptional numbers," rubbing his chin as he added, "Though the total capacity is slightly low compared to a tier 6 refinement, it is still remarkably high." Furion gave a pleased nod and smiled, "I see." Damien suddenly snapped awake, groaning, "So noisy, what's happening?" To which Asta glanced over and replied, "Nothing, go back to sleep," before catching himself, "Ah, wait, you're not supposed to sleep." Looking at Damien, Asta said, "They're doing mana measurements over there." But the boy, still groggy, asked cluelessly, "Measure for what?" Leaving Asta to reply helplessly, "No clue, but getting measured isn't a bad thing, we are in class after all." Suddenly Damien bolted upright in delight and yelled, "Really? Then I wanna try too." Asta facepalmed in sheer embarrassment, groaning, don't make such a massive scene." Watching from afar, someone whispered, "Is that him, the young master of the Blandor family? Looks pretty young, doesn't he? Ah, and the guy next to him is Aster, right, the one who beat Hickster?" While another wondered, "Who's the top student then?" Only for someone else to reply, "Heck if I know." Looking into the distance with a grimace, Asta cursed internally, "Damn it, I never wanted to get famous over beating someone up." The instructor welcomed him warmly. "Ah, the young master, well then, step right up for a measurement." Pointing curiously, Damien asked, "Just pour mana into this, right?" He then promptly placed his hand upon the crystal sphere. The students below turned pale in shock, murmuring, "What the? Is that even possible?" Furion's expression darkened into horror, muttering in despair, "No, that's impossible." Shortly after, the glowing circle manifested, accompanied by a voice of utter astonishment. Refinement index of tier 9, total capacity level 67. "Hey, is this machine broken?" Asta looked at the instructor with a deadpan expression, thinking, that's usually how ordinary mortals react when looking at a true genius. Recalling his past memories, he reflected, through mundane common sense, it's impossible to fathom that dazzling, insurmountable wall. Looking at Damien, Asta mused, "Well, I knew Damien was a genius, but I didn't expect him to surpass the average by that much." While Damien simply tilted his head cluelessly, asking, "Is this considered high?" A passing thought crossed Asta's mind. It's easy to see why he's called the monster of the Blandors. His life force was fundamentally built different from the start. Asta glanced away in deep thought. If Damien had put in the effort in my past life, the geopolitical landscape of the continent would have already changed, so everything will be different in this life. He thought of Farin, leaving Blandor as a permanent thorn in Declan's side. I just need to help Damien step beyond the mortal realm. Wiping the sweat from his brow, the instructor forced a smile and said, "Young Master Damien truly lives up to the prestige of the Blandor family, truly exceptional. But you must never grow complacent. A mage's realm is determined by far more than just raw mana." Damien smiled brightly and innocently, "Yes." He scampered over cheerfully and asked, "Buddy, have you measured yours yet?" Asta replied, "Not yet." Extremely excited, Damien urged, "Then you should measure yours too." Asta stood still, observing the surroundings. He realized, everyone's probably curious about what my level is. some nobody with no prominent background who hangs out with the bland young master, and even beat down the second son of the Dallant family. Finally, Asta made up his mind, guess I'll measure it then. Carefully calculating, he thought, to avoid stirring up too much trouble, I'll just aim for a middle-of-the-road score. The instructor asked again, what's your name? Asta replied, I'm Aster. The instructor demanded, take your hands out of your pockets. Following that, he placed his hand on the crystal ball, subtly adjusting the properties of his mana. Instantly, Asta's fingers curled slightly as he poured in just the right amount. But Asta suddenly noticed something amiss. Wait, why is the calibration set so low? A burst of light illuminated the entire area at this rate. A notification popped up, refinement index level 10. The magic circle gradually displayed the measured mana value. Another notification flashed. Threshold exceeded, please reset the standard threshold. The crowd started buzzing with commotion. What the hell, threshold exceeded? Is there even such a thing? Damien cried out in astonishment, that's awesome. Asta turned back with a nonchalant expression and said, looks like the equipment malfunctioned, probably needs to be measured again. The instructor replied helplessly, I suppose so. But Damien narrowed his eyes and insisted, no way. A wicked, knowing grin spread across his face. I know what's up, it's definitely that. The instructor smiled awkwardly and gestured, it's been reset, please measure again. Asta obediently complied, yes. A notification appeared. Experience index level 3, total volume index level 15. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Ah, so that's it, it was just a glitch earlier, knew it. Asta also breathed an inner sigh of relief, being more careful this time made it stable. Balancing this is genuinely hard. Suddenly a curse rang out, what the fuck? Asta blanked out and asked, Damien, why are you cursing? Damien replied, looking utterly pissed off, you told me you ran into all sorts of crazy stuff, so what the hell else am I supposed to say? Seriously, what the actual fuck? Asta didn't reply, just cast a sideways glance filled with worry. A gorgeous sunlit afternoon outside the academy. Inside Magic Research Building Number 1. Gerada stood with her arms crossed, staring out the window with a grave expression. Narrowing her eyes in thought, she muttered, Magic Research Building Number 2 is undergoing repairs smoothly. Gerada gazed into the distance. It's just unclear why Declan, specifically the mage Callahan, ended up fighting Parun. Then Gerada sighed, well, Professor Parun used to be quite a big name, he can handle himself. None of my concern. An instructor broke the quiet atmosphere, Professor, I'm Yorbai. Walking over with a stack of documents, he said, I've brought today's mana measurement data. Gerada opened them up and muttered to herself, the overall average this semester is quite high. Funrian, compared to the Denai family, is a bit regrettable. She paused at Damien's file. Damien, born with the greatest natural talent in Blandor's history, I need to pay special attention to guiding him. Suddenly, Gerada's eyes widened in shock. Asta's profile page appeared, freezing her in place. Aster's first measurement resulted in a glitch retested. Gerada thought to herself, and the glitch was that it exceeded the preset threshold. Frowning in deep irritation, she muttered, Aster. Asta pointed a finger straight at Damien's face and argued, what the fuck, I use my own stuff. While the boy argued back just as fiercely, why can't I? I want to. Someone pleaded helplessly, hey you two, can you stop using those? In a flash, a blue dragon took shape. How's this, my friend? Damien asked with a serious frown, do you think this looks good? Meanwhile, Asta lowered his eyes indifferently, I think this is plenty good. The boy immediately concluded, then this is Blood, Sweat and Tears version 2. Right at that moment, Asta offered a suggestion, wait, make it a bit more dynamic, open its wings and make its jaw drop like it's about to lunge forward. Pausing for a second, he continued, remember that lion statue back home? It looks way cooler when its mouth is open. Chenbia, sitting nearby, widened his eyes in awe, damn, shaping it like that is actually that easy. While Damien cheered with unadulterated delight, oh, I love it. Watching Damien intently tweak his creation, Chenbia thought inwardly, that magnificent monster is just shaped like a simple dodecahedron. Yet he's playing around with the mana control test like it's nothing. Chenbia wept tears of profound despair, the world is truly vast. I'm basically a good for nothing. Meanwhile, Asta glanced over at him and sighed, man, I get how you feel, but what can you do? You just gotta accept reality and keep moving forward. Just as that thought finished, Damien suddenly called out to him, buddy. Smiling brightly, he expressed, today was so much fun. I think coming to the academy was a great idea after all. Hearing those words from Damien made Asta's eyes widen in genuine surprise. Then he quickly calmed down and let out a soft chuckle still. What a huge weight off my mind. Not long after, in the academy's dormitory building, Asta sat brooding as he stared down at the pouch in his hands. Holding the pouch with both hands, he began calculating mentally Callahan's spatial pouch. It's locked. But given the principles of security magic and magical landscaping, I can easily dismantle the mana structure the user set up. Asta furrowed his brow slightly and muttered, If we had proper equipment, it wouldn't even take a week, but since I had to sneak around doing it in my private room, it took a whole month. The image of a certain elixir flashed across his mind. Well, at least I didn't just spend all that time doing nothing. I've already dissolved the elixir I got from Blandor into my mana. At that moment, past memories of a stab propping his chin up surfaced, and I've absorbed plenty of useful knowledge from this academy too. Wielding both hands with steady determination, he popped open the spatial pouch. Anyway, I can open it now. Let's see what's inside. Asta started rummaging through the spatial pouch. Let's check it out. He suddenly withdrew his hand holding a handful of newly found potions. A bottle of medicine. Next, Asta hauled out a bulky cloak. This is useless. Then he pulled out a silver bracelet. This is a defensive item. Asta calmly glanced down and activated the bracelet. Could come in handy. The barrier resistance isn't bad for this tier. The very next second, he resumed his search through the spatial pouch. Where is that thing? Ah, here it is. Asta hoisted up the book clutched in his hand, Declan's prophetic grimoire, Scarlet Flame. Farron's smirking face flashed in his memory. A derivative of Southern Flame developed by the researcher himself. A cursed magic capable of burning straight through energy shields. Thinking that, he shoved the book back into the spatial pouch. Naturally, only someone at the master level can burn through shields. You can't learn this overnight, so I'll study it step by step. Asta unconsciously rolled his eyes and muttered, come to think of it, is today already that day? Midterm exams. Down in the school courtyard, students from across the entire academy had gathered in massive numbers. Damien cheered excitedly, midterm exams, midterm exams. While Asta complained beside him, so many people, which prompted Chenbia to chime in, everyone from class M1 down to our class is assembled. A few seconds later, the boy suddenly leaned closer and asked in a low voice, hey, have you heard the rumor? Asta blinked in confusion. What rumor? Chenbia smirked and replied, they're saying there's a huge chance the midterm exam is going to be the Gorge Raid. A few days ago, some kids from class M1 overheard the administrative staff talking about having to tidy up the gorge during this busy season. Hearing that, Asta simply gazed back with a meditative look. Thinking inwardly, Chenbia says the midterm exam consists of 3 practical tests. The mental image of a gloomy stone corridor flashed by. The trial chamber, where you have to navigate through labyrinthine sewers to reach the finish line. Next, rolling mountains appeared in his mind. The Gorge Raid, reaching the target destination in order of arrival. Finally, simulated opponents materialized. The simulation room, where you fight opponents or monsters, including the Gorge Raid zone. Asta gave a light huff. The format doesn't matter. Just blow past everything like usual and it'll be fine. Then, as if recalling something he critiqued mentally, looks like Chenbia isn't going to do well. While Chenbia was intensely calculating. If it's the Gorge Raid, everyone here starts from the same spot, and the underclassmen are definitely gonna blast magic everywhere, so if we maintain a defensive barrier and push ahead first. At that moment, an authoritative voice rang out, silence everyone. Standing somewhere up ahead with long hair fluttering in the breeze, the person greeted, pleased to meet you. Parun looked around and introduced himself. I am Professor Parun, in charge of Class M1 in the Magic Department, and I've been assigned as the professor responsible for this midterm exam. The moment Asta laid eyes on him, a smile touched his lips. Long time no see, Professor Parun. Your dark circles look even darker than the last time I saw you. Standing before the crowd, Parun continued. As you all know, today is the day of the midterm exams. Parting his lips slightly, he uttered every word with deliberate slowness. Today's exam is. The final 3 words instantly caused Chenbia's face to drain of color. The trial chamber. Trembling, he stammered, no way, my entire plan. Damien chimed in with words that felt like a dagger to Chenbia's heart. Liar. Parun swept his gaze across the crowd and instructed, next I will explain the rules. Line up by class and get ready. A moment later, he snapped his fingers. The objective of this exam is very simple. A spell instantly activated right behind Parun. The trial chamber is a maze-like underground sewer system. If you reach the final door, you complete the exam. No matter which path you take, you'll eventually arrive at the destination, so there's no need to worry. Hearing that, Chenbia let out a visible breath of relief. Sounds easy enough. No sooner had he finished speaking than Parun snapped his fingers again. However, that would make it a meaningless race. In a blur, a simulated monster materialized, a golem. The moment Chenbia laid eyes on it, his body stiffened. What the hell? A golem in the exam? Are you kidding me? Damien narrowed his eyes and issued a warning beside him. Watch your mouth, pal. Parun proceeded with his explanation. Ultimately, it's just a clumsy combat machine. Given its tier, it might be a bit tough, but I've exposed its core and reduced its durability, so you should be able to defeat it easily. Pausing for a second, he added, even so in a confined space, it'll catch you in no time. Ah, tough luck. Parun listened in silence to the students whispering amongst themselves. If it were open terrain, it wouldn't be this bad, but He clicked his tongue in irritation, bunch of mages with zero decisive spine. Parun suddenly remembered that one kid. Polar showed the determination to push it to the limit, but was it because of the environment? He shot a cold glance across the crowd. Still, there are a few students who show some actual utility. Catching Parun's eye first was a female student with blue eyes. Some people, despite being anxious, still show sheer willpower. Next was another student with short brown hair. Those who carry the gaze of people who aren't afraid to die. Finally, his gaze shifted to a male student wearing an arrogant smirk. Last was Damien, who was boredly chewing on his thumb. Parun thought to himself, this student is written off, looks like he has zero creative drive. He muttered to himself, parting his lips slightly. Then clearing his throat, Parun uttered two final words, enough. He explained emotionlessly, the golems will only patrol the corridors. You can choose whether to fight them or avoid them. With that, Parun held up a small bracelet. In addition, you will be issued test bracelets. These test bracelets possess protective capabilities similar to an energy barrier. Gripping his fist, he demonstrated by triggering the bracelet's mechanism. If the energy barrier shatters, you fail and are disqualified, and the golem will no longer attack you. A wonderfully competitive system. The students exchanged wary glances, none of them daring to blurt out anything reckless anymore. Staring at the crowd before him, Parun dropped his final condition. Lastly, since all of you possess such passive attitudes, I'll offer a special incentive. A cold smile spread across his face as he announced, show me an impressive performance. It doesn't matter who arrives first or how many people get disqualified. Parun's subsequent words left Asta thrilled beyond measure. Whoever manages to show an impressive performance, I will grant a personal reward, and that reward won't be trivial. Barring his teeth in an inner grin, Asta thought, not trivial, huh? In the academy stood a legendary landmark. The largest library on the eastern continent, Laffiter. The library was divided into 3 tiers, upper, middle, and lower, and out of those, the only tier he had access to was the lower tier. Inside this massive archive, Asta stood before a bookshelf in deep meditation. When I came here looking for clues about the fire mark, I couldn't even find a single grimoire in the lower tier. Relevant information quickly flashed through his mind. Conclusion, to find clues, I have to investigate at least the middle tier of the library, but the middle and upper tiers are only open to royalty, high nobility, or prestigious lineages. Otherwise, the only way in is through recommendations from at least 3 professors. Returning to the present, Asta looked at the scene ahead and ruminated internally, that means I have to win Professor Parun's reward. Even though I just wanted to progress step by step, the people around me never leave me alone. A crafty smile crept across his face. Anyway, I've memorized the entire layout. Let's see if I can breeze through this midterm evaluation. Up above, the sky was bright and clear, while down below, the crucial exam was about to get underway. That concludes the explanation for the practical exam. I'll give you some time to prepare, retrieve your necessary materials from the teaching assistant. Suddenly, 2 students rushed over and eagerly inquired, Assistant, do you have any flower bombs? Oh, and flint stones too. Without a moment's hesitation, the assistant shot them down. Your primary attribute is fire, request denied. At that moment, someone else stepped up with a request, Assistant, I need a golem control kit. The young man flat out rejected him again. Stop trying to look for shortcuts, request denied. Behind the crowd, Asta watched them making a ruckus and commented helplessly, what an absolute mess. Hard to tell if these are mages or a bunch of thugs. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, catching his attention, Professor. Over across the way, Damien was casually making a request. Give me some vine seeds, just 20 seeds will do. The assistant looked at him in confusion and asked, I'm not a professor, but did you say vine seeds? But Damien, your primary attribute is. Instantly, the boy put his power on display right in front of the assistant. I don't have an attribute, but I can use plant-type magic. Leaving the assistant speechless, he replied, Ah, I see. Thus, Damien successfully acquired the items, expressing his gratitude with cheerful enthusiasm. Thank you very much. Behind him, Chenbia swallowed hard to muster up his courage. Asta stood nearby, quietly observing every reaction. Even Damien, who seems like he's just here to play, is preparing in his own way. Will Chenbia manage to break out of his shell this time? A few minutes later, preparation time was up as Parun's amplified voice echoed in everyone's ears. I will now assign the starting points. Confirm your names and proceed to your designated locations. Asta and his 2 peers focused intently on the map. Scanning the board for his location, he muttered, me. Starting point number 3. After checking his spot, he looked for his friends, just as Damien waved goodbye cheerfully. See you inside. Chenbia also offered a warm blessing, asked her Damien good luck on the exam. Without replying, Asta thought seriously, everyone's got a different starting point. A few seconds later, he arrived at his location. Looks like there are 6 people at point number 3, none of whom I recognize. This reminds me of when I was an inspector assigned to a completely different unit. Feels uncomfortable. Suddenly someone approached him and asked, "Are you Aster?" Glancing at the three youths, he made an inner assessment. What's this about? They don't look like they're from class M1. Never seen anyone look this arrogant and full of themselves. The leading youth spoke up loftily. "I'm Daibi. I heard you're pretty good at fighting, so I've got a proposal." Istak calmly replied, "Go ahead." Daibi broke into a conceited smile and announced, "I want to buy out the bracelets of anyone who gets disqualified." Excitedly laying out the terms, he offered 30 gold coins per bracelet. "Including you and us, there are 3 of us. If we eliminate the other 3 people, I'll hand you 90 gold." Hearing that, Istak calculated quietly 30 gold coins, equivalent to a normal family's monthly income for a single bracelet. Not a bad price. Across from him, Daibi continued, "This isn't a bad deal for a Grey District drifter like you. Even if the young master's protecting you right now, how long do you think that'll last? You'd better find your own path." Remaining silent, Istak just stared at him quietly. He's not entirely wrong. Istak weighed his options calmly. Other people would think this is a cowardly deal, but these guys simply know how to make good use of what they have. If they've got money to burn, what can you say? It's clearly beneficial to us, but... Confused, he asked, "Why 90 gold?" Assuming the amount wasn't enough, Daibi casually raised the offer. "Not enough? Fine, I'll bump it to 35 per bracelet, 105 total." Before he could finish, Istak cut him off. "Even so, the math still doesn't add up." Pointing toward the other 3 guys over there, Istak said, "Looks like I'll have to recalculate for these young masters too. That's 3 people, right?" Daibi confirmed, "That's right." Following that, Istak pointed at Daibi's group, "And along with you guys, that makes 6 people." Daibi answered cautiously, "Correct." Only to hear Istak state deadpan the next second, "In that case, why don't you factor in the value of your own lives? At 35 gold coins per life, the total should actually be 210 gold coins." Hearing that, all 3 of them froze in stunned silence. A surge of anger welled up inside Daibi. What kind of loan shark math is this? Does a vulgar piece of trash like you not know your place? Where the hell does he get this kind of arrogance from? Trying his best to restrain himself, Daibi retorted, 35 gold coins not enough for you. Fine, I'll raise it to 40, take it or leave it." Astas smiled with satisfaction. "Then that brings the total to 240. Hearing that, Daibi cursed incredulously in his mind, "Is this guy out of his damn mind?" Suddenly, a realization struck him as he sneered with contempt. "Now I get it. A pitiful wretch like this is trying to use this opportunity to line his own pockets." Daibi arrogantly mocked Astat inwardly, without realizing that greed is going to get you killed. Guess an uneducated guy like you couldn't possibly foresee that. What a waste of time. Gritting his teeth in frustration, he thought, to carry out the young lady's orders, "There's no better hunting dog than Aster. But if this dog's gone mad, I'll just have to find another way." Turning around with a look of utter disgust, Daibi prepared to leave. Negotiations break down just like that? Fine, pretend I heard nothing. Though Astat had no intention of letting him go as he called out coldly, "Where the hell do you think you're going? All right, fine, walk away, but at least pay for your own group's bracelets before you leave." Daibi spun back around and shouted angrily, "What kind of nonsense are you spouting?" Astat explained placidly, "If we load 3 cargo packages and 3 people onto a cart, and you walk off with the packages, you should at least pay the people hauling them, right?" Then he flashed a sly, cunning smile. "Pay up what you owe, 120 gold coins, 40 per life." Instantly, something snapped inside Daibi's head. Unable to hold back any longer, his companion lashed out with curses. "Damn lower caste rat, I've never seen such an impudent piece of trash. How dare you forget your own station?" The youth mocked disdainfully. "You think a noble like Daibi is anything like you? Even his ancestors held the title of Baron centuries ago." Daibi simply called out calmly, "Fakin." Unfazed and still fuming, Fakin snapped back, "Daibi, don't stop me. I'm gonna teach this guy a lesson he'll never forget." Once again, the boy called out Fakin. This time, catching the strange tone in his voice, Fakin finally fell silent and looked back. Suppressing his fury, Daibi ordered, "Will you shut up already?" He pulled out a pouch of coins and handed it to Astea. 120 gold coins, happy now. While trying his best to calm himself down internally, "Calm down, Daibi. The young lady's orders matter more than this idiot." Keeping his mind focused on the massive rewards, he thought, "If we seal the deal with her, our guild's influence will multiply manifold." Across from him, Astat took the pouch of coins and remarked leisurely, "I didn't realize you were a person of such high status." The next second, he cheerfully declared, "In that case, the price for a client of such noble standing goes up by double total, 160 gold coins." Keeping his cool, Daibi handed over the rest. "Fine, 160 gold coins." Staring daggers at Astat with a cold, menacing glare, he threatened, "From this second onward, I'm gonna show you just how miserable your life can become over 160 gold coins. You can look forward to it." High overhead, the sun hung directly at its peak. Down on the ground, the teaching assistant activated the magic array while reviewing the rules. "Let me remind you, if your bracelet stops functioning, you are disqualified. The force field will activate upon receiving a direct physical attack. Chenbia raised his arm to inspect his bracelet while listening to the instructions, or any spell infused with mana. Anxiously staring at his wrist, he listened to the proctor's voice echo on. If the force field is shattered, the bracelet will drop right where you stand. Nearby, Damien listened absent-mindedly, and the wearer will automatically be teleported outside the test zone, so there is no risk of severe injury. Not far away, Dahlia frowned, concentrating every ounce of her mental focus. The short brown-haired girl also stared intently ahead with a tense expression. Astal waited indifferently for the countdown to begin. Behind him, Daibi glared at him with piercing eyes. Over on the stage, the instructor finished explaining the rules, turned around, and gave a sharp nod to signal the start. Lifting his cup of water, Parun gave the nonchalant command, "Begin." Instantly, magic arrays lit up across the area in a bright flash. The other instructors swiftly operated their monitors, reporting teleportation complete, internal video feeds active, evaluation underway. Parun glanced at the displays and assessed quietly, Dahlia and Damien are at the same starting point, and also. Suddenly, one of the screens malfunctioned, making the young man panic. "What's wrong with this thing?" Another instructor asked in shock. "What? The screen went black. Didn't you thoroughly check the magic crystal eyes?" He quickly denied it. "No, I checked them very carefully." Setting his cup down, Parun spoke in a calm, steady voice. "Enough. I checked the magic crystal eye once myself, so which starting point was that?" Turning his head nervously, the assistant reported that's point number 3. And right there at point number 3, Astad declared in a state of absolute fury. "You young masters owe an extra 320 for your insolence." The scorching sun blazed high in the sky. Down on the ground, the teaching assistant activated the magic array while explaining the rules. "Let me remind you, if your bracelet stops functioning, you are disqualified. The magic shield will activate upon a direct physical attack or any mana-infused strike. When the shield shatters, the bracelet will drop right where you stand." Standing in the courtyard, Astad listened calmly. "And the wearer will be forcibly teleported outside the test area, so don't worry about getting seriously hurt." Behind him, Daibi glared at him with pure resentment. Finishing his explanation, Parun immediately announced, "You may begin." Instantly, groups of students were teleported directly into the test grounds. A few seconds later, everyone materialized at their respective locations. Teleportation complete. The moment the magic array vanished, Astat instantly conjured a blue orb of energy and called out, "All right, my dear clients." Directing the orb to strike the ceiling, he turned back with a mocking smirk. "Those glares of yours look like you're trying to drill holes through the back of my head." He issued a mocking provocation. "We don't have much time, so let's get this started," prompting Daibi and his two lackeys to instantly mobilize their power and lock onto Astat. Daibi let out an arrogant, mocking laugh. "Arrogant little brat. Let's see how long that confidence of yours lasts." Right after, a fireball flared to life and shot rapidly toward Astat. He swiftly shifted his footing to evade, analyzing the situation in his mind. "Let's see, getting hit by magic means disqualification and forced teleportation, in that case." Astat's silhouette flickered like a passing gust of wind, cleanly brushing past the fireball. He nimbly closed the distance on the trio and raised his leg to strike, thinking, "All I have to do is dodge and strike. And if I pull back my mana right before the hit lands." His leg whipped through the air, delivering a kick packed with pure physical force. Completely unable to react in time, Daibi took a brutal kick straight to the neck, while Astat calmly mused to himself, "They won't be flagged as disqualified." The very next second, he spun around and unleashed a relentless barrage of punches and kicks on the lackey beside him, thinking, beating them down this new way is actually pretty satisfying. Without missing a beat, Astad ducked under another incoming fireball while simultaneously taking out the final remaining lackey. Sheer joy welled up inside him as he thought, "Freaking awesome." A moment later, standing as the only one left on his feet, he remarked, "Our young master must be filthy rich to recruit all these guys in such a short amount of time. Well then, now." Astad glared down at Daibi and coldly declared, "That'll be 320 gold for the arrogance penalty, and from here on out, I'm deducting 1 silver for every hit you take, got it?" Inside the labyrinth, the dust stirred up from the brief scuffle still lingered in the air. Struggling to push himself up, Daibi spat out venomous curses, "You bastard." Even with his face battered and swollen, it couldn't stop the stream of insults pouring from his mouth. "Just you wait, how dare you, someone like you." Astat couldn't be bothered to listen. He swiftly used magic to shut Daibi up, snapping, "Shut up." Looking at the faint glow enveloping the guy, Astat calculated, "Let's see, that's 100 hits, so a 10 gold deduction, huh? It's really tough to control my strength without Damien around. After all, we can't go mixing up the victim and the perpetrator." Picking up the bracelet, he nonchalantly reasoned, "And obviously, I'm the victim here." Stashing the item away, Astat pondered with a hint of boredom. "All right, that makes 6 bracelets gathered, now what?" Slumping down onto the ground, he weighed his options pensively. I need recommendation letters from 3 or more people, which means I still need 2 more after getting the reward from Professor Farun. That implies another professor has to step up and give me one. Resting his chin on his hand, Estab brainstormed, what kind of impressive performance should I put on to make that happen? Eyeing the surrounding architecture, an idea instantly flashed across his mind. Should I just bring down this entire trial hall? All I'd need to do is destroy the 4 main pillars supporting the foundation. But Estab immediately rubbed his temples and shot down the thought, are you crazy? I can't do that, I'd end up making an enemy out of the entire eastern continent. Drawing a blank, he temporarily dropped the idea, thinking, why give myself a headache over it? There's no one left to fight here anyway, so I might as well head out and look around. Walking away, he muttered under his breath, by the way, I wonder if those guys are holding up all right. Meanwhile, desperate groans echoed continuously across another section of the zone. Hey, isn't this totally cheating? Damn it, is that even allowed? A panicked youth with wide, terrified eyes pleaded, hey, at this rate all of us are going to get disqualified. Young master, please. On the verge of tears, he begged, just let us pass. And the source of their sheer terror was none other than the golem Damien was controlling. The boy merely wore a mischievous, amused grin as he shot them down. No. Left with no other choice, the trio scrambled to flee, with one student hurling spells at the golem while screaming, how on earth is he controlling a golem using vine seeds? As his teammate struggled and wailed, damn it, those vines are completely blocking my magic. Suddenly, one of the youths accidentally tripped over a loose rock along the path. The stumble sent him tumbling hard onto the ground. Unable to scramble back up in time, the boy stared in absolute horror as the towering golem closed in on him step by step. Seeing the massive fist raised high to strike, he couldn't help but let out a blood-curdling scream. In another corner of the exam grounds, Chen Bia spoke up with a solemn face. All right, listen up, everyone. I just want to pass this exam, okay? Ducking quickly behind a wall, he pleaded loudly, so please stop attacking. Though unfortunately his peers weren't having it, yelling back, you're just a commoner, shut your mouth and hand over your bracelet. On the other side, a white-haired girl panted from exhaustion after casting spells and barked, hey, go around and grab him. To which a brown-haired girl snapped back in refusal, what? Why me? What if you backstab me? The white-haired girl softened her tone and suggested, then let's just keep him pinned down until he runs out of mana. Only for the other girl to bluntly retort, how can I trust you when you just backstabbed that guy a moment ago? And seeing the squabble from behind the wall, Chen Bia recognized the opportunity. Now's my chance. He decisively got to his feet and slipped away unnoticed. Paying no mind to the argument brewing behind him, Chen Bia pressed forward with a clear objective, thinking, I shouldn't get too greedy. All I need to do is pass the exam, so this is plenty good enough. And so he quietly jogged along the path for a stretch. Suddenly, Chen Bia gasped as he noticed something bizarre. Raising his arm, he muttered in confusion, what's wrong with my bracelet? He then glumly deduced, did I get hit by magic without even realizing it? So I really am disqualified after all. Chen Bia sat down in a corner clutching his knees, thinking to himself, I guess I'll be teleported out in a few seconds. But as time ticked by, he remained sitting right where he was. Chen Bia wondered in bewilderment, why haven't I been teleported? Only for an echoing voice to cut him off mid-thought, can everyone hear me? The voice sneered with heavy contempt, greetings, bookworms of Zenian Academy, making Chen Bia's eyes widen in sheer horror upon recognizing the sinister tone. That sinister voice. That guy isn't from the academy. The realization made him jump to his feet in high alert, while the intruder continued broadcasting, you might not know who we are, but I'm certain a few among you can guess. And if you can, you know exactly why we're doing this. At the same time, the transmission reached Damien's location as the voice droned on. I have a message for that person. We have no demands, only the price to be paid for offending an exalted figure. Hearing just a few words, Damien scrunched his nose in disgust and commented, what the heck? That's so creepy. Beside him, the golem suddenly made a strange, subtle noise. Though no one had time to pay attention as the enemy coldly revealed, today, right here in this very place. He arrogantly proclaimed, every single one of you students will die. And at that exact moment, the external monitoring screens in the control room blacked out simultaneously. A teaching assistant rushed to report, the control system has crashed. While inside, the intruder taunted relentlessly, there is no way out now, die in absolute despair. To which panicked faculty members shouted over the chaos, all magic projection eyes have ceased functioning as well. An assistant couldn't hold back his fury, roaring, damn it, who the hell are you bastards? Before Farun slammed his hands down, rose to his feet, and commanded with absolute authority, enough. Issuing calm directives, he ordered, stop wasting your breath, go find the other professors immediately and make sure Professor Felina is summoned. To which the assistant snapped around and replied, understood, sir. Rushing out the door, the young man urgently barked orders down the hall. Hey, summon the professors immediately, find Professor Felina, The headmaster, contact the headmaster as well, hurry. Meanwhile, Farun was so enraged that he shattered the desk beneath his hands. His face twisted into a terrifying scowl as he seethed. These damn vermin, how dare they? Back inside the trial grounds, a broken, deactivated golem lay slumped against the wall. Asta pushed his hair back, cursing under his breath in deep annoyance. Damn it. Watching them surround him, Asta snapped in frustration. What the hell is this garbage? Moving with incredible agility, Asta lashed out at the golems blocking his path. The longer he fought, the heavier his heart grew, realizing. About 10 minutes have passed since that voice echoed across the exam grounds. Watching the golems, he felt an undeniable sense of alarm. These golems, things that are supposed to be sluggish and rigid, are moving fast and agilely. Tracking their movements, Asta quickly deduced. What's more, they're pinpointing my exact location and swarming into attack. Staying on guard while turning the gears in his head, he analyzed. For the gatekeeper golems to rampage on their own means, someone hijacked the control system. They must have dragged every golem out of storage, which explains why there are so damn many. Asta flashed a wild, excited grin thinking, who do they think they're messing with? I'm the #1 problem solver around here. I've survived everything short of aerial combat. Gathering a concentrated orb of power in his hand, he charged forward boldly. I'll crush every single one of you. In another part of the labyrinth, Chen Bia trudged along dejectedly. Grimacing gloomily, he thought to himself, if I knew it was going to end up like this, I would have just let myself get disqualified early on, to think I'm going to die. No, I'm not dead yet, so it's that I'm about to die. Suddenly, he noticed someone approaching his direction. Staring ahead, Chen Bia guessed silently, a survivor, who is it? As the distance closed, Asta's figure came clearly into view. Overjoyed, Chen Bia instantly waved his hand and shouted, but his voice immediately trailed off into a whimper, as he spotted a massive horde of golems hot on the boy's heels. Passing right by him, Aster casually tossed out a nonchalant warning. Oh, it's you, Chen Bia, run. Chen Bia instantly shrieked in terror and bolted right alongside him. Glancing at the boy beside him, Asta thought with a sigh, I sensed someone and came to check, but it wasn't Damien. At this rate, Chen Bia is going to get caught with that pathetic stamina of his. In that case, time for plan B. He decisively made a demand, Chen Bia, hand me your bracelet, making the boy look over in utter confusion. Maintaining an entirely composed expression, Asta explained, a golem's detection range isn't that wide, for them to pursue us this relentlessly. He laid bare the anomaly, means the bracelets have been linked to the control system, they're acting like tracking beacons, prompting Chen Bia to pull out his bracelet and inspect it closely. Anxiously, the boy asked, then what about you, Aster? To which Asta replied without a hint of panic, I've already been designated as a target, so the odds of survival are higher if they stay focused on me. While you escape, I'll stall them and go find Damien. Asta pointed out calmly, and besides, you have a family waiting for you, don't you? He gave a firm reminder, those who can live should survive, leaving Chen Bia staring at him in stunned silence. The boy then looked down at the ground, falling completely quiet. Memories of his family's parting words flashed through Chen Bia's mind. My son, don't worry about anything and just focus on your magic. No matter what anyone says, don't let them discourage you, understand? And big brother, you have to teach me after you graduate, okay? Biting his lip tightly, an unyielding resolve seemed to settle deep within his chest. Tears welling in his eyes, Chen Bia yelled at the top of his lungs, damn it all, you have to survive, we have to meet again. Taking the bracelet with a confident smile, Asta promised, I know. Chen Bia immediately turned and sprinted away as fast as he could, thinking, I have no other choice, I have to live. Images of his family filled his thoughts. His parents who bought him a grimoire instead of food, his little sister who was forced to drop out of school for his sake, the rightful opportunities his family should have enjoyed. Chen Bia ran with everything he had toward the future, as if chasing down that very dream, I have to pay them back for everything. But out of nowhere, the parting words his mother had spoken echoed in his mind. Chen Bia, our pride and our hope. Chen Bia gradually slowed his pace, a hollow feeling gripping his heart. Am I really someone worthy of being proud of? Standing frozen in place, he recalled all the labels people had slapped onto him. Hesitant, cowardly, a total nobody. Chen Bia slowly turned his head to look back. In the distance, he saw Asta fiercely battling the swarming horde of golems. The sight forced him to question himself. Am I someone to be proud of if I abandon my friend? No. Decisively spinning around, Chen Bia steeled his heart. I won't let myself be crushed by guilt any longer. No matter how mediocre I am, I will never. With unwavering determination, he raised both hands. A brilliant golden aura flared to life around his body as Chen Bia made his ultimate choice. I will never give up. He rapidly channeled every ounce of power within his body, thinking, I have to use the strongest spell I know. An image of his master drifted across his mind as Chen Bia prayed with all his heart. The magic left behind by my master, the one who unlocked my talent, that spell please. Straining his power beyond his limits caused blood to trickle from his nose, yet it couldn't halt his resolve. Please. In an instant, a colossal spear forged from rock and earth materialized as he shouted, "Please work, Earth Spear." Gritting his teeth with his eyes locked firmly ahead, his master's words suddenly resonated within him. What do you think? Sounds pretty imposing, doesn't it? Chen Bia vividly remembered the proud look on the old man's face back then. Even so, look closely. His master had captured the essence of the technique perfectly. Its majesty is just like a knight's lance, piercing through everything. Snapping back to reality, Chen Bia looked battered and bloody. Yet ignoring the pain entirely, he screamed, "Aster." Hearing the commotion, Asta turned around in shock. He watched as Chen Bia hurled the massive earthen spear forward with all his might. Like a flash of golden lightning, it crashed violently into the cluster of golems, tearing everything in its path to absolute shreds. Staring wide-eyed at the scene before him, Asta arrived at an unbelievable conclusion. This magic. It didn't just alter the shape of the stone in the trial hall, but its very fundamental nature. Stunned, he mused, altering both form and property is ridiculously difficult. Deeply conflicted emotions surged through Asta, thinking, this is. While on the other side, the immense strain of the attack caused Chen Bia to cough up blood. Seeing the boy in such a battered, ragged state, Asta concluded with certainty, that's a tier of magic Chen Bia shouldn't have been able to control yet. Suddenly, Chen Bia lost his footing and collapsed to the ground. Asta rushed over and caught him before he hit the dirt. In a calm, steady voice, he called out, "Chen Bia." Straining a proud smile, the boy boasted weakly, "A long time ago my master, or I guess that's what you'd call him, he gave me this spell. It's called Earth Spear. Sounds kinda imposing, right?" Asta offered a plain evaluation. It's not particularly imposing. And when Chen Bia looked crestfallen, asking, "Really?" he softened his tone and amended, "But it's not entirely unimposing either." He added further, "With magic like this in the end, it's up to the caster to prove it. Whether it's imposing or not depends entirely on what you do with it." Touched by the words, Chen Bia murmured his name, Aster. But before he could say another word, Asta shoved a potion bottle into his mouth, cutting in, "So stop acting like you're about to die, you're not dying from this." Making Chen Bia groan in agony. It stings and itches so bad." Waiting for him to recover a bit, Asta took the moment to plan their next move. "Now then, what should I do with him? I can't take him along, but I can't just leave him behind either." While beside him, Chen Bia marveled at his own body. Is this the power of a high-grade potion? Closing his eyes, Asta probed for the enemy's location, thinking, let's see. A clear mental map of the labyrinth unfolded in his mind. If I can sense a presence, it's coming from that direction. Asta immediately stood up and pointed the way for his friend. Chen Bia, head straight in that direction. When you reach the fork, take the right path and you'll run into the other students. Prompting an anxious Chen Bia to ask, "Aster, what about you?" Without answering directly, Asta turned to scan their surroundings. In his vision, a bizarre crimson haze was emanating from a specific direction, making him think. The flow of mana surging toward the control room is strange. It feels familiar, but it's not the Declan family's method, which means. A solemn look settled on Asta's face as he replied, "There's something I need to take care of," having firmly resolved in his mind. "I have to go investigate." Shifting to Asta's perspective, as he sprinted forward, he began to sense something distinct. Where have I felt this presence before? It's the memory of something, not Declan, but something that brushed past in the past. Reaching a sharp bend in the corridor, our protagonist rounded the corner, caught sight of something, and froze dead in his tracks. Stretching out before his eyes was a spatial rift radiating a terrifying, suffocating aura, instantly bringing a name to Asta's mind. This is the demonic realm. That's it, no wonder it felt so familiar. That demonic miasma is impossible to forget. And there are demonic beasts lurking around too. Continuing his train of thought, Asta scanned the area carefully. Several humanoid shadowy figures were rising up from the ground, recreating the cursed creatures that had terrorized the continent centuries ago, always carrying out the worst atrocities imaginable. Prison, that damn sewer rat. The thought of that name caused a chilling, terrifying smirk to spread across Asta's face. Meanwhile, inside the trial hall's control room, Prison was laughing maniacally. Haha, it worked, it actually worked. A real demonic beast has manifested. The demonic realm has been perfectly recreated. Before, it was only a half success with just demonic miasma, but this time it's a complete triumph. It's all thanks to this artifact, he declared, gazing down at his gauntlet. He began tracing back the sequence of events. By utilizing isolated space, he had slipped inside without facing the slightest resistance, and through miasmic corruption, he had seized the control room. Not only taking command of the system, but recreating the demonic realm itself, marveling at how magnificent the sight was. Right around then, a dark silhouette emerged behind him and asked, "Success. You didn't do a half-assed job, did you?" Hearing that, Prison flashed a triumphant grin. Simply generating the miasma fulfills our contract. That professor you're targeting will be thoroughly ruined on his own. The hulking figure responded in a bone-chilling tone, setting a firm boundary. Fine, I don't care how you do it as long as Zenian Academy, the place shielding that professor, is wiped out. Pryzen bowed slightly though his tone dripped with mockery. Right, of course, the great watchdog of the Beimer clan acting like you had any other choice. Unable to stomach the insult, the henchman snarled in warning, if you value your life, don't let that filthy mouth of yours utter my family's name again. Turning back, Pryzen didn't dare utter another word, though contemptuous thoughts flooded his mind. In the end, this guy is just a vassal of Declan, acting all high and mighty. What a pathetic coward. Still, once this contract is fulfilled, the Beimer clan will grant me a private lab so I can put up with him until then. More importantly, creating the demonic realm means fulfilling the cult's ultimate wish. How utterly thrilling. Forbidden magic is truly saved. Those old geezers in the council will be drooling to back me up. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, to the point where saliva practically leaked from his mouth. However, before his celebration could last more than a few breaths, the hulking man ahead interrupted him. Hey, Pryzen, how's the core control coming along? There's a student heading this way. The voice snapped Pryzen out of his delusions, but he immediately perked up with glee. Huh, a student? Haha, our very first test subject has arrived. Leaving the big man looking at him in slight confusion. Pryzen chuckled and remarked, aren't you curious to see what happens when a human is exposed to this massive amount of demonic miasma? Watching the surveillance monitor where Asta stood before the demonic realm portal, he explained further. He'll probably go insane or die on the spot. Miasma toxicity is all commoners know about, but according to ancient texts, humans possessing mana or ether react differently. A phenomenon known as demonic beast transformation occurs, turning them into beasts driven purely by mindless frenzy. Now then's what are you going to do? With golems behind you and demonic beasts ahead, there's nowhere left to run. At best, you can only push forward, right? Not that it matters anyway. Right as the thought crossed his mind, he suddenly saw Asta glaring straight at him, as if the boy could see right through the surveillance magic. The sudden realization caught Pryzen completely off guard. He then noticed Asta's lips moving, silently mouthing the words, "Get ready, Pryzen." Beside him, the big man eyed Pryzen suspiciously and asked, "Have you met that kid before?" To which Pryzen shook his head in utter bewilderment. Huh, no, who the hell is he? How does that kid know my name? What the hell is going on here? Just as the thought flared up, his eyes suddenly bulged wide in shock. He watched as Asta pulled out several trial bracelets. On the monitor, the horde of demonic beasts lunged forward in unison to attack. Seeing them charge, Asta planted his foot firmly to wind up and dashed forward with wind-tearing speed. Consequently, before the demonic beasts could even lay a claw on him, they were the ones on the receiving end of the strike. Moving with lightning speed, he slapped a trial bracelet onto each of the demonic beasts. And those very bracelets were the exact mechanism the golems used to identify their targets. Thus, the next second, the golems instantly redirected their aggression toward the demonic beasts. As for Asta, he simply uttered a cold declaration. From here on out, slaughter each other. Inside the control room, Pryzen quickly realized what Asta had done, his face turning deathly pale as he shrieked, "No, my children." But before he could mourn his children any further, another realization hit him. Wait, what about that kid? How is he so fast? Through the monitor, he saw Asta charging straight toward their location like a bolt of lightning. In a frantic panic, he turned to plead with the big man beside him. Hey, stop him right now. You idiot, he's breaching the perimeter, move, hurry up already. The moment the words left his mouth, a massive explosion detonated right behind them. Asta had successfully breached the laboratory. He immediately offered a casual greeting. Long time no see, Pryzen, looks like we finally meet. Elsewhere, Chen Bia, looking scared out of his mind, stammered out the exact same line, right, looks like we finally meet. How have you been lately, Damien? Right before him, Damien was using his vine magic to keep several golems under control, replying with a bright grin, spot on. I'm here to protect my friends, look, see. These are Cerberus 1, 2, and 3. Yes, pretty cool. Chen Bia stammered along, though internally baffled. Wow, you can actually use golems like that. Before they could chat any further, a white-haired girl spoke up and asked, Hey, how did you manage to get all the way here on your own? Hearing the question, Chen Bia unconsciously blurted out the method of discarding the bracelet that Asta had mentioned to him. With the bracelet, right? Didn't they already throw their bracelets away? Catching sight of the bracelet still stubbornly clinging to their wrists, his eyes went wide in panic as he screamed, Everyone, take your bracelets off right now. The golems are tracking us through them. The white-haired girl finally cast a sideways glance down at her own wrist. However, before she even had a chance to react, another mocking voice rang out. Ha, what a joke. This is a trial zone, why should I trust you and throw my bracelet away? Makes no sense, right? Are you trying to rob everyone's bracelets here? That accusatory voice instantly made Chen Bia tense up even further. The shoulder-length-haired student pressed on aggressively. Your real intention is to steal everyone's bracelets, isn't it? Bia warned him seriously. Are bracelets really that important right now? They're connected to the control system, they're basically signal tracking devices. Not believing it for a second, the other student challenged, did you figure that out all by yourself? Flustered, Bia admitted, no, Aster told me. The shoulder-length-haired student burst out laughing, I knew it. Overflowing with sarcasm, he sneered, you threw away your own bracelet after getting tricked by some sewer rat from the Gray District. And now you're trying to cheat again just so you don't fail the exam. Birds of a feather flock together. The student's voice grew increasingly mocking. Even you, the model student who always works hard in class, got corrupted by a mere sewer rat. The surrounding students started whispering and murmuring amongst themselves, leaving Bia momentarily stunned and unable to react. But the next second he gritted his teeth hard, don't talk about him like you know everything. Bia recalled the exact moment Astat told him to run so he could face the golems alone. Aster. He did all that because of me. A voice broke him out of his reverie when I first met Aster. Damien strode forward with a grand aura and recounted. I asked him what I had going for me, and he answered immediately without a single second of hesitation. You have a friend. His demeanor turning remarkably mature as he unhesitatingly unclasped the bracelet from his wrist, declaring, because of that, I trust my friend. Damien nonchalantly tossed the bracelet onto the ground. I don't need this piece of junk. Take as many as you want. Seamlessly slipping back to his usual casual self, he urged, let's go Chen Bia. Shocked, Bia blurted out Damien. A wave of confusion washed over Bia's heart. You're normally not that kind of person. Just who on earth are you? Back to Astat, he was currently facing the two Prison brothers. Long time no see, Prison, so we finally meet face to face, huh? Astat curved his lips into an excited, thrilled grin. I even went all the way to the demon realm just to kill you back then. Never expected to run into you here. Completely baffled, Prison looked back and forth between Astat and his companion, pleading, you lunatic, I don't even know who you are. What demon realm? Hey Hound, what are you doing? Isn't your job supposed to be protecting me? The Hound looked skeptical. Are you seriously sure this is your first time meeting this guy? Prison insisted. I told you I've never seen him. The Hound let out a sigh, fine. Tightening his grip on his scythe, the Hound muttered, kid, this is a binding contract so I don't really have a choice. Exuding pure murderous intent as he glared straight at Astat, he warned, I'm gonna kill you without leaving a single trace. Astat furrowed his brows slightly. Beimer, one of Declan's vassal families. Rummaging through his memories, Beimer's secret art, wind magic. Their speed and piercing strikes are famous, almost like archers, forged by strictly training a discarded child. Shifting his gaze back to the person in front of him, it's this Hound. A true hunting dog, leading the charge on the battlefield, though a deep sense of suspicion welled up inside Astat. Frowning deeply, he barked. Why the hell is a hunting dog from Beimer hanging out with a rotten sewer rat? The Hound glared back at Astat, making no effort to hide his bloodlust. What's your deal? Do you even have any idea who we are? Raising his voice into a fierce roar, Astat snapped, I asked you first. Emphasizing every single syllable with an icy locked-in gaze, Astat demanded, why is a hunting dog from Beimer hanging out with a fucking sewer rat? Choking on his words, the Hound thought, what, has he lost his mind facing death? What does that even have to do with you? Astat shouted angrily, why is a Beimer hunting dog hanging out with such a damn sewer rat? Answer me. Veins bulged violently across the Hound's forehead, this crazy bastard. He roared back in fury, stop repeating the same damn question. With that, the Hound swung his scythe straight toward Astat. The razor-sharp blade acted like a ferocious hound, opening its maw filled with jagged teeth, ready to tear its prey to shreds. Refusing to stand passively and wait for the blow, Astat lunged forward instantly. Moving with agile grace, he slipped past the swinging chains and surged straight ahead. Mid-clash, he stubbornly pressed on with his interrogation. Why is a hunting dog from Beimer hanging out with a fucking sewer rat? Gritting his teeth, the Hound swiftly carved a magic circle with his free hand. I told you to shut up, you lunatic. Do you know me or something? Why are you so obsessed? Right after that, the Hound's scythe suddenly split into two. The twin metal blades spun wildly clockwise, emitting a piercing, shrieking whine. Guided by the Hound, they whipped around to ambush Astat from behind. Astat's eyes shot wide open, thick veins of blood webbing across them as he kept pressing Beimer. Hunting dog, sewer rat. The very last thread of the Hound's sanity finally snapped, his eyes bulging with savage fury. Stamping hard against the ground to launch himself forward, the Hound roared, you insane piece of trash, I'm gonna rip you to pieces while you're still breathing. Confident as ever, he thought, I've enchanted my weapon with retrieval, spin, and velocity magic. There's no way you can dodge this. Suddenly, Astat stopped in his tracks and asked, Getting worked up are we. He smoothly stepped back just as the twin blades thrust toward him. Reaching out with both hands, Asta grabbed hold of the chains connecting the weapons. I used to keep dogs, you know. Yanking hard, he brought the twin blades to a dead stop as their tips scraped violently against the ground, kicking up a storm of dirt and debris. Asta declared, and dogs tend to get anxious when you repeat loud, stressful words over and over, just like you right now. With that, he flashed a villainous grin filled with smug provocation. Blood rushed to the hound's face in pure rage. This deadbeat dare treat me like a dog. He swung his arms to launch another attack. But before he could pull off anything dangerous, Asta used the hound's own scythe to stab him straight in the belly. Aren't you Declan's dog? Pryson dropped his jaw in horror and screamed, "What the hell are you doing, hound? If you lose to a punk like this." Asta clenched his fist as a crackle of electricity danced across his knuckles. Showing zero mercy, he delivered a devastating punch straight to the hound's face. A full-on offensive collision. Pryson froze in sheer shock as he watched the hound spit up blood right in front of him. Asta's voice cut through, making him jump. "Pryson, looks like you still love hiding behind other people." "Well, it's just the two of us now, isn't it?" Asta flashed a cold, chilling smirk. Panicking, Pryson whipped out a magic bomb. "Damn it, you little rat." Asta instantly hoisted the scythe high into the air. Before Pryson could trigger it, Asta slashed right through the shoulder holding the bomb, severing Pryson's arm completely. Pryson shrieked in agonizing pain, "My arm, my arm." Clutching his bleeding shoulder, he panicked and glared at him. "What kind of monster are you? Don't come closer, stay back." Catching movement out of the corner of his eye, he thought, "The demon realm." "Right, the demon realm." Pryson smiled chillingly and threatened, "If you kill me, you won't be able to stop the demon realm. Are you really gonna let your friends get swallowed up by the demon realm?" Asta's expression instantly turned glacial. Unbothered, he replied, "So what?" Pryson's eyes bulged. "What?" Asta slowly advanced toward Pryson. "Fine, I'll wait. Just make sure you thoroughly enjoy the sight of the demon realm swallowing everyone up." His eyes widened into a ruthless, chilling glare. "You're next." Overflowing with bloodlust, Asta whispered, "Keep smiling while you still can." Stumbling back away from the pool of blood, Pryson thought in sheer terror, "Damn it. What kind of wretched creature is this guy? Not just mere demonic energy, but an entire demonic domain. And he can swallow up his friends in a domain like that without even blinking an eye." The thought sent another shiver down his spine. Recalling Asta's blood-red eyes from moments ago, Pryson wondered nervously, is he even human? Stammering, he pleaded, I can stop the demonic domain. In 5 more minutes, all your friends," before he could finish, Asta cut him off, "are gonna die anyway." Pryson asked, "That shouldn't be possible, why?" Asta closed in threateningly, lowering his voice as he shot back, "You're asking why." Without missing a beat, he suddenly reached out and clamped a tight grip around the arm wearing Pryson's antique artifact. Pryson let out a piercing shriek of agony, "My arm." Despair washed over him as he silently screamed, "My artifact." Looking down at his trembling, empty hand, he wailed in panic. When did he? Asta calmly strapped Pryson's artifact onto his own wrist, mocking him. "This artifact? Did you really think you were the only one who knew how to use it?" Waving his hand over the crystal ball, it burst into a brilliant glow. Asta chuckled dryly, memories flooding back crystal clear. A magic circle and an illusory quartz block materialized from the orb, wrapping a faint, aromatic mist around Asta. Standing frozen like a statue, Pryson could only stare in blank horror. Petrified and grimacing in dread, Pryson thought frantically, how the hell did he? As if reading his thoughts, Asta tilted his head toward Pryson, his voice utterly devoid of warmth as he emphasized, "How could I ever forget you? You, the one who taught forbidden arts to the young family head." Repeating the word, he whispered, "Forbidden arts." Pausing briefly, he continued in a flowing, deliberate tone, "They say blood is thicker than water. The young master survived, but you didn't. Naturally, Declan is gonna pin all the blame on you and execute you. That's why I hunted you down, because I couldn't let Declan have the satisfaction of finishing you, which was the genuine reason he had tracked him here in the first place." Asta murmured contemplatively, "Looks like I chased you for quite a while. I wasn't in my right mind back then, so it's hard to keep track of time. Even for me, someone who prides himself on catching anyone on this continent, I set my sights on. Failing to lock down a slippery rat like you just goes to show how cunning and good at running you really are." Hearing himself praised like that, Pryson stared back with cautious, suspicious eyes. Asta bared his thoughts further. From the Grey District to the dark alleys of the kingdom and deep into the Empire's underworld, there wasn't a single place I didn't tear apart. My hands got soaked in a lot of blood. Chasing, and more chasing, and the place you finally chose to hide was a demonic domain." He paused. Asta clutched his head, laughing self-deprecatingly as he poured his heart out. "Right, a demonic domain. I thought I was losing my mind. You were nowhere to be found, demonic beasts kept swarming me, my body was collapsing from the miasma, and my sanity felt like it was shattering." Glancing at the artifact on his wrist and then back at the glowing crystal ball, Asta chuckled bitterly. When I finally gave up and stepped out of the demonic domain, a fixer was waiting for me outside. He said he had intel to report but didn't have the guts to step into the domain, so he waited out there. Do you know what that intel was? Twisting his face into a grotesque, gloomy expression, Asta mocked. They told me you were already dead, that Declan had caught you, and you spilled every single detail on how to use the forbidden arts and the artifacts. Talk about a massive letdown. I sat outside that demonic domain for days and nights just staring up at the sky. As Asta spoke, he slowly advanced toward Pryson. Bleeding profusely from his severed shoulder, Pryson let out a few weak, painful groans. Panting heavily, Pryson gasped, I have no idea what you're talking about. I've never had anything to do with any young master from any family. Suddenly, Asta thrust his hand into a spatial rift. Pulling out a vial of medicine and popping the cork, he said half jokingly and half mockingly, You're bleeding way too much, guess I got a bit careless. Sporting a deranged, maniacal grin, he forced Pryson to swallow the entire vial of medicine, gritting out, You're not allowed to die yet, so take a breather and listen to the rest of the story. As the medicinal liquid slid down his throat, Pryson thought defensively amidst a mix of suspicion and calculation, What's this? A recovery potion? He's saving me. This is my chance. I gotta find an opening to counterattack and survive. Raising his head with a distant gaze, Asta resumed his story anyway to continue the story. While I was sitting there staring at the sky one day, a wyvern flew past. Witnessing that exact scene back then, he couldn't help marveling aloud. It looked so damn free. Lifting his eyes toward the ceiling, Asta recounted wistfully, Then I looked back at myself and realized how foolish I was being. My desire for revenge had somehow stopped being about my teammates and simply turned into an outlet for my own pent-up emotions. Just like that, I wiped the thought of revenge right out of my head. While he was lost in his storytelling, Pryson, now fully healed, mentally prepared for a counterstrike. Now's my moment. He muttered internally, forbidden art. Before he could even finish chanting, Asta whipped around, clamped a hand over Pryson's face, and raised his tone into a mocking sneer. But you know what? Today I finally ran into you. With that, Asta slammed Pryson's head straight down against the stone floor. With his eyes blazing a frantic red, Asta laughed hysterically like a madman. Yeah, that was a long, excruciating stretch of time just waiting for today. Because of that, I ended up reviewing the techniques you left behind so many times it became unhealthy. The demonic domain, the forbidden art, this disgusting artifact. Asta abruptly yanked Pryson's head back up, sending the man into a fit of hacking coughs. While weaving spells with one hand, he continued. On top of that, it even recorded the exact minute details of how my teammates died. Good thing for us, right now the thing I've got most of is free time. He snatched up a length of heavy chain as the air grew increasingly suffocating. Raising a hammer high into the background, Asta chuckled with manic excitement. I'm gonna recreate every single one of those pains for you. This is gonna be so much fun. Realizing he was out of time, Pryson rolled his eyes back. Tears welling up in the corners of his eyes out of sheer helplessness as a few choked whimpers escaped his throat. Outside this subterranean dungeon, the surroundings fell into a terrifyingly eerie silence. Outside this subterranean dungeon, the surroundings fell into a terrifyingly eerie silence. The camera panned over to a row of stone statues. Light finally returned to this desolate, ruined place. A section of the ceiling caved in, spilling a dazzling shaft of sunlight inside. People started showing signs of life, moving about as normal and shouting back and forth. The barrier broke. Hurry up. Go find the students. Don't be afraid to die. Even if it kills you, get those students out alive, you bastards. At that moment, the sharp click of high heels echoed against the stone. Felina cursed under her breath in irritation. Damn it. Glancing around, she frowned deeply in thought. I wasted 2 whole hours because of that damn spell. I can't let a single student die here. Right then, a hurried voice called out, Professor Felina. Felina shot a glance toward the person calling her. Extending a magic crystal ball out toward her, the person reported anxiously, all spells have been dispelled, and the internal magic eyes have been fully restored. Taking the crystal ball from his hand, Felina barked out orders to everyone present. Searching for survivors takes priority over capturing the intruder. Since we don't know how the intruder will show up, broadcasting is banned. Whether using magic eyes or running on foot, track those kids down. Everyone chorused in unison, yes, Professor, and scattered across every nook and cranny. They quickly located the kids, some had passed out, while others were crying their eyes out. Meanwhile, some groups were completely fine and messing around playfully, thrilled to see rescue arrive. Though all the students had been accounted for, Felina still wore a lingering expression of anxious contemplation. Watching them chat and joke around normally, she grew increasingly suspicious. The intruder occupied the trial hall for 2 whole hours. Yet not a single person died. Suddenly, a familiar voice echoed from the crystal ball, cutting through her thoughts. Professor Felina, can you hear me? Hearing that, Felina called back, Professor Parun. Parun cut straight to the point. I've made it into the central control room. Can you pull up my crystal ball feed? I think you need to see this with your own eyes. No sooner had he finished speaking than a virtual screen materialized before Felina, prompting her to say quietly, "Hold on a second." Catching sight of what was on the screen, Felina widened her eyes in disbelief and gasped, "This is." Parun panned the view to the scene where two bloody, mangled corpses lay sprawled across the floor, reporting to Felina, "There were two intruders. As you can see, they ended up like this." Furrowing her brows into a tight knot as she stared at the horrific scene, Felina thought, "Even for me, someone who's witnessed countless gruesome sights, this is hard to look at. Just who on earth turned them into this?" Parun's voice came through the comms, snapping her back, "Hey, go throw up outside." While lost in her jumbled thoughts, she suddenly spotted something. Wait a minute. At that moment, a file regarding Asta was placed on Felina's desk, as Gerada stated briefly, "It's this student." Picking up the paper to take a closer look, Gerada reported based on her findings, "He's a drifter from the Grey District, but he enrolled using an invitation letter from the Blandor family. And as you can see." Combining the information on the paper with Gerada's words, Felina couldn't help evaluating. Mana value exceeds the standard threshold system glitch. This completely goes beyond a normal student's level. Gerada proposed seriously, "Yes, I don't know what's going on, but this student definitely needs to be kept under close observation, Professor." As if sensing they were talking about him, Asta unconsciously cast a few extra sideways glances toward Felina. Suddenly, a husky voice chimed in, "Looks like I'm too late." Startled by the reflex, Felina whipped around. Laying eyes on the person standing there, Felina blurted out in surprise, "Headmaster." The man waved his hand dismissively, "Just call me Headmaster." Scanning the room with a quick once-over, he spoke in a slow, measured tone, "I tried to get here as fast as I could, but looks like everything's already wrapped up." Hearing that, Felina replied tactfully, "Nothing else we could do, sir. You had to travel all the way from the eastern continent's outer rim." The headmaster chuckled lightly, offering genuine praise. "Anyway, thanks to you, the situation was resolved smoothly. Definitely worth the trust I placed in you." After exchanging a few pleasantries, the headmaster steered the conversation back to the main issue, asking Felina, "So, Professor Felina, in your professional opinion, was this student the one responsible for that catastrophe?" With that, he narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Asta's image on the screen as if sizing him up. Outside the castle, a heavy downpour poured from the stormy night sky. Every single mage carries their own inner demon. Raindrops pelted the ground below. They were like some wretched entity showing up unannounced to mess with your head, and the outcome is rarely ever pretty. Inside, Asta sat practicing his breathing techniques. "I didn't have any of this in my past life. Given the nature of a fixer, we just did whatever we were told, and even if our teammates died, we simply accepted it as our fate." Sitting in silence with intense focus, "If I hadn't died from the forbidden art, I wouldn't have had any reason to be this pissed off." Sitting upright in deep meditation, I thought I had successfully suppressed those emotions, but that outburst of feelings inside the trial coffin was, in a way, the very seed of an inner demon. Biting down hard on his lip, he thought, "This is turning into a real mess. Feels like carrying a live bomb that could detonate at any second." Suddenly shifting his legs to stand up, "Wait, who am I kidding? As a former fixer, there's no situation more familiar than an uncertain one. This level of stress is actually a good thing." Holding a magic notebook in his hand, Estas slowly fed it into a purple magic circle before him. Given that today, 1 week after the incident at the trial coffin, now that the chaotic atmosphere has settled, this is my chance. Whether physical or mental, my condition today is at its absolute peak. A moment later, he smiled down at the magic notebook in his hand, Scarlet Flame Secret Art. Time to conquer this bastard. Flipping through the pages and reading every line with utmost care, Asta thought, "The secret art I learned in my past life was an attribute-less technique tailored specifically for fixers. This is my very first time studying an elemental attribute secret art like Scarlet Flame." Narrowing his eyes with intense focus, "Even though I've mastered the initial stage, Flame Entry, dozens of times already, I'm still gonna test it out right down to the final second." Placing the magic notebook on the ground and meditating deeply, "The mana pathways used here don't differ all that much from the heavenly origin technique." Clenching his eyes shut in deep concentration, "But if I simply circulate mana through Scarlet Flame's pathways, I'll just end up with ordinary fire-type mana. So." Suddenly, raging red flames burst into existence all around Asta. The imagery. I need to firmly grasp the exact form of that imagery. The crimson flames roared fiercely, a single solitary fire burning all on its own, needing nothing else. Keeping his eyes tightly shut while deep in thought born from mana, yet burning even when there's no mana. A flame that doesn't even crave oxygen. A blazing fire flared up in the palm of his hand. The flames grew increasingly violent, the fire hidden within the heart, Flame Entry. A moment later, Estat opened his eyes with a fatigued expression and stared down at the fire in his palm. It genuinely packs destructive power. Compared to the amount of mana I usually carry, this spell feels twice as strong. Slowly adjusting the flames, let's see. What's the compression rate? Just once is my limit for right now, huh? As Asta kept training, the repulsion force is way too strong compared to attribute-less mana. At this rate, I can't even hope to apply the collision formula using fire-type mana. Staring intently at the flames with a trace of regret, a bit of a shame I can't use the collision formula, but time will fix that. Farin's image flashed through Asta's mind. Either way, I've taken another step closer to that talented yet ill-fated mage. The Heavenly Origin technique, since I've added an elemental fire attribute to the base technique. Glancing sideways for a moment, now I'm gonna need a few practical spells. As for fire-type spells, since they don't rely too heavily on compatibility between the secret art and the incantation formulas, I can pretty much grab whatever random one right now and it'll work fine. Shaking off that thought, Asta cast a sideways glance. Observing the direction of the staircase, he thought, a strange pressure. Whoever that is, they're flagrantly broadcasting their presence. Asta stepped forward and reached for the doorknob. Throwing the door wide open, he stepped outside straight into the howling, rainy night. Soaked to the bone, Asta abruptly stopped and stared straight ahead. Guess Professor Felina had good reason to be cautious. Standing tall and unabashed face-to-face with the headmaster, your sensitivity to mana is quite impressive, young man, and managing to handle that tricky fire-type mana to this degree. After a brief silence, the headmaster finally spoke up. Not bad at all. Asta called out Vice Director, before the headmaster immediately corrected him, call me headmaster. Narrowing his eyes with grave emphasis, the headmaster said, however. Suddenly, a piercing wave of chilled air surged violently through the area. Sensing danger, Asta focused every ounce of his concentration. Damn it, what kind of situation is this? Between this guy and that Henzi creep, why does everyone feel the absolute urge to meddle the second they lay eyes on me? Slowly raising his hand still, who do I think I am? Instantly dropping into a resolute defensive stance. As a former fixer, I'd rather snap than bend. Reminding himself with unshakable inner faith, unwavering belief. The headmaster asked with a deadpan expression, aren't you going to greet me? Despite how I look, I happen to hold the highest authority in this academy, you know. Refusing to answer, Asta just glared back with a fierce, menacing stare. Not long after, he bowed respectfully and shouted loudly, greetings, director, no, I mean headmaster. While thinking to himself then again, spines exist purely to bend right. The headmaster burst out into a hearty laugh. You've got quite a stubborn personality, but dial the volume down a bit. Asta bowed repeatedly in response, must have been talking too loud, I am deeply sorry, headmaster, I was just so nervous that The headmaster chimed in with a scare tactic. Even if you scream your lungs out like that, nobody's coming. I've already locked down all sound in the surrounding area. Asta thought angrily, since you showed up in total silence, I was just trying to summon everyone else over. What a cunning old bastard. Suppressing his irritation, he asked politely, so what brings you here? Sitting down flat on the ground, the headmaster replied, I came because I was curious about a few things, though I'm not entirely sure whether you'll answer me honestly. Sitting right there on the floor, he issued a request. Let's sit down first, shall we? Tense and gritting his teeth hard, Asta thought, this isn't just killing intent. This is the real deal. As he slowly dropped to one knee, is this pure mana? To generate this level of binding pressure using raw mana alone without even chanting an incantation. The headmaster spoke up. Professor Felina told me that you seem to be hiding something. The raindrops seemed to freeze in midair alongside the headmaster's words as he continued. So I'm going to ask you. The ground beneath Asta's kneeling form suddenly sank violently under the weight of his question. What is it that you're hiding? Burning with anger as he forced himself to endure it, Asta thought, damn it. Is this seriously the same guy who was stammering during his speech in the auditorium? This old man is an absolute monster. Yet in that moment, Farin's face flashed in his mind still compared to that bastard. This old man isn't even a real monster. A blue glow flared up behind Asta's back as he analyzed the flow of mana pressing down on him and adjusted his own mana to match that current. Then he pointed a single finger upward. If the flow synchronizes, the repulsive force disappears. And if I wedge myself into that gap, instantly Asta slashed forward with a decisive hand gesture, intervention formula. The mana has been dispersed. Outside the academy, the rain began to fall in scattered drizzles. Since you came all this way here, it must be about what happened at the trial coffin. Asta stood up casually and stated, it's true that I took it upon myself to clean up those little rats. Hearing those words, the headmaster involuntarily let out a heavy sigh. He immediately questioned, you're not even going to bother covering it up? To which Asta replied bluntly, it wasn't a secret worth guarding that closely. It would be better if it never came to light, but it's not like it's some devastating secret either. Casting a sideways glance toward the headmaster, he pressed, so do you have anything else you want to ask? But the headmaster just stared intently at Asta, the two of them locking eyes in silence while Asta cursed angrily in his mind, damn it, just like the Farin incident. Maybe I shouldn't have eaten that wyvern. Next time I should probably hunt an orphan one instead. Without saying a word, the headmaster simply sat there letting out one heavy sigh after another. Watching the headmaster helplessly cradle his head, Asta thought, the headmaster is a rare breed of crazy, serious, then relaxed, then serious again and now laughing. Finally, the headmaster spoke up, that look in your eyes, not bad at all, let's do it this way. Offering a proposal that left Asta unable to keep from grimacing, he said, I'll just ask the questions, and you only need to answer within the limits of what you're willing to share. Doesn't that sound much better than getting beaten up? Ordering him sit down, Asta obediently complied, yes. The raindrops kept falling as the two of them sat face to face in the rain, without exchanging a word. Asta looked at the headmaster with frustration. The atmosphere is definitely a far cry from just a second ago. The man's eyes glowed red with a terrifying intensity, a wild, feral aura resembling a war mage. Maybe that look, no, that atmosphere, is his true nature when he sheds the title of headmaster, but still. The headmaster prompted, now then I'll ask first, as it happens. But Asta cut him off mid-sentence to ask, do you happen to know what became of the wyvern that turned into a meal? Taken aback, the headmaster blurted out in shock, Asta quickly brushed it off, nothing at all, sir, please go right ahead. Letting out a sigh, the headmaster called out, Junior. Asta chimed back, I'm a student and you're a teacher, headmaster. Pointing a direct finger at Asta's face, the headmaster threatened, if you talk nonsense, I'm gonna hit you. If I say you're my junior, then you're my junior and I'm your senior. There are no teachers on a battlefield. Asta looked at the headmaster with utter exhaustion. What the hell is this old man rambling about? This isn't a battlefield, I don't have a master, and I sure as hell don't have any seniors or juniors. But I guess the words of the strong are law. Still, Asta obediently bowed his head, yes, senior. The headmaster praised approvingly, good, now you're finally listening. Slowly lifting his head, Asta listened as the headmaster continued. Now then, let's resume our conversation. Narrowing his eyes with a dangerous glint, he emphasized, Junior, the eyes of a war mage. With an expression of grave seriousness, the headmaster pressed, however, what kind of scumbags left him in that condition? Asta suddenly realized that killing intent is aimed at the intruders, not me. Amidst the relentless downpour, Asta asked, so shall we continue? With his face darkened and sparks of fury flashing in his eyes, the headmaster demanded, Junior, which scum carried out the attack and left things like that? He looked at him skeptically. So what will you do? The headmaster declared forcefully. We must simply crush them beneath our feet. His Majesty will surely approve of this. We ought to rally our old comrades once more. Asta analyzed the situation with a slight frown. If they're former comrades, they'd be war mages or knights who once fought alongside us. They won't be a mediocre force. Thinking that far, he slowly dropped a name. It's about Declan. The old man probed, do you happen to know which mage became the wyvern's meal? Asta shook his head, no. Sighing, the headmaster remarked, neither do I, which is why I find your answer rather insolent, though I suppose that person could very well have been you. Asta couldn't hold back an inner curse, damn it, still as sharp as ever. It would make for a great show if everything got pinned neatly on Declan, but anyway. Straightening up, Asta answered, it's Vimmer. Nodding along, the headmaster mused, Vimmer, both of them, huh? Asta repeated, one of them is Vimmer, and the remaining one is the Magitech engineer, Pryzen. The old man wondered aloud, do you have physical proof? Annoyed, Asta snapped, do you want me to chew it up and feed it to you directly? The headmaster chuckled, my, what an insolent way to talk. Very well, so how do you know about them? Asta gave a firm shake of his head in denial. The old man stared intently at Asta as if trying to verify the truth. The rain kept pouring down as their conversation pressed on. Next is. After digging into the whole matter, the headmaster gripped his knees tight to suppress his rising fury. So that's how it is. I understand. Asta saw right through his movements. I've said everything that needed to be said and did my best to answer. But I obviously can't mention regression or the grimoire. Yet the old man, an oppressive aura radiating from his entire body, was clearly seething with real rage. And naturally, it wasn't because Asta's answers were bad. The headmaster pressed on, Junior, do you happen to know what mage became a goblin's meal? Why do I keep feeling like you're being insolent with me? Caught off guard, Asta forced an awkward, innocent smile. Old age, must be a misunderstanding, sir. The headmaster bluntly called him out. Stop smiling at me with those rotting goblin eyes of yours. Closing his eyes tight, Asta replied, yes, while cursing internally, such a stubborn old-school geezer. Suddenly curious, the headmaster remarked, so, you want to build a library as tall as a tower? He offered, that's quite a meaningful plan. If you leave the top floor empty, I'll fill an entire wall with bookshelves for you. Asta nodded gratefully, thank you, sir, while thinking with a grin, figures. This world runs entirely on bloodlines, hometown ties, and alumni connections after all. But the headmaster immediately slapped on a condition. As for the library entry pass, I'll grant it to you if you do me a favor. The smile vanished from Asta's face instantly. damn it. The old man said gravely, Junior, open your eyes wide and look closely. You should know that a single eye is more than enough to see the world. Forcing a smile, Estelle replied, I'm really looking forward to whatever favor you need. While screaming 49 variations of curses internally, damn it, he's looking at me like he's genuinely about to scoop my eyeballs out. Shifting gears, the headmaster said, all right, we'll leave the favor for later. We can figure it out when the time comes. An artifact capable of generating a demonic domain. He emphasized, it's extremely dangerous, but on the flip side, it has countless practical uses. Spatial partitioning will definitely come in handy for the tower you're planning to build. Hearing that, Estelle broke into an inner sweat. He's right. It can be said that the artifact's function is to partition space. Indeed, thanks to this function, even the teleportation magic circles in the trial corridor have been completely blocked. He deduced if it's magic that even the academy professors couldn't shatter, it'll be immensely useful for defending the tower later. The problem is, Estelle stated frankly, however, Senior, I'm not very well versed in magitech engineering. The headmaster suggested, in that case, go see Professor Felina. I'll put in a good word for you. She's someone you can trust. Pausing there, he turned serious and warned. However, even though I've decided not to pry into your background, getting Professor Felina to accept you is gonna be very difficult even for me. So let's do this. He raised a finger and began outlining a plan. Estelle listened with rapt attention. The next day, the rain cleared up, leaving the sky brilliant and blue. Gentle morning sunlight washed over the academy's grand domes. Inside the classroom, Estelle sat quietly reading a book, while the surrounding students chattered noisily. Suddenly, a familiar, cheerful voice rang out, Hey, buddy. Bia and Damien walked over, both looking remarkably plumper than before. Long time no see. Staring at the two of them in existential disbelief, Estelle asked, What happened to you guys? How'd you gain so much weight? Bia scratched his cheek sheepishly. Passing by, another student waved and greeted, Morning Chenbai. Wanna practice magic together later? Bia replied politely, Ah, sure, sounds good. A female classmate also chimed in, Damien, thank you so much for what you did in the trial corridor. Damien waved back amicably, You got it, thanks to you too. Scratching his head awkwardly, Bia explained, Thanks to the tip about the bracelets you dropped in the trial corridor, everyone kept saying how grateful they are. Our friends even gifted us elixirs as presents, and their parents helped our families out quite a bit. Sincere gratitude filled his voice. Thanks, Aster. Quietly setting his book down on the desk, Estelle replied, I don't think that's something you should be thanking me for. Bia blinked in surprise, huh? Estelle shrugged, I didn't force you to do anything. You were the one who convinced them. He affirmed, this change is all thanks to you. Hearing that, Bia nodded, I guess so. Estelle asked, what about Damien? Bia glanced back, oh Damien. He tied up a golem using plant-type magic and forced it to do manual labor, think it's named Cerberus or something. Estelle stared in shock, he can control a golem, he's out of his mind. Especially considering he didn't even care about having a proper attribute. Pulling up a chair to sit opposite Estelle, Bia suggested, Let's sit down and catch up properly. It's been a whole week since we last saw each other, so there's plenty to talk about. A voice suddenly cut in, is that so? I've got plenty of things to talk about too. The approaching figure startled Bia half to death. Felina abruptly materialized, locked her gaze onto Estelle and demanded, Aster, spare me a moment of your time. Recognizing the voice, Estelle turned his head, Professor Felina. The sun climbed higher, casting clear, warm light across the entire academy. Inside the lounge, Felina calmly asked, Do you know why I called you here? Glancing around the room, Estelle replied, I assume it's not for a counseling session. Sitting down in her chair with a faint nod, she answered, correct. Crossing her legs, Felina adopted a measured tone, I've heard the reports. Tilting her head with an authoritative, probing gaze, she pressed, Are you the descendant of a former war mage? Was Wimmer the mastermind behind this incident? Estelle didn't deny it, instead spitting out with utter contempt, a bunch of trash. Felina agreed, generally speaking, anyone tied to Declan is absolute trash. Estelle thought to himself, it lines up with what the headmaster, Senior, arranged. Drawing attention in Blandor under a fake identity is too dangerous, so instead, we settled on the background of a wandering war mage descendant hiding their identity across the continent. Turns out this was the exact persona the headmaster had coached Estelle in during that stormy night. Analyzing the setup, Estelle figured, given that, having a master who holds a deep grudge against Declan and Wimmer matches my actual situation, so this backstory fits like a glove. Felina let out a sigh anyway, there are countless suspicious points, but since the headmaster vouched for you, I'll let it slide for now. However, Estelle waited silently for her next words. For some reason, Felina stopped talking, a faint blush creeping up across her cheeks. The next second, leaning back into her chair and brushing back her hair, Felina continued, For now, I'll cover everything up. At the very least, you don't seem like someone who'd pose a threat to the academy and… Before she could finish, Estelle cut her off, Professor. Hesitating, he added, I'm sorry, but I'm a student and you're a professor, the age gap. Felina's eyes widened in sheer shock. What the hell is wrong with you? Upon hearing Esta's words, Felina instantly lost her temper. That little brat. Right after that, a powerful gust of wind erupted around her. But the next second, Felina gritted her teeth and forced the power back down. Then she spoke up with a hint of irritation. Damn it. This is so hard to say when I'm trying to do something that totally goes against my personality. But some things just have to be said. A blush crept across Felina's face as she awkwardly expressed, thanks to you, we managed to protect both the trial hall and the students. Instantly, Asta stood frozen in place, utterly stunned. As he finally collected his wits, he muttered thoughtfully to himself, is that so? Then Asta suddenly called out, Professor. Felina turned to look at him with a puzzled expression. Spit it out. After a moment of deep thought, Asta seriously made his request. As you heard from the headmaster, my goal is to set up a library open to everyone. If you don't mind, would you be willing to donate your books? Without much hesitation, Felina generously agreed, not bad, all right, I get it. Hearing this, a quiet wave of joy surged within Asta as he calculated, perfect, after Professor Farin and the headmaster, that's my third secured academic connection. The moment he finished speaking, her voice immediately turned solemn as she rang out, well then, shall we get to the main issue? Felina stared intently at Asta and calmly explained, the artifact that created the magical realm. Figuring out how to apply it might take quite a bit of time. Her tone turned grave as she revealed, the danger is immense, but that's not the main issue. If necessary, I can destroy it at any time. Right after that, Felina abruptly shifted her tone, however, and this caught Asta's attention. He only saw her expression grow cold as she warned, the people who come looking for that glove are the real danger. The Forbidden Association, Salvadium. Yet Asta acted as if he hadn't heard clearly and asked, Silvertown. Seeing this, Felina irritably corrected him, it's Salvadium. Say something stupid like that one more time and I'll pierce your eardrums. Her expression turned flat as she explained, the Forbidden Magic Association Salvadium, true to its name, is an alliance of people who have mastered forbidden arts. They act independently, but they share a common goal. Felina's gaze instantly turned ice cold as she recounted, and that is to recreate the magical realm. Then she seriously offered a reminder, and that Kid Pryson, the one who figured this out, must have had ties to the Forbidden Association, which is why he's dead. Looking at the person across from her, Felina asserted, so they're going to come after you to retrieve the artifact. Her expression grew deadpan as she warned, they're going to be extremely persistent, no less than the Deculan family. I don't know what you're hiding or how strong you actually are, but once you become a target of the Forbidden Association, you might just die. Hearing that, Asta calmly thought to himself, die huh. Following a heavy sigh, he nonchalantly judged, meaning clashes with them are inevitable. No big deal, I'll just slaughter them all. Having made up his mind, Asta wore a mischievous grin as he replied, understood, I'll keep that in mind. Seeing his expression, Felina's eyes widened in disbelief. Just look at this kid. Without waiting for her to speak, Asta continued with a request, so I'll leave researching this artifact to you. The next second, he placed a glove down on the table. Seeing this, Felina smiled helplessly and agreed, you've got quite the ambition, you little imp. Fine, I'll take a look at it. Right at that moment, someone suddenly rushed in from outside and shouted, Professor Felina, you're here. Hearing him cry out in a panic, right now at the academy. The young man's voice turned tense as he reported, head of the Deculan family has arrived. Instantly, Asta's eyes widened in shock. Outside the academy, a carriage was slowly making its way in. Seeing this, the crowd immediately became restless. The head of the Deculan family is here, tighten security, enforce strict control, and secure the parents of the victimized students too. Get the students back to the dorms right now. At the far end of the path, a crowd of people was already standing and waiting. Leading them was none other than the academy's headmaster. Over there, the carriage rolled slowly along the stone path. Up top, a man was casually driving the horses. Gazing at him, the headmaster pondered thoughtfully, so this punk is the current head of Deculan. And Farin, sensing the gaze, met it head-on. The headmaster showed no fear and quietly evaluated him. A genius who earned the title of Archmage and became the head of Deculan at just 30 years old. However, what he's more widely known for is how Deculan's tyranny only worsened after he took over as family head. Isn't that right? Then he let out a sigh. One shouldn't easily believe rumors, but one thing seemed certain. The headmaster thought bitterly, under the founding headmaster's motto, even the royal family had to accept getting their boots muddy at this academy. Yet this guy was too arrogant to even set foot on the ground. He muttered coolly to himself, but he humbled himself enough to act as his own driver, trampling over the academy's traditions with horse hooves while leaving people with no grounds to object. What a cunning bastard. Right at this moment, Farin propped his chin up in deep thought. Following that, he spoke in a cold tone, still not yet. His words left the headmaster utterly clueless. I don't understand what you mean, Lord Head. Hearing this, Farin casually explained, oh, I heard some rumors. word is the trial hall was occupied by a bunch of pests. Instantly, the headmaster fell into a cold silence. Then he muttered softly under his breath, "What an absolute bastard." The headmaster's tone carried a hint of anger as he challenged, "Lord Head, did you go out of your way to come all the way here just to spout this nonsense?" He found it hard to believe. Is he still testing me right now? Emanating pressure on one side, he pondered internally, we haven't officially announced who the attacker was yet. Only a handful of people know that Deculan is behind this. Looking at the man before him, the headmaster seriously considered, under these circumstances, what is his motive for talking nonsense like this? Facing his anger, Farin smiled and replied, absolutely not. He raised a hand to channel his power and feigned benevolence as he stated, I came to help since the Academy seemed unable to handle the situation. I personally captured those pests from the main family. The moment he finished speaking, several dark figures dropped to the ground. Immediately, the headmaster's eyes widened in shock. Farin simply tossed out a bunch of heads and declared, the head of the Beimer family, I've offered up his entire bloodline. Gotta pull out the weeds by the roots. Well, how is it to your liking? Up on the rooftop, Asta wasn't particularly surprised. As expected, he really did decapitate the head of the Beimer family. He silently judged in his mind, well, considering Farin from my past life, this isn't all that strange. He's a guy willing to reach out even to his own. The person who killed his own flesh and blood, as long as it served Deculan's interests. Asta fell into deep thought still, the timing of this is way too coincidental. Quietly observing the man, he quickly analyzed, I only mentioned Deculan and Beimer to the professor last night, and today he shows up like this. Is he just that lucky, or is he freakishly meticulous? Failing to guess the answer, Asta gave up and stood up to leave. After all, you're only human. In my past life, he was an incomprehensible entity I couldn't even sense, but now. A confident, arrogant smile appeared on his face. A towering, insurmountable mountain. Asta stretched out his hand leisurely just for now, but he pointed at the head of the Deculan family and clenched his fist. In this lifetime, I might just end up taking his head. High up in the clear blue sky, a few days passed by and the academy was quite lively. Farin's public display of heads left a deep impression on everyone. The exhibition of the Vimmer bloodline where Farin appeared was already shocking enough. But Farin took it a step further right there. He made a shocking decision. He would send a direct descendant of the Deculan bloodline to enroll as a student at the academy. In other words, a powerful card called a hostage that only a prestigious family could play. Not only that, because of this action, the royal family also issued a directive. Whether the two sides planned it together or not, the royal family immediately announced the enrollment of the third princess. But those matters had nothing to do with Asta right now. Still, that was a story for a bit later. At the earliest, they would enroll next semester or at the latest next year. More importantly than that, beside him, two friends cheered in unison, it's a festival. People rushed back and forth across the campus. The Pistonike Festival, it was a victory celebration meant for academy students who had been mobilized during wartime. Glancing at his two friends, Asta let out a sigh. The academy must be treating the trial corridor incident as equivalent to that. Well, and it's also a good excuse to stir up the academy's gloomy atmosphere. Catching sight of a crowd by the street, he calmly deduced, that's probably why there's alcohol at the Academy Festival. Since the Pistonike Festival is a victory celebration, the Academy seems to have permitted it. Asta thoughtfully added, though mercenaries hired for security probably aren't allowed to drink openly while on duty. At that moment, having won a drinking bout, a light brown-haired man laughed heartily, this guy is nothing. Come on, who else wants to join the next drinking contest? Instantly, a pouch of coins slammed onto the table. Following that, Damien eagerly shouted, me, I want to try too. Seeing it was him, Chen Bia shrieked in terror, Damien. Suddenly, the school's loudspeakers echoed across the courtyard, announcing to everyone in the academy, the Pistonike Awards ceremony will begin shortly. Those wishing to attend, please gather in front of the Hall of Sages. Immediately, Damien was grabbed by the collar and dragged away. Dragging him along with one hand, Asta indifferently muttered, let's go. Though internally he was filled with anticipation, if someone put in the effort, they deserved to be rewarded. A playful smile bloomed on his face as he silently declared, now then, it's time to harvest. Inside the hall, the host enthusiastically introduced, and now the headmaster will say a few words. Right after that came the most important part of the ceremony. Next, we will proceed with the awards ceremony. Award recipients, please step up to the podium when your name is called. Dahlia was the first to be called up, Dahlia Dedinal. Right after her was Damien von Blandor. The host continued reading, Evelyn de Plancher. Following that was the once timid youth, Chen Bai. And the last person whose name was called was Asta Aster. Glancing sideways at Evelyn, he pondered thoughtfully, Evelyn de Plancher, daughter of the Goldrin Trading Company. But how should I put it, there's something very suspicious about her. Asta felt a bit puzzled internally. I don't remember her standing out anywhere in my past life. Still, with the testimony of the students backing her up, I guess she's being recognized as a contributor. Unable to figure it out, he simply shrugged it off. Either way, it's time to collect the reward. Catching sight of the gift, Estelle was overjoyed. Of course it had to be top-grade spiritual medicine. When it was his turn, the headmaster wore a grim, displeased expression. I extend my deepest thanks for your contribution, Aster. But Estelle paid him no mind and instead cursed inwardly, Senior, do I have to return the box? It's nothing pretty, just trash. As if reading his thoughts, the headmaster threatened him with a fierce expression. If I find it in the incinerator, I'll burn you right along with it. Catching his drift, Estelle took the gift and thought mischievously, I'll just burn it in secret then. A short while later, the gifts were all handed out, and with that the awards ceremony came to an end. We wandered around the academy again, enjoying the festival. Estelle played a game and guessed everything right, leaving the stall owner terrified. Meanwhile, Damien kept eating nonstop, and Chen Bia punched a hole straight into the ground. We've been running around nonstop lately, so relaxing a bit today probably wouldn't hurt. Under the afternoon sun, the school looked utterly peaceful. And then night fell and streaks of light shot up into the sky. Right after that, a flurry of fireworks bloomed across the space. The three young men stared in awe at the dreamy beauty. Immersed in the brilliant light, Estelle whispered in a daze, the fireworks are going off. His mind relaxed and began wandering. It's a bit of a waste of money, but you can't deny it's impressive. Estelle closed his eyes to steady his mood. Then he resolutely made up his mind someday. In the future, Estelle will definitely make his dream come true. On the day I build my own tower, I'll get to throw money around like this too, right? The peak of the tower probably won't have the best view, so I'll watch from the highest floor that can still see the scenery. I'll host a festival that lasts a full week, even if I can't witness every single moment myself. In his mind, he vividly painted the picture of that moment. And the grand finale will be the ascension of the sage, Grand Sage Aster, riding on the back of a wyvern, opening a new era for the continent. A white wyvern sounds like it would look nice. The next day, an owl suddenly flew in carrying a letter and landed on the windowsill. Catching sight of it, Estelle thought helplessly, no, not this kind of white owl. In the end, he still got up to retrieve the letter. Opening the paper, Estelle saw just two words, the usual place. He quietly called out in his mind, Senior. Following that, Estelle climbed onto the windowsill without a moment's hesitation. Calling me out at the crack of dawn right after a festival, Senior really is hardworking. Even his summoned beast looks just like him. In the blink of an eye, he leaped agilely away. Inside the forest, Estelle walked leisurely forward. Gazing at what was before him, he put his hands on his hips and exclaimed, wow, this building's been abandoned for a long time. As he drew closer to the house, he pondered thoughtfully. Because it used to be used by fixers a long time ago, it was abandoned and forgotten by the academy. Perfect for secret conversations. Pushing the door open, Estelle poked his head in and called out, Senior, I'm here. Responding to him was the man's dignified voice, you've arrived. Hearing that, the white owl immediately flew off. Estelle didn't pay it any mind and simply focused on answering, yeah, but. Glancing around, he asked in confusion, what is all this? At this point, it's basically an office. I thought about that too, but that damn tradition left me no other choice. The headmaster didn't answer and instead offered an invitation, care for a drink. Amidst the sound of pouring water, Estelle casually inquired, is there an occasion, this early in the morning? The headmaster's tone carried a carefree vibe as he replied, what didn't I tell you before? I said I had a favor to ask. Instantly, Estelle realized the headmaster's motive. That request he traded for a library card. Across from him, the man rummaged through his pockets. Well, it's a pretty simple request. Following that, he pulled out a slightly crumpled letter. Deliver a letter to a friend of mine for me. In a flash, all the relaxation vanished from Estelle's face. I smell trouble, a horribly troublesome person. Right after that, he calmly questioned, where do I need to go? The headmaster placed the letter on the table and recounted in a serious tone, I asked around among my old comrades and figured out where that bastard is hiding. He hides pretty well. Following that, he solemnly uttered a name, Grand Forest Hammer. Instantly, Estelle cursed under his breath, damn it. According to the modern knowledge he had studied, Grand Forest Hammer was preserved from ancient times. Not only were there all kinds of monsters across that vast land, but also priceless magical materials. He wants me to find someone in a place like that. Realizing Estelle's mood, the headmaster softened his tone to reassure him, it won't be that hard. People live there too. If you check a few campsites, you'll find him soon enough. He hesitated slightly before speaking, Senior, I'm sorry, but... Before he could finish, the headmaster cut him off, oh right, I almost forgot to mention this. The headmaster produced a list and declared, I prepared a small gift for my hardworking junior. Glancing at the page, Estelle read in sheer disbelief, 2 top-grade spiritual medicines, 5 high-grade spiritual medicines, 10 intermediate spiritual medicines. Once he finished reading, the headmaster casually spoke, by the way, what were you going to say after I'm sorry but... At this point, Astad couldn't help trembling slightly as he muttered the words back under his breath, I'm sorry, but. Right away, Astad flashed a bright smile and replied, I was going to say I'm running late to leave the academy. Though internally he was overjoyed to the extreme. The price offered was simply too good to refuse. Up in the sky, white clouds drifted lazily by. Below, the entire academy was bathed in warm sunlight. Pulling out the paper to inspect it once more, Astad felt an overwhelming sense of blissful satisfaction. Just looking at it gave him peace of mind. He calculated silently in his mind, if you factor in the reward from the festival, I have a total of 3 vials of top-grade spiritual medicine. Life is truly wonderful. Not only that, Astad unfolded the ticket underneath, and on top of that, reading the text on it, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. A fabrication voucher for the Ayerkin workshop. A fabrication voucher from a prestigious workshop that even nobles have to wait in line for. Why is something like this in my hands? This went back a few hours earlier when Astad was talking with the headmaster. The price for something too good to be true, just as I thought, Senior is hiding something. At that time, the man's face carried a hint of sorrow as he explained, originally, I intended to invite him back to the academy. With the magical realm, the Deculan family, and all this chaos, I figured I'd need a bit of his help. The headmaster's tone remained calm, but he said it would be awkward to come back here. He said he had matters he needed to deal with. At this point, his voice turned immensely gentle as he commanded, so go on, kid, and help that bastard take care of his unfinished business. Responding to him was Astad's expressionless smile. Senior, you have zero conscience, don't you? Tucking the 2 papers away, he sighed softly. I protested this scam of a mission and asked for higher compensation. And I almost got beaten to death just for speaking the absolute truth. Suddenly making a connection, Astad's expression grew thoughtful, come to think of it. He quickly analyzed in his mind, I was planning to use the top-grade spiritual medicine to increase my mana capacity, but now I've got 3 vials. I don't need to focus so hard on capacity anymore. In this case, Astad immediately thought of a specific technique, a skill created based on a knight's reinforced body and achieved through ether. Mana branching. He smiled lightly, joyfully thinking to himself, the technique that helped me break past the limits of a fixer in my past life. It's finally time to upgrade this frail, fragile body. Shoving his hands into his pockets, Astad resumed his leisurely demeanor. A mage with a knight's body, and in my case, I also have the shock formula, the interference formula, and countless other techniques I couldn't use before. His face struggled to contain its excitement as he made a prediction. I can reach heights even greater than my past life. In the sprawling estate, golden sunlight poured down onto the rooftops, illuminating everything. Inside, Astad sat quietly in meditation. He suddenly opened his eyes and whispered softly, all right, let's get started. Following that, without a moment's hesitation, he took out the elixir and consumed it. Instantly, a golden aura suddenly appeared around Astad's body. Unfazed, he calmly adjusted his body to absorb the medicinal power. Breathing technique, same as always, but this time, I'm going to pour every drop of the top-grade spiritual medicine's mana directly into my physical body. Following Astad's movements, the aura gradually seeped into every part of him, allowing the mana to permeate every joint, muscle, and nerve cell. This was the most important goal. Suddenly, Astad's eyes bulged, and veins popped out all over. He looked down in sheer disbelief. Damn it, you again. Catching sight of the mark on his chest, Astad cursed angrily, the fire mark. But because he was in a crucial phase, he forced his mood to stabilize. I almost lost my focus, but if the fire mark activates like this. A broad smile spread across Astad's lips. Anticipation immediately surged within his heart. What kind of good luck are you going to bring me this time? The next second, Astad pushed himself harder in his meditation, calmly proceeding as planned. First, circulate the mana through the entire body instead of just the mana stone. At this point, he carefully controlled the power, injecting mana into every muscle fiber. Suddenly, Astad let out a groan. He slumped forward, his mind screaming continuously, this is insane. It hurts so damn much, it feels like every muscle fiber is being slowly torn apart. Veins bulged all over Astad's face as internal doubt crept in, is it really necessary to hurt this much? Unlike my past life, this is too much. Should I stop? The very next second, he made his choice without a shred of hesitation, train harder. Astad collapsed flat onto the floor, shouting out loud, you son of a bitch. His voice practically echoed throughout the building, you bastard, I'm not even done processing the muscles yet. If you shove mana directly into the bones like that. After a while, the room returned to silence, while Astad was drenched in sweat. He staggered to his feet, confirming in disbelief, mana branching. I succeeded. No, did I actually push through it? Astad tried clenching and unclenching his fist to evaluate. My body's durability still can't handle the full output. Even so, with just this reinforced body, I won't lose to any knight once my body matures and combines with physical training. A bright smile bloomed on his face as he judged, a mage defeating a knight with his bare fists. That won't be a dream anymore. Right after that, Asta bit down hard on his finger. All right, first, let's test the recovery ability. Instantly, blood spurted from his hand. What the hell, I clearly held back. Looking down at the wound, Asta calculated internally. The injury is heavier than I thought, but it should heal in about 15 minutes. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock. What the hell is this? The recovery speed is insane. Asta's mind immediately analyzed the effect. Even in my past life, there was no result this good. I've accidentally become a genius. If you factor in the photo-healing secret arts I got from Henzi, I'll be on par with Damien, the monster of Blandor. Not stopping there, Asta noticed something else besides. He squatted down to inspect the pool of blood. There's a faint sense of mana. Don't tell me it's from this drop of blood. Quietly sensing the power within it, Asta deduced suspiciously familiar mana. It's identical to my own. It feels like I can control it. Without a second thought, he held out his hand. Let's try casting a light spell. In the blink of an eye, a blinding flash of light appeared right in front of Asta. Once the skill faded, he stood there in stunned amazement. This goes beyond common sense. I chanted according to my will, but the vessel wasn't me, the caster, it came from the blood. In a flash, Asta grinned excitedly. If I increase the amount of blood and use the shock formula, the results are going to be crazy in their own way. His mind was already spinning with various ways to use it. If I use the Blandor family's regenerative healing arts later on, it'll definitely be useful. Regeneration is super effective for healing flesh and bone. Should I talk to Henzi about this? The very next second, Asta quickly dismissed the idea. No, better not get involved with lunatics. Perfect timing, Lancey is coming over for pre-class parent counseling anyway. I'll talk about it later. Anyway, I'm more than satisfied with this result. Looking at the bloodstain on his hand, he noted with satisfaction, let's tentatively call it blood magic. On the bustling street, a voice suddenly rang out from a house by the road. Thank goodness you two are safe, young Master Damien and young Master Aster. Lancey sat upright, asking with a respectful expression, are there any other issues? Hearing that, Damien hurriedly responded, nope, nothing's wrong, I'm healthy and completely fine. Hurry up and leave, go on. Faced with that dismissive attitude, Lancey remained completely calm as she spoke. Madame Gamo asked me to pass along a message. Damien asked in surprise, huh? What message? Her voice rang out calmly. Regarding the proposal for building the Blandor Lake and statue that you suggested last time. Glancing sideways at the person next to Damien, Lancey seriously commented, I don't know who helped you make it, but the format looks pretty good. She casually offered a compliment. The proposal was very neat. Hearing this, Asta thought coldly, she means blood, sweat, and tears numbers 1 and 2. At this point, Lancey finally brought up the assignment. Madame Gamo's message is. Damien's face lit up with eager anticipation. What's the message? Who would have thought the next second she'd pour cold water all over him? Rejected. Damien froze in place as if struck by lightning. Rejected. Seeing this, Lancey smiled lightly and continued, it says here. Not everything is impossible. Her gaze turned grave as she relayed the requirement. Place in the top 15 overall in the Academy's midterm exams. Only then will there be something to discuss when making a request to Madame Gamo. Hearing everything, Asta instantly understood Gamo's motive, so that was Madame Gamo's goal. Right at that moment, Lancey offered some warm, reassuring words. Young Master Damien, you don't need to worry too much. Don't you have good friends here? They'll help you. Asta felt a slight pang of guilt internally, sure of course. Opposite them, her expression turned gentle as she offered a guarantee. Chen Bai Aster. If you two help young Master Damien this time, the Blandor family will reward you handsomely. At this, Lancey seriously reminded them, though I'm sure it won't be easy. Instantly, Asta's inner self sighed heavily, so the time for patience and suffering has finally arrived. He closed his eyes tightly and tried to convince himself internally, if not for that formula. The next second, Asta gave a resolute reply, understood. Damien's face instantly lit up with radiance. Outside, warm sunlight spilled down over the house. In the quiet space, an interrogation suddenly rang out. Damien, how much do you actually understand about basic magic theory? Damien instantly looked blank and blurted out, basic magic theory? What's that? Seeing that expression, the other person helplessly moved on to the next issue. All right, Damien, can I see your notes? Where are your textbooks? Without a moment's hesitation, he grabbed his school bag and declared, I don't know, I just brought everything I have. Right after that, a stack of notebooks was piled onto the table. Looking at that pile of stuff, Asta muttered in sheer disbelief, this is hell. This is pure, unadulterated earthly hell. At that moment, Chen Bia asked hesitantly, Damien, you turned in the homework assigned by the professors on time, right? Responding to him was Damien's confident tone, of course. I did it. Hearing that, Chen Bia let out a sigh of relief. What a relief. But beside him, Asta wasn't very optimistic. Is it really a relief? Then he flipped open a notebook without hesitation, and what struck Asta's eyes were Damien's childish doodles. Subject number 2, blood, sweat, and tears. Instantly, he furrowed his brows and cursed under his breath, damn it. the dissemination formulas are drifting further and further away. Luckily for Asta, there was still some good news. The only bright spot was that the kid wasn't bad at general elective subjects like culture and history. Being a pampered young master, he must have been tutored in those subjects. He quickly calculated in his mind, the problem is with the magic-related classes. It's not that I can't teach him, but I don't have enough confidence. Thinking of Damien's level, Asta solemnly added, confidence not to beat him to a pulp, that is. Across from him, seeming to sense the strange atmosphere, Damien asked, is the situation really that serious? Right at that moment, someone approached and called out, hey. Seeing the young man's appearance, Asta blurted out in surprise, Furio. Instantly, Furion irritably corrected him in a stern tone, it's Furion Aster. Asta didn't feel guilty in the least and calmly replied, right, Furion, that's what I meant. Gazing at him like that, the guy helplessly asked the question he cared about, I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but I've got the general gist of it. Are you guys helping Damien study? Asta lazily gave a blunt reply, so what? Furion instantly put on a thoughtful look. Right after that, he spoke up frankly, I think I can help with that. Hearing those words, Damien's face immediately lit up. But Asta questioned suspiciously, you. Seeing this, Furion immediately rummaged around for something while answering, you look pretty skeptical, don't you? I wasn't planning on showing you this, but well. Watching what was in his hand from the side, Chenbia exclaimed in shock, that is. Furion was pleased with his reaction. As expected of Chenbai, I knew you'd recognize it. In the next second, he held up the paper and boasted proudly. This is a collection of the Academy's past exam papers from the last 10 years. Right after, Furion pulled out another sheet to brag, and that's not all. Holding a stack of papers in hand, he stated confidently, this is a compilation of tests from every professor. I've organized everything from their question structures to the specific topics emphasized in classes M1, M2, and M3. Then Furion asked arrogantly, well, is this enough to earn your respect? Taking the test sheet to examine it, Chenbia couldn't hide his joy. With this, there's actually a chance. Seeing that, Asta complained irritably to himself, I can't stand anything about him, especially how he framed Chenbai at the ARC trial. Meanwhile, Chenbia beside him was moved to tears. Finally, there's hope. Seeing his expression made Asta give in, I've got no choice but to admit it. Looking at Furion's smug face, Asta struggled to hold back his feelings. I really want to punch him, but I'll hold it in. But at that moment, he suddenly made a request. However, there is one condition. Instantly, Asta quietly changed his mind, or maybe I should just go ahead and punch him. Facing him, Furion calmly stated his condition. Help me train in real combat sparring after the midterm evaluation, since you know how to fight and seem capable enough. Hearing that, Asta was utterly surprised. Right after, he stood up without hesitation. Sure, we can do it right now. Follow me to the training hall. Realizing Asta had misunderstood, Furion quickly clarified, wait, you're not training me in combat, someone else needs your help. He raised an eyebrow and asked skeptically, someone else? He answered affirmatively, exactly, do you have time, I'll lead the way. Outside the academy in Hazen City, the golden sunlight spilled everywhere, making the scenery look exceptionally peaceful. Along the way, Asta impatiently probed, how much farther are we going? Furion could only turn around to reassure him, we're almost there. Having walked for so long without arriving, he started contemplating turning back. We've gone pretty deep into the back alleys. Damn it, I can't stand this anymore. Staring at the back of the head in front of him, Asta thought bitterly, I really want to stab him. Just then, Furion spoke up, catching his attention, we're here. Seeing the luxurious estate, Asta noted in surprise, a private training ground. Sizing up the surroundings, he remarked, looks like they have plenty of money to burn. Following behind, he focused on walking. When they arrived and she saw him, Dahlia opened her mouth to greet, you're here, Aster. Instantly, her name surfaced in his mind, Dahlia de Denai. Meanwhile, Furion rushed over and whispered quizzically, Dahlia, do we really have to do this? That guy defeated the Dalamp family, which is certainly impressive, but is he really someone worth learning from? Before he could finish, Dahlia cut him off, no. Afterward, she stated coldly, let me say it again. I am not borrowing the power of my family. Turning back to look at Asta, Dahlia spoke solemnly, I am asking you, Aster. Hearing that, he went quiet for a moment before speaking up. I'll take one more thing from this deal before I leave. Right after, he turned to Furion and declared, Furion, lend me that girl. I'll make good use of her and return her after the exams. I need her to tutor Damien. In an instant, he panicked and yelled, wait, what the hell? Dahlia, are you actually considering this? You don't believe in this ridiculous nonsense, do you? Then he pointed at Asta and criticized angrily, Aster, see things clearly, I already paid you with study materials. Hearing that, he calmly corrected, you paid back what you owed me. Asta's face turned serious as he questioned, but you still haven't settled the debt for framing Chenbai at the ARC trial, right? Immediately, Furion was at a loss for words. That's. Just then, Dahlia suddenly agreed, fine. In a flash, he shouted in shock, what? No, more importantly, why is Dahlia deciding my fate? I can't accept this. Furion beat his chest and stated eagerly, I am the proud bloodline of the great Denai family. I have free will. Seeing this, Asta gave a cold, threatening smile. All right, Mr. Proud Bloodline, I happen to need a punching bag. Are you tougher than Hickster? Instantly terrified into silence, Furion gritted his teeth and didn't dare say another word. Afterward, he decisively turned to leave. I don't have much time. The exams are coming up soon, so I'm heading out first. Watching him disappear from sight, Asta thought with satisfaction, great, this will take a huge weight off Chenbai's chest. Then he let out a sigh and said, now then, since I've been compensated, I suppose I should do my job. Glancing at the person beside him, Asta asked seriously, you want me to teach you real combat sparring, right? Dahlia nodded nonchalantly in response. Outside, the blazing sun beat down everywhere. In another location, an upscale meal was taking place. While cutting the meat, one person calmly lectured, please, give me one more chance. Once it's done, there's no turning back. Are you really sure you're okay with that? On the opposite side, the other person's food remained completely untouched. Across the table, Eveline said nothing more and casually speared a piece of meat to eat. While chewing, she expressed concern for her companion. I'm worried you might be pushing yourself too hard. Daibi didn't reply, he just quietly muttered her name in his heart, Eveline. Seeing that he didn't say a word, Eveline didn't mind and continued speaking. Because of the incident at the ARC trial, the client's complaints are getting rather loud since someone ensured I couldn't earn a single bracelet from that event. Hearing that, Daibi replied in a low voice, regarding that I have no excuses to make. Eveline casually looked up at him. Right after, she smiled and said, I heard a rumor that the questions for the midterm evaluation will be finalized by next week at the latest. Instantly, Daibi gasped in shock, you're not telling me to go steal the exam questions, are you? Eveline feigned disbelief and scolded, oh my, did I say that? You're saying some very dangerous things. I was merely telling you about my business and expressing hope that you, Daivi, could support that business. Her gaze turned icy and filled with threat. That's all, do you understand? In an instant, Daibi fell silent, warily facing Eveline. Seeing that he understood, she calmly made her request, if you want to fulfill this duty a bit more diligently, you might want to visit this place. They say there's someone there who is very good at this line of work. So there you have it. Afterward, Eveline gave a friendly smile and urged, hurry up and finish your food. Inside the room, the movement of a wooden puppet made a rattling noise. While following Dahlia, Asta was lost in thought, me teaching Dahlia. Looking at the back in front of him, his emotions were utterly complicated. If this were my past life, I would have beaten her half to death for daring to spout such nonsense. Our feud ran that deep. An image of Dahlia from his previous life suddenly flashed in Asta's mind. I will bury you right here today. Remembering those words, he thought bitterly, if not for her reinforcements, I would have killed her dozens of times. However, once she became Dinai's representative mage, we no longer had many reasons to clash. Moreover, this change also brought benefits to Astea. Putting aside past grudges, purely from a perspective of profit, raising Dahlia pays off handsomely. For some reason, Dahlia ended up being the one who kept the Deculan family in check. He curled his lips slightly, calculating with amusement, should I pull that timeline a little closer? A wave of excitement surged within Astea. Honestly, if I don't do it now, I'll never get another chance to give her a proper beating that feels this satisfying. Seeing Dahlia stop in her tracks, he had to put his thoughts aside and focus on the task. All right, Dahlia. Asta seriously tossed out a question. What do you think is the most important factor in person-to-person combat? Hearing that, she pondered for a moment and replied, I don't know, I just want to learn the moves you used against Hickster. Disbelieving, he questioned, you want me to teach you my style? Seriously, you need to find a method that suits you. Following up, Asta gave a specific example. Look, imagine an 8th-tier mage and a 9th-tier mage fighting each other. Who wins? Dahlia answered without hesitation, the 8th tier. He extended a finger, wagged it, and said, no, wrong. Then he pointed to his own head and explained, whoever smashes the opponent's head first is the one who wins. Dahlia's brows furrowed instantly as she questioned skeptically, the head. Opposite her, Asta conjured a small sphere while continuing his instruction. It's called. He slowly revealed, and the principle of striking first. In an instant, Asta's spell shot straight toward Dahlia's head. As time passed, the afternoon sun gradually blanketed the area. Walking along the road, Asta stretched his arms and let out a sigh of relief. Looking up at the sky, he marveled in surprise. Is it this late already? If I keep beating her into shape like this, she'll turn out just fine. Asta relaxed, letting his mind wander. I wonder what Damien is up to. Suddenly, Daibi's passing silhouette caught his eye. An amused smile immediately surfaced on Asta's face. 310 gold, huh? On the other side, Daibi slowly strolled down the street. At that moment, his mind was a tangled mess. Damn it, making me go steal the exam questions this time. I wanted to go clean, but life just doesn't work that way. Thinking of Eveline, fear welled up inside Daibi. Goldrin. No, Eveline, she has enough power to crush me. Pulling out the paper to look at it, he tried to comfort himself. No, look at it another way, this is a golden opportunity. What Eveline wants through them is a connection with the nobility. Heading toward his destination, Daibi tried hard to convince himself. If I handle this job flawlessly, I could become that connection. Opening the door, he cursed bitterly to himself. Last time, I messed up because of that damn sewer rat. Stepping inside the shop, Daibi's resolve hardened, but this time will be different. Meanwhile, behind him, Asta had been quietly tailing him for a while. Up ahead, Daibi began to doubt, is this the right place? It looks like an ordinary tea shop. At the service counter, a brown-haired young man saw the customer approach and greeted with a smile. What can I get for you, sir? Sitting down, he ordered hesitantly, dragon horn tea please, make it piping hot but it must be frozen solid. The staff agreed amiably, certainly, please wait a moment. Stealing a glance at the clerk, Daibi felt utterly embarrassed. This is the place Eveline mentioned. Come to think of it, saying that password in a normal shop is downright humiliating. Thank heavens. Over there, the clerk returned, set down the teacup and remarked, you seem rather flustered by the atmosphere here. Seeing him nod in agreement, the young man smiled broadly and said, a lot of people are surprised too. When they hear shadow broker, they usually picture some hidden, discreet hideout. Glancing around the elegant space, he pointed out casually, but as you can see, who would ever suspect a place like this to be a front for the black market? Afterward, the young man asked out of curiosity, anyway, how did a young customer like you find your way here? Hearing that, Daibi tried to stay calm and made his request. I'm here to buy the exam papers for the Academy's first-year basic courses. He spoke thoughtfully, Academy exam papers, huh? It just so happens we have someone looking to sell. Which department are you aiming for? He answered hesitantly, the magic department, sir. The young man pondered aloud, the magic department, huh? Then he offered warmly, actually, we have a meeting scheduled with the seller late next week. How about it? Care to come along with me? Instantly, Daibi confirmed in surprise, you mean, go together. Then he frowned, confirming his suspicion. He wants to memorize my face. After a brief hesitation, Daibi ultimately agreed. Verifying the seller and checking the quality of the goods, isn't that basic merchant practice? Let's go. His resolve was completely set after placing the order. After all, there was no turning back anymore. Hearing this, the young man beamed, all right then. Afterward, he leaned in slightly and whispered, then I'll give you the time and place. Listen carefully and don't write it down anywhere. Outside, Asta had watched the whole thing unfold, the young man's voice still echoing in his ears. The location is. With a cold expression, he commented disdainfully, a bunch of total nonsense. Deep thoughts immediately raced through Asta's mind. A test seller conveniently shows up and a buyer happens to be right there at the same time. Something smells fishy. What's more, they haven't even discussed the price yet. Raising his hand into the air, he muttered, well, I guess I'll have to verify it myself. Just in time, I've got a few Deculan robes that'll come in handy. A moment later, fully disguised, Asta wondered, let's see, should we rob the richest one first? The door of the tea shop opened once again. Inside, the quiet atmosphere had returned. Fiddling with the teacup, the young man thought rather listlessly, what a drag. Once this job is done, I've got to get out of Hazen. He let out a sigh, pondering internally, stealing the Academy's exams makes staying in Hazen too dangerous. Where should I head next? Right then, a voice suddenly sounded beside his ear, not taking customers. Instantly, the young man spun around in terror. When did he get here? Catching his eye was Asta in a red cloak. No way, is that Deculan the Red Jade? Facing him, he said coldly, drop the clumsy acting, dragon horn tea and all that crap, skip the passwords. The young man stammered warily, why yes, what are you curious about, my lord? Asta replied calmly, I'm looking for an item, a spatial pouch. Instantly, his eyes widened in disbelief. A spatial pouch? Don't tell me. Is he referring to Callahan's spatial pouch? It vanished after Callahan died, so why is he looking for it here? Right after, the young man feigned composure and replied, we've never seen such an item. He questioned in a leisurely, deliberate tone, is that so? By the way, what were you discussing with that kid just now? He looked pretty suspicious. In an instant, he was rendered speechless. That was. The young man's mind felt like it was on fire with frantic worry. How do I handle this? Out of nowhere, Asta slammed the table and snapped loudly, be quiet. His cold gaze bore down as he chided. The gears in your head are grinding too loudly. In a flash, the young man shivered in terror. This guy, he's no ordinary Deculan mage. Afterward, he rushed to speak. I'll tell the truth about that boy. It has nothing to do with the Deculan family anyway. Asta immediately threatened harshly, I'll listen and judge for myself. You'd better not hide anything. Now the young man didn't dare hide a thing. He nervously prepared to explain, understood. It goes like this. But he cut in, let's talk while we walk to the warehouse. Taken aback, he blurted out in confusion, why? Asta replied as if it were only natural, shouldn't I inspect the warehouse myself? Then he shot the young man a murderous glare and interrogated, what did that guy do here? Are you hiding something? Immediately he grimaced and couldn't help cursing internally, damn it, What the hell is he trying to pull? In the deserted hallway of the academy, Daivai trembled as he walked, stammering to ask if this was really necessary. In his disguise, Aster replied threateningly that if he was clean, he had nothing to fear, invoking the name of Deculan as a guarantee. Hearing that, Daivai could only swallow hard in sheer terror. Under pressure, Daivai was forced to confess that the mastermind was Evelyn, the young lady of the prestigious Goldran Merchant Guild. He claimed he was merely a middleman, though he suspected she was establishing a black market to trade grades. Aster fell into contemplation. Rumors about Evelyn's perfection had long permeated the academy. In everyone's eyes, Evelyn had always carried the image of an exemplary, elegant young lady. She skillfully maintained social relationships in a harmonious and friendly manner. She was even an outstanding student who was consistently active during class lectures. Aster gritted his teeth in annoyance, thinking about how others made easy fortunes while he had to go through the trouble of tutoring his friends. Daivai led Aster to a large door and unlocked it. Aster quietly followed behind, watching the broker's every move. Inside was a veritable treasure trove packed with jewelry and valuable artifacts, leaving even Aster astonished. Aster picked up a scroll to examine it, declaring that it needed to be taken back for further verification by the family. He ordered Daivai to prepare 2 spatial pouches to confiscate all of these suspicious goods. Daivai trembled with rage, but could do nothing except curse bitterly in his heart. The following morning, Aster casually instructed Chenbai that she could skip the stabilization formula step when chanting spells. Chenbai followed his advice and was amazed to see the magic circle operating smoothly in her hand. Furion clutched his head in panic, unable to believe that magic could exist without a stabilization formula. Aster pointed at the stack of materials, asserting that his method was entirely feasible, while Furion muttered that this place was nothing short of hell. Chenbai thought to herself that Aster was truly a mad genius, who defied all conventional logic of the magical world. She also worried that if Aster tutored Dahlia this way, her friend would soon be ruined by him. Footsteps echoed as Aster called out to Furion and noticed that Dahlia had arrived as well. Dahlia appeared with her usual cold expression, sporting bandages across her face. Furion screamed in sheer indignation, calling Aster a bastard for the grueling training drills he had been put through. A red pencil was grading a test paper filled with intricate magic circles. The entire group gathered together to check the test results. Furion, with dark circles under his eyes from sleep deprivation, announced that every single answer in his section was completely correct. Dahlia confirmed her results were the same, though she looked somewhat fatigued. Chenbai slumped over the table, still unable to believe she had actually gotten everything right. She breathed a sigh of relief, admitting that without those days of blood, sweat, and tears training Aster style, none of them would have survived this week. Furion raised his hands in excited celebration. Even if they were just basic questions, this was still a massive leap forward for him. Aster smirked with satisfaction, telling himself that he had done a fine job tutoring them. Dahlia looked over at Aster, asking if he had finished preparing his part as well. As night fell, Aster donned his disguise once again, sitting atop a roof and looking down at the academy. He suddenly felt his ears burning, wondering if someone was talking behind his back. He then focused on observing the area below, waiting for the right moment to act. Down on the street, students walked about briskly, completely unaware that they were being watched. Daivai glanced around nervously with an extremely tense expression, clutching the stack of exam papers tightly. Aster glared at him from above, telling himself he badly wanted to beat Daivai and Evelyn up right then, but the plan didn't allow for it yet. Daivai approached a hulking figure waiting outside the door. Reaching into his cloak, Aster pulled out a magical crystal orb. He flashed a cunning grin behind his mask as the orb lit up, signaling that the show was about to begin. Daivai gave a detailed report on the exam questions for both the basic and elective courses for first-year classes, having also meticulously prepared the evaluation criteria and practical test contents. A letter sealed with red wax lay quietly on the wooden table. Evelyn picked up the document file, thoroughly inspecting everything from the paper quality to the seal and the subtle mana flow within, before nodding in confirmation that it was genuine. She promised to grant him more opportunities, and assured that the Fingrove Merchant Guild would receive proper backing. Daivai broke into a triumphant, sly smile, believing that from now on his family would no longer dare overlook him. Hiding in the shadows, Aster watched and listened as Evelyn instructed Daivai to take charge of distributing the exams to the other clients. Daivai took his leave with a look full of confidence. Evelyn remained seated in the luxurious room, wearing a serene expression. But the moment the door clicked shut, her expression shifted as she sneered in contempt, calling him a fool. Evelyn asked her masked subordinate about the progress of the scapegoat plan, designed to pin all the blame on Daivai and the Fingrove Merchant Guild if the scheme were ever exposed. She stood up and walked with sheer elegance, the hem of her long dress lightly brushing against the carpet. Watching from outside the window as they prepared to dine together, Aster was filled with utter disdain. He told himself that while Evelyn appeared perfect on the outside, she was rotten to the core. Aster pondered a strategy to punish her and crush this scheme once and for all. Returning to his room, Aster sat down at his desk, thinking that using the recording evidence from the crystal orb right now would be a waste, as he preferred a far more sophisticated plan. He lightly tapped his fingers on the desk, trying to devise a flawless setup. A sudden idea flashed in the young mage's mind. He told himself he now had a way to guide Evelyn onto the righteous path in his own unique style. Aster spread a pristine sheet of paper across the desk. He glanced at the sample documents to get to work. As the pen scratched across the paper, Aster focused intently on every stroke, taking pride in the fact that this skill hadn't rusted over time. Aster reflected on the days when he frequently forged signatures in the past, never expecting he'd have to use that skill again for something like this. He firmly slammed the stamp down onto the newly written document. Aster smugly admired his handiwork, silently nodding that Evelyn would soon get what was coming to her. Meanwhile, in another part of the academy, the night still enveloped the ancient architecture. A blue-haired girl was training intensely, drenched in sweat, her breath coming in heavy gasps in the quiet space. She told herself that one must strike first to claim victory, and that the strongest magic was the kind that triggered the fastest. With fierce determination in her eyes, the girl channeled her power to ignite a radiant magic circle, ready for the trials ahead. The bell rang to signal the end of the exam, and the instructor instructed the entire class to put their pens down, place their hands on their heads, and pass their papers forward. The exam room instantly grew noisy, as students began packing up and buzzing with lively chatter about the test. One young man turned to ask his friend what theory he used for question 3, only to receive the sarcastic reply, the paper and pencil theory. On the test paper, the pen was smoothly finishing intricate magic circles and highly complex formulas. Several classmates gathered around in shock that this guy managed to finish the test despite never studying, while he smugly claimed that just staying awake during lectures was enough. A red-haired student standing nearby looked on with deep irritation, silently cursing the guy's obnoxious arrogance. Sitting in a corner, Evelyn wore a triumphant smile, seeing that her first deal had gone off without a hitch. She felt smug about having secured Demanin, the eldest son of a powerful family that was filthy rich from controlling the kingdom's food supply. Her smile grew more sinister as she thought of 3 other lucrative transactions going just as smoothly, convinced she would score a massive win this time. Suddenly, the exam room door swung open, and a mysterious figure cloaked in black appeared right in the middle of the break. Evelyn was startled, the smile on her face freezing instantly at the sight of this menacing presence. Behind the stranger stood Daivai along with a few other students, giving her a bad premonition that disaster was about to strike. The professor demanded that Demanin follow him immediately, leaving the boy bewildered and clueless about what he had done wrong. The professor's face, partially hidden beneath his hood, was dead serious as he coldly announced that the headmaster was waiting for him in the office. Witnessing this unexpected turn of events, cold sweat broke out across Evelyn's forehead as an inexplicable dread welled up inside her. The following morning, the academy issued an urgent notice requiring all first-year students to gather at the main hall for an important announcement. The crowd began buzzing with rumors about a massive exam cheating scandal that had just been uncovered by the academy. Evelyn stood among the crowd with a tense expression, secretly trying to figure out who had been unfortunate enough to get caught. She reassured herself that she had been meticulous, yet couldn't help worrying whether Daivai had carelessly left any traces behind. Professor Farun called for order in the hall before commencing the grave announcement. He formally confirmed that a group of students had engaged in cheating during the recent midterm examinations. This news sent the hall into extreme tension, while Evelyn turned pale with fear that her name would be called next. Professor Farun declared that Daivai and 4 other accomplices would be expelled immediately and held liable for all damages. But the biggest surprise came when he revealed the scandal was brought to light not by the faculty, but by a righteous student who had provided the evidence. The professor extended his hand forward, inviting the brave student to step up to the podium to be honored by the entire school for their noble deed. The spotlight suddenly shone directly onto Evelyn, leaving her completely frozen and utterly drained of color at this bizarre mix-up. The entire hall erupted in astonishment as students began cheering enthusiastically, ignoring Evelyn as she stammered in an attempt to deny it. Surrounding peers crowded in to pat her on the back and congratulate her, leaving her to force a bitter smile in sheer frustration over this hero title dropped onto her lap out of nowhere. Evelyn forced a smile in front of everyone, but on the inside she was going insane over having ended up betraying herself. The commendation ceremony officially commenced amidst thunderous applause, turning the ringleader of the cheating ring into a symbol of integrity. Watching this fine performance from afar, Aster wore a deeply satisfied smile, seeing his prey fall into the trap flawlessly. Evelyn was forced to accept praises for having a noble soul, the cruelest psychological punishment she had ever endured. Aster stood there with a triumphant look. He was the one who had directed this entire epic plot twist to punish her. A week passed since the shocking shake-up, and the academy had returned to its normal rhythm. The bulletin office door opened, catching the attention of all the waiting students. The crowd scrambled toward the notice board to check the official exam rankings that had just been posted. Every eye was glued to the extensive list of scores prominently displayed on the hallway wall. Chenbai and Damien rushed over in a hurry, both anxious to find out their rankings after the tumultuous exam period. Both shouted with joy upon seeing Damien's name in 18th place, an achievement far exceeding their initial expectations. Aster calmly reminded his two friends to look closely at the leaderboard one more time just to be sure. As it turned out, Demanen, despite having been expelled, was still sitting proudly at 7th place on the score sheet, leaving everyone in utter disbelief. A male student came running over to announce that it was a misprint, leaving everyone baffled once again about the actual final results. Damien and Chenbai were still reeling in shock, staring blankly at the results board as if unable to believe their eyes. On the newly corrected list, the name Damien von Blando sat proudly in 16th place. Both burst into tears of joy, yelling, "We did it!" in the middle of the crowded academy hallway. Damien turned to brag to Aster about the unbelievable result he had just achieved after so many days of grueling practice. Aster looked at his friend with calm eyes, as if everything had gone entirely according to his calculations. Chenbai beamed brightly, even daydreaming about staying on as a teaching assistant after graduation because she felt she had a natural knack for teaching. Yet Aster immediately poured cold water on her enthusiasm, telling her to shut up and stop daydreaming. Chenbai jumped, wondering if she had just accidentally said something out of line that annoyed her friend. Aster solemnly reminded her that the very teaching assistant in the recent cheating ring had resorted to desperate measures simply because he was strapped for cash. He recounted how that teaching assistant, unable to afford his living expenses, had sold his soul to the darkness by leaking exam papers. And did she have any idea how long it took a teaching assistant to get a shot at becoming an assistant professor? At least 3 to 4 long years. Aster asked another friend whether he truly wanted to embark on this arduous path of teaching. That friend smiled, saying that guiding others in his own unique way brought a deep sense of fulfillment. Aster chuckled, warning that if he really wanted that, the road ahead would be paved with nothing but blood, sweat, and tears. Seeing the determined look on his friends' faces, Aster suggested that there was actually another way if they truly wanted to pursue that passion. Instead of being a poor teaching assistant, aim to become an archmage, someone with the power to command absolute respect. At that point, she could teach anyone with true strictness and dignity, much like how she trained Damien. The image of a powerful archmage materialized in her mind, radiating a mysterious strength that made others look up in awe. Aster advised Chenbai that if you're going to dream, dream big, and not to waste her talent on a mediocre job after helping Damien improve so rapidly. Only by becoming an archmage would she have what it takes to pay him back for saving her life, complete with a hefty interest rate. As night fell, the peaceful scenery of the city beneath a starry sky looked truly magnificent. At a deserted street corner, the light spilling from shop windows cast hazy streaks across the pavement. An old wooden signboard creaked in the breeze, signaling that this was the secret rendezvous point for those dwelling in the shadows. The thick wooden door stood ajar, revealing a quiet space inside that was completely detached from the hustle and bustle outside. Kellogg stood waiting with a dashing look, his glowing purple eyes betraying a hint of impatience as he awaited his partner. Steady footsteps echoed from the stairs as a figure slowly approached him. The alley mage finally appeared, his face hidden beneath a pitch-black hood shrouded in mystery. "You're finally here," Kellogg spoke up. Kellogg scoffed, remarking that someone who spent all day cooped up in the academy like Aster had the nerve to criticize him for hanging around damp dungeons. Aster coldly demanded to skip the small talk, wanting to know what kind of help Kellogg needed that made him call so urgently. Kellogg's gaze turned serious as he revealed that an ancient ruin had just been excavated deep within the Hameln Great Forest. Aster wore a smirk, as information about ancient ruins always held an irresistible attraction for him. With piercing blue eyes gleaming with challenge, Aster prepared for a promising new journey deep into the primeval forest. A few days after the commotion, Aster and Chenbai went to see Lancy to collect their reward. The blonde secretary looked quite relaxed as she sipped her tea. Lancy offered them an advanced magic matrix of the Blando family. While the core secret arts were untouchable, she affirmed that this academic exchange was completely within her authority. Hearing about the replication ancient matrix, Aster couldn't help but smirk in smug satisfaction, He thought to himself that the Blando family really knew how to play, and this gift was quite an unexpected steal. Turning to Chenbai, Lancy pushed up her glasses and candidly admitted that they had quietly investigated his family background beforehand. Chenbai was startled, breaking out in a cold sweat as Lancy brought up the financial troubles his family was grappling with. With a confident expression, she asserted that the Blando family had more than enough capability to cleanly resolve all those hardships for him right away. Lancy promised to provide Chenbai's family with a drastically better life if he agreed to accept this patronage. The teenage boy froze for a moment, his eyes wavering at the prospect of an all-too-easy life-changing opportunity unfolding before him. But then Chenbai clenched his fists tightly, firmly rejecting this condescending offer of help from the noble family. Lancy hastily explained that this was merely a repayment, urging him not to view it as a debt or charitable handout. Chenbai smiled lightly, saying he simply wanted to be friends with Damien in the purest way possible, unburdened by any material interests. Seated nearby, Damien, who was drinking tea, suddenly flushed bright red, too emotional for words at his friend's sincerity. Lancy was completely caught off guard by Chenbai's attitude, never expecting an ordinary kid to have such high self-esteem and integrity. Witnessing this noble display of friendship, Aster, sitting nearby, suddenly felt about as pragmatic as a pure villain. Chenbai hesitated and asked if he could request something else instead. Lancy smiled, assuring him he could ask for whatever he wanted. Instead of money, Chenbai only hoped for the chance to study magic under the Blando family name in the future to broaden his horizons. Lancy double-checked to see if that really was all he wanted. He nodded firmly, flashing a gentle smile to confirm that was everything he desired. Right after that, the matter was reported back to Madame Blando. She stood in the courtyard of her luxurious mansion, listening to the briefing from her subordinate. She asked in mild surprise if Damien's friend had really made such a strange request. The butler bowed and confirmed that was indeed the case. Madame Blando smiled with satisfaction, silently rejoicing that her son had finally found a true companion. Since Chenbai had proven his positive influence on Damien, she decided to sign an official sponsorship decree so he could focus entirely on magic. Upon receiving the sponsorship notice, Chenbai was so shocked he stammered incoherently, his hands trembling uncontrollably at this massive gift. Aster stood in the background witnessing the whole ordeal. Thus, the turbulent midterm exams came to an end with a result that practically everyone found satisfying. Damien grinned widely as he signed the necessary paperwork, while Lancy beside him also let out a sigh of relief. Aster leisurely held a book, a faint smile on his lips. All the chess pieces were now in their proper places. A few weeks passed, and the atmosphere at the academy suddenly turned unusually tense. A female professor wearing a black blindfold stepped up to the podium. She loudly announced that the academy would begin enforcing the combat readiness decree, starting today. The general education curriculum for first years was officially suspended. The entire study program would now focus entirely on practical combat sparring. However, she also added that participation in these training sessions was completely voluntary. A female student raised her hand to interrupt, questioning the concept of voluntary the professor had just mentioned. The female professor explained that students had the option to participate in drills at the school or find their own independent training paths. They were even permitted to return to their family estates for private training. The entire hall began to buzz with chatter at this sudden change. She also reassured them that the teaching staff would be reinforced by grade 5 Empire combat mages. Hearing this, Aster merely fell into a silent contemplation. He sensed something was amiss. Such a large-scale change definitely wasn't decided by the academy itself, but ordered from above. As night fell, a white owl beat its wings across the gloomy sky, carrying a secret message. Aster held a slip of paper bearing the words "sharp at 8." He knew it was time to make a move. Aster walked through the night, his face pensive as he wondered what on earth was really going on in this academy. Dry grass crunched beneath his feet as Aster pushed deeper into a deserted area. He was slightly surprised that having only been gone for a few days, this place looked completely different from his memories. Before him stood an abandoned storage building, now cloaked in an extremely sophisticated concealment barrier. Aster surveyed his surroundings and nodded with satisfaction. This space was more than enough to begin testing the power of the new replication ancient matrix. He raised his hand, and a tiny red orb appeared on his fingertip. It was time to see just how strong the Blando family's gift really was. Aster stood amid swirling currents of mana. Satisfied as he watched the red orbs float around him, he murmured softly that the test was a success. Observing closely, he noticed the red orbs were absorbing ambient mana to perfectly replicate the properties of the original. Still, he wasn't entirely pleased because the output efficiency was a bit low. Just as he was pondering whether to try another method, Aster heard footsteps. An old mage with a long beard and a monocle approached, grumbling and asking what kind of mischief he was up to here. Seeing the old man arrive earlier than expected, Aster merely smiled lightly. The old mage narrowed his eyes, sensing the violently vibrating mana inside those red beads. He asked in astonishment whether the boy could channel any type of magic he wanted into these spheres. Aster didn't answer, simply holding out both hands to display his supreme mana control. He casually claimed they were extremely versatile. The old mage's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe what he was seeing. He began panicking and firing off rapid-fire questions about the capacity for raw mana storage and using them as remote magic trigger points. He screamed, demanding to know the maximum effective range and where the boy got these items. Aster maintained a calm expression, brushing off the old man's agitation. He wore a meaningful smile, promising to explain everything in detail. But before that, he needed the old man's help with a minor task. The old mage's face darkened. He grumbled that Aster actually dared to treat a senior like him as target practice for his attack. Aster nodded with satisfaction, secretly thinking of the old man as the best high-end punching bag he could possibly find. He reminded the old man to brace himself thoroughly. The old mage let out a conceited cold snort, declaring that even if Aster tried for a century, he wouldn't touch a single hair on his head. Aster closed his eyes to concentrate intensely, preparing to unleash his strike. A massive mass of energy began to form, the red orb spinning and compressing mana to its absolute limit. He declared he was going to compress this mass of mana. Only then did the old mage turn pale as he realized the danger, frantically screaming at him to stop immediately. The mass of mana erupted with terrifying energy. The old man only had time to shriek and curse Aster as a lunatic before disaster struck. Aster wore a cold smirk, then softly uttered a single word: detonate. A shocking explosion erupted, blinding light engulfing the entire area. Thick smoke billowed from the ruins, the aftershocks of the blast still lingering. Aster stood amidst the smoke with an indifferent expression. He was slightly disappointed, thinking the destructive power still hadn't reached his expectations. Hearing weary footsteps on the grass, Aster turned back, demanding the old man state what he felt after that last strike. The old mage stepped out, completely drained of color. He trembled as he asked who on earth Aster was and where he came from. He admitted the boy's mana was too pure, far surpassing ordinary geniuses. Aster maintained a nonchalant attitude as if it were no big deal. He casually replied that he was just an ordinary student. That answer made the old mage want to go crazy, threatening to crack open the boy's head to see if there was a user manual hidden inside. Aster smirked and refused. The old mage was still reeling from shock over the boy's bizarre magical logic, staring blankly around in search of the vanished red beads. He pointed up into the air, signaling the old man to look at where they were. High in the sky, residual energy currents were still swirling like a small mana storm. The white owl landed on Aster's head. The old mage cleared his throat, trying to regain his composure to move on to the main issue. The two moved indoors and sat opposite each other. He asked the real reason Aster had called him to this remote place late at night. The mage placed a sparkling blue orb on the table. He spoke gravely that this concerned the Great Forest tragedy. Aster stared intently at the information orb, the small owl on his head also sitting quietly as if waiting. Upon seeing the images inside the orb, Aster's eyes suddenly bulged in horror. His expression transformed completely due to a reality too shocking to fathom. The Great Forest of Hamon, this jungle preserved from ancient times, was crawling with all sorts of monsters. Yet humans were adaptable creatures, so they continued to live there, especially mercenaries skilled enough to operate within the Great Forest. They were the elite among elites. Yet those Great Forest mercenaries were trembling in fear. What? Or perhaps this was only natural. Those things were wraiths and not just ordinary ones. Through Asta's gaze, the screen displayed the face of a goblin wearing a wildly demented smile. Opposite him, seeing the change in the boy's expression, the headmaster began to speak calmly. You've seen it too, so you should know. While normal wraiths act based on lingering memories in the flesh, that thing. Before he could finish, Asta chimed right in. That's a wraith moving by its soul. A wraith formed naturally. If that's true, there must be ancient ruins in the Great Forest sealing away those freakish things, right? Rebuffing this statement, the old headmaster coldly uttered a single word. Death Rose. A monster dubbed the most evil among evils. When Death Rose sealed in ancient ruins is unsealed, malevolent spirits spill out. The situation is extremely urgent, but none of my disciples can act right now. At the latest, we must set out within the next 2 days. As he spoke, his hand clenched tightly in frustration. Then about 2 seconds later, seeming to regain his composure, the headmaster let out a sigh and asked, "What will you do? Even if you don't go, I won't take back the reward. Consider it a gift to a young junior. On the other hand, even if you do go." Asta frowned, hastily asking back, "Old man, do you mean you have nothing left to give me?" The headmaster candidly admitted, "That's right, everything depends entirely on your own will. This isn't something you can be tempted into by material things because your life is hanging by a thread. Think carefully." The old man advised in an immensely sincere tone. Yet contrary to what he thought, Asta agreed without the slightest hesitation. "Then let's go." At this reply, even the headmaster couldn't help freezing for a beat. Asta shrugged, continuing calmly. "Senior is worried about his friend, isn't he? Looks like Senior won't back down even if it costs him his life. I mean, I might look like this, but I'm not scum enough to bargain with someone else's life." Over on this side, seeing Asta say such things, the headmaster's expression welled up with tears of emotion. However, there was only one thing Asta himself knew. "Frankly speaking, even if you told me not to go, I'd still feel compelled to go." Thinking to himself, he glanced down slightly at the mark on his upper chest. It felt as though it was whispering, "Go, what you're looking for is there." Asta could only let out a sigh. "Damn it, I have no choice but to go." Time passed quickly. By evening, right before departure, the headmaster handed the protagonist a ticket and cautioned, "This is a teleporter gate ticket. Present this, and you'll be able to use the gate immediately without delay. And this is a protective magic-imbued cloak. Take it with you." He tossed a cloak to Asta as he spoke. His generosity prompted Asta to ask, "If you give me this much, what do you have left?" The old man complained, "Stop spouting nonsense. If you only prepare when trouble happens, it's already too late. Finally, take this too." He produced something that left Asta slightly surprised. It was a mask, the headmaster explained. "This is the new moon keepsake." The male lad reached out to take the mask and muttered, "New moon, huh?" His attitude somewhat annoyed the old man. "Is it new moon you want me to pierce your eardrums for? Obviously, you'll try to hide your identity with perception-concealing magic or a mask. If you do that, my friend will kill you without anyone ever knowing. Now I'll arrange things so your matches and final exam scores are credited under my name. As for what you'll do with the Blando family." Istad turned around, blinked once and flashed a smile. "Well, I'll handle it myself." In another turn of events, Chenbia and Damien also received the letter the male lead left behind. "I'm going off to train, don't look for me." Istad's abrupt departure left Chenbia dumbfounded. Only Damien was wildly excited. "I want to go train too, I'm heading out as well." Shifting scenes to Greentown, a city adjacent to the great forest of Hamon, an angry roar echoed out. "Hey, load the cargo quickly, we have to move out by tonight at the latest." "Damn it, what is this mess?" A monster wave appearing again after decades. A burly blonde guy turned around in outrage. "Those damn dogs of the Empire are truly useless. They're only good at collecting tons of taxes, and in times like this, they just stand on the other side of the river and watch." Yet while he was rambling, a reminder rang out. "Hey Han, haul another barrel over, stop whining over there." Hearing this, the guy immediately refocused on his work. "Yes, sir." At the same time, inside a tavern, fellow Oberon was also sighing dejectedly. "What should I do?" He recalled the warning from some mysterious person. "An old friend will help us out, we owe each other. He won't be able to come here personally, but he'll send someone, so you go pick them up yourself." Thinking about it, he sighed once more. They're bound to come, but still. Before he could finish thinking, the burly guy appeared before Oberon and asked, "Has Oberon thought it through? Please spare my life. Do you mean we're going back to the great forest of Hamon? Honestly, isn't that just telling me to go die?" The burly guy was practically on the verge of tears as he spoke. Faced with this, Oberon could only wear a troubled expression and try to persuade him. "But hey Rayleigh, the contract is for travel between the 4th Outpost Camp and Greentown. Didn't I pay you 4 times the usual rate as a hazard bonus plus the deposit already? And now you're asking to cancel the contract." Oberon's challenges caused Rayleigh to let out a sheepish laugh. "I know the mage must be in a tough spot too. Where am I supposed to find a guide right now? I understand how you feel, but you see, I'm truly sorry. But I need to survive too, right? They say the monster wave could hit at any moment." The perfectly reasonable words of the burly guy left Oberon hanging his head, not daring to look him straight in the eye. Seeing this, outwardly Rayleigh still wore a worried expression. Yet he gradually cracked a mischievous smile inwardly as he thought. Almost there, traveling back and forth between the 4th Outpost and Greentown, who'd be crazy enough to do that? Since I have to leave anyway, traveling with a talented mage to ensure safety is better. And I can make a nice profit on the side. Awesome. As soon as I shake off this mage who's clearly a clueless merchant, I'll add a little extra to the cash I make this time and head to some nice countryside and live like a landowner. And while the burly guy Rayleigh was still daydreaming about the future, suddenly a hand landed on the table, startling them both into turning around to look. They discovered that an anonymous, masked figure had been sitting there without them noticing. Oberon bewilderedly asked, "Who are you?" The other person didn't answer, asking in reverse, "My friend, what's your name?" "Oberon, my name is Oberon." The other person asked again, "Your teacher is Liheim, right?" "Yes, that's right," Oberon confirmed. And Asta said with satisfaction, "Then I found the right person. Good Oberon, just call me Statement to make it comfortable." Meanwhile, nearby, the burly guy Rayleigh clapped his hands happily. Ah, the group you said would come is finally here. Well then, Mr. Mage, I'll give you the map of the great forest I have. Can we consider this done? I'm doing this because I don't have the guts to risk my life, but I am handing over a map as vital as my very life right here. He spoke as he placed the map on the table. And the naive Oberon believed it wholesale and took it. Understood. Since my teacher's acquaintance has arrived, we'll go on our own. Rayleigh hastily turned to leave at top speed. Thank you, Mr. Mage. Please make sure you achieve whatever you're aiming for. Yet the moment those words ended, before he could slither away, Astaz's cold voice rang out. Stay right there. Hey pal, don't try any funny business. Come over here and sit down right now. I'll give you 1 second. If you don't sit down within that time, you're toast by my hand. Astaz radiated a terrifying killing intent as he spoke, causing cold sweat to instantly break out across Rayleigh's face. But before he could even react, 1 second had already passed. As a result, Astaz's figure darted forward, treating him to a kick straight to the collar, followed by a barrage of punches and kicks that left Rayleigh cowering and screaming. Why? Astaz beat him while replying, 1 second is up, isn't it? Standing on the sidelines watching, Oberon grew equally flustered. He wondered inwardly, can our teacher really defeat Deathros? Shifting scenes to an ancient ruin area located deep within the great forest of Hamon. Someone was frantically digging away in this area when suddenly a call rang out. Hey Mole. Mole turned his head nodding, ah, you're here. The dark-haired guy slightly loosened his collar, speaking in a somewhat annoyed tone. Damn it, I'm about to get roasted out here. So what's the situation? Mole turned his face away upon hearing this and casually said, you want to know the situation? Better see for yourself. Before them stood a gigantic crystal radiating an intense pink aura. Looking at this state of the crystal, the dark-haired guy asked back, the seal hasn't been broken yet, what about the unsealing spell? Mole recounted the situation. The magic is working, but it seems it still needs more time. To this, the dark-haired guy fell into brief contemplation, slower than expected, how troublesome. Speaking thus, he furrowed his brows, quickly thinking, the situation is weird. Death aura is lingering everywhere, which means the seal is breaking. So why hasn't it reset yet after I cast the unsealing spell? Unaware of these thoughts of his, Mole seemed to remember something and suddenly said, right, don't you have matters to deal with? The dark-haired guy seemed to know what his companion was asking, replying, ah, that combat mage from the academy. He's probably looking for Deathros too. I need to maintain the unsealing spell. Can you handle him yourself? Seeing this, Mole vehemently denied it. Handle him? Are you kidding me? The dark-haired guy suddenly wore a deeply dangerous smile. This is a hunt. You know very well how many combat mages' heads I've stuffed into my subspace. No matter what kind of monster you are, you can never ignore your own flesh and blood. Shifting scenes to Astaz's group. After the burly guy Rayleigh took a beating, he had no choice but to agree to guide them. Walking behind, Oberon also thought to himself, looks like things worked out in the end. Just a moment ago, I was racking my brain figuring out how to save the guide, and how we could possibly return with just a map. With that in mind, Oberon turned back to look at Astaz and quickly made an assessment. Judging by his height, he's definitely around my age, but he's truly incredible. He solves problems without breaking a sweat, and he's already claimed the Crescent Moon title. Over on this side, our protagonist suddenly offered with apparent kindness. Mr. Guide, your shoulders must really be aching, right? Would you like me to store some of that gear in my dimensional storage? Rayleigh turned around and replied with a beaming smile, no, thank you, Sir Mage. These are emergency supplies that I might need at any given second. It's much better to keep them readily accessible in my pack. Hearing his reply, Astaz merely sneered to himself in disdain. This guy is still just looking for an excuse to shake him down. After all, they were currently inside the Hamon Great Forest. Right then, a sudden noise echoed through the woods, startling the birds into flight in all directions. Rayleigh hastily turned around to warn the two of them. Sir Mages, look out, that thing is coming. Sure enough, just as he had anticipated, barely a few seconds later, a pack of wolf-riding orcs wielding axes charged straight into view before them. An orc from Hamon? We haven't even gotten close to the second base camp yet, so how did they get all the way out here? Rayleigh cried out in sheer panic, while cold sweat broke out across Oberon's face as the orcs closed in at terrifying speed. We need to stop them. But before he could even react, Astaz had already sprung into action. Hovering above their heads at that moment was a mass of blood. Astaz said in a low voice, hey, Junior, put up a barrier. As Astaz spoke, he simultaneously unleashed his magic. In the very next second, those crimson droplets shot straight toward the pack of orcs with lightning speed, catching the monsters completely off guard, before showering them in a barrage of attacks packed with lethal destructive force. Rayleigh had to scramble to cover his face against the explosive blasts triggered by the onslaught. Then once everything finally settled down, the orcs in front of them had been wiped out entirely, leaving nothing behind. By now, Rayleigh no longer had to worry about the immediate danger. "Excuse me, Sir Mage. Would you mind if I borrowed a bit of that dimensional storage space now?" Meeting his request was a bright smile from our protagonist. "Not interested, carry it yourself." Time flew by quickly until twilight began to settle in. Massive explosions continued to ring out from deep within the forest. A goblin had its head cleanly pierced through by a magical strike. The one responsible was none other than Asta. Damn it, what a pain in the neck. He grumbled under his breath, wondering if this was Deathrose's handiwork. Since when did goblins turn into high-tier monsters over 2 meters tall? For a second, I almost mistook it for Hickster. From behind, the burly man piped up with a request. "Sir Mage, do you mind if I step in for a closer look?" Having no objection, Asta agreed right away. After a brief inspection, Rayleigh offered his analysis. "Just as I thought, these guys look identical to the pack that settled near the second outpost camp. We guides call them Kenti goblins, but for them to have fled all the way out here." Catching on immediately, Asta picked up where he left off. "Meaning either they've expanded their territory or they're running away from something, right?" The big man nodded in full agreement. "Most likely the latter. Look at their claws, they're caked in mud and tree bark. And the soles of their feet are completely shredded. They must be fleeing from something. Perhaps we should adjust our route. These creatures hunt in packs, which places them fairly high up on the food chain around here. So if there's something out there that can terrify them to this extent." At this point, he let out an awkward chuckle. Not that I doubt your capabilities, Sir Mages. I just think it's wisest to steer clear of any unknown variables if we can." For someone like Asta, minimizing unnecessary danger was an easy call. "He's right. Unforeseen risks are the deadliest. All right, let's do that. What do you think?" Oberon agreed with the plan. While Asta couldn't help but inwardly praise Rayleigh's competence. Rayleigh's navigation skills are exceptionally accurate. Even when scanning over a vast radius with my senses, this area is crawling with nuisances. Yet he's managing to chart an optimal path to bypass nearly all of them. Turns out he's far more capable than I gave him credit for. I can afford to trust his lead a bit more. Time slipped by rapidly until nightfall, and the group was drawing close to their destination. "Looks like we're almost there. We just need to cross this marshland and we'll reach the first base camp. You two take a short breather. I'll scout the immediate perimeter before we make our way across the swamp." Following that, our protagonist's party lit a fire and took the opportunity to sit down and rest. Taking advantage of the lull, Asta also took the time to evaluate Oberon. Can't blame him for being overly anxious. Taking the safe route has set us back by nearly a full day. Just as Asta predicted, Oberon soon began fretting over the lost time. "We really don't have the luxury to stall like this. A monster wave will undoubtedly erupt soon. We have to track down Deathrose and eliminate it before things spiral out of control. This is all my fault." "Yeah, pretty much," Asta remarked coldly while complaining in his head. "Damn it, why am I suddenly feeling guilty? Do I look like his therapist? If you just trained a little harder, that Deathrose bastard." Before he could finish his thought, a thunderous roar suddenly ripped through the woods. Right after, Rayleigh came rushing back in a total panic, reporting, "Sir Mages, we have to run right now. Why on earth has that thing shown up all the way out here? It's the Lord of the Marsh. Hurry, we must get out of here." The scene shifted to an inferno nestled deep within the Hameln Great Forest, a place known as the Abyss. One of the ancient beasts that had crawled out from those depths was none other than the Lord of the Marsh. Nobody knew the true reason why this ancient species abandoned the Abyss to take up residence in the wetlands of the Great Forest. To think that cursed creature would appear in the wetlands at a time like this, having not left the Marsh of Death for hundreds of years, Rayleigh lamented. While Asta offered his own suggestion, "Can't we just circle around it instead of cutting straight through the wetlands?" Even if it claimed this entire wetland as its domain, it's still a massive stretch of land overall. Rayleigh understood what Asta meant, yet he could only shake his head. "Impossible. That beast is relentlessly persistent. The moment you step foot into the water, it locks onto your scent and hunts you to the ends of the earth." Sitting off to the side, Oberon's expression grew increasingly worried as he asked, "If we change our route again, how much longer will it take?" In response, Rayleigh drew upon his expertise and explained, "We can't simply skirt along the edges, we'd have to make a massive detour. There's a reason guides went through the trouble of forging a path straight through these wetlands. It'll add at least 10 days, maybe even up to an entire month. And if we take that route, we'll likely have to bypass the first and second base camps entirely and head straight for the third." The more he spoke, the more stunned Oberon became. Naturally, Asta picked up on his distress, so he stood up and said simply, "All right." Rayleigh turned to ask softly, "So should I recalculate the route?" Asta replied, "No, we're cutting straight through these wetlands." The moment those words left his mouth, the atmosphere turned eerily quiet. After a few seconds of silence, the burly man stammered, "Excuse me, my lord. I don't think you understand the gravity of the situation. That is an ancient species, a monster that has devoured countless soldiers, mages, and even knights." Hearing that, our protagonist turned around to clarify, "I think there's been a slight misunderstanding. His words left Rayleigh thoroughly puzzled. Huh, a misunderstanding? You scared the life out of me. I actually thought you meant we were going to walk right through. Estelle rested a hand lightly on his shoulder and laid out his actual plan. Of course not. We're not just walking through it, we're going to hunt it down. He delivered the line with an utterly casual smile. Rayleigh could only mirror the expression with a stiff grin before muttering, "Oh, bloody hell." Needless to say, what followed was a series of ruthless chops to his head from Estelle, prompting Oberon to quickly step in. Senior, if you're doing this for my sake, you really don't have to. I'm already more than grateful that you came all this way. There's no need to take such a massive gamble." Meeting his plea was the firm, resolute voice of our protagonist. Cut the crap. When something needs doing, you just do it. Are you going to hesitate like this when Deathros shows up too? What if you're forced to strike down your own master alongside Deathros? What will you do then? The question instantly left Oberon tongue-tied, completely at a loss for words. Seeing this, Estelle realized this sheltered greenhorn wasn't up to the task, and simply let out a sigh. Anyway, it's settled, the Lord of the Marsh. We hunt it down tomorrow and then resume our journey. Meanwhile, Oberon kept turning our protagonist's earlier words over in his head. When something needs doing, you just do it. Then, as if having finally made up his mind, he stood up and offered, "In that case, I believe I can be of help to you, Senior." Estelle looked back and shot him a sarcastic retort. "Oh, so you weren't planning on helping before?" Seemingly oblivious to the sarcasm, Oberon continued earnestly. "My talent hasn't fully blossomed yet, but it will definitely prove useful. It's called limit breaking. It temporarily pushes a target's hidden potential to its absolute maximum." Only then did Estelle's eyes show a flicker of genuine intrigue. "Tell me more." Time flew by until the following morning, where Oberon appeared to be meditating to refine his mana. He exhaled a soft breath, his entire body enveloped in a hazy glow of azure mana. At that moment, Estelle approached, prompting Oberon to greet him promptly. "Ah, you're up, Senior. You're up early and working hard, aren't you?" Our protagonist remarked casually. "Gotta stay sharp, especially when some idiot wants to serve himself up as a wyvern's breakfast first thing in the morning." The person Estelle referred to was none other than Rayleigh, who had just taken several punches to the head for his sheer foolishness. Brushing the matter aside, Estelle cast his gaze across the surroundings and asked, "Well, which tree caught your eye? Next time you try to run off, I'll tie you to a tree and let the wyverns enjoy a light snack. Go on, pick one you like." Estelle's nonchalant tone made Rayleigh tremble uncontrollably. "I won't run away," he uttered weakly. Afterward, once the party finished their breakfast, Estelle clenched his fist, feeling the surging strength throughout his body. "All right, we've had a hearty meal. My condition is at its absolute peak. Now for the most important parts." He turned his gaze toward Oberon and asked, "You ready?" Oberon gave a firm nod of confirmation. "Yes, I'm ready." Behind him, Rayleigh whimpered tearfully, "Well, I'm not ready in the slightest." Knowing the man was completely useless in battle, Estelle dismissed him outright. "Fall back and stay behind." The moment he heard those words, Rayleigh instantly perked up with renewed vigor. "Understood, my lord." Our protagonist then turned to instruct his remaining companion. "Oberon, you two, let's begin." The scene shifted to a certain misty lake. At this moment, our protagonist was wading deeper into the waters, musing as he moved. Rumor has it that the moment you step into its territory, it tracks you down with pinpoint lethality. Putting thought into immediate action without a second of hesitation, Estelle drew a dagger, sliced open the tip of his finger, and let his own blood drip into the lake. Instantly, a massive explosion erupted behind him, sending water violently splashing in every direction. Watching from a short distance away, Oberon and Rayleigh turned deathly pale with terror. Only our protagonist maintained a completely calm composure. "Come on out and greet your guest. Actually, scratch that, come on out and take a beating from your guest." He spoke in a chillingly cold tone, as the monstrous beast known as the Lord of the Marsh finally surfaced before him. The moment its head emerged, Estelle turned and gave a nod of signal to Oberon. Reacting swiftly, Oberon immediately activated his limit break magic, channeling it directly into our protagonist, and enveloping his entire body in an intense, brilliant golden aura. Feeling the overwhelming surge of power, Estelle couldn't suppress his exhilaration, this feeling of liberation. "It's been so long since I last experienced this." On the other side, paying no mind to what Estelle was thinking, the monster swung its colossal paw straight toward him. The sheer force of its strike caused the water's surface to erupt violently. Those watching from the shore cried out in terror, "Sir Mage." But in the next breath, Estelle's voice resonated from midair. "Limit break, huh? Thanks to you, I've shattered past my own limitations." The monster lifted its gaze upward, only to find Estelle poised in the sky, preparing an extraordinary transcendent spell. He looked down upon the beast with cold eyes, looking every bit like a judge about to hand down a death sentence. While explaining the mechanics of overclock, Oberon admitted that even he didn't fully comprehend how it worked. All he knew was that it was an ability capable of unlocking potential far beyond normal boundaries. However, he emphasized one mandatory rule that had to be strictly observed. Overclock only lasts for 5 minutes. Exceeding that limit is extremely dangerous. Therefore, Asta must end the fight in under 5 minutes. Now standing face to face with the ruler of the marshlands, Asta let out a hearty laugh, summoning a flurry of magic circles as he declared with supreme confidence, 5 minutes. To me, that's more than enough time to play around with you. Lestat triggered his fire magic. A terrifying blaze erupted, engulfing the monster in flames. What was even more horrifying was that the flames burned fiercely even submerged underwater. Oberon and Ray stared with wide eyes, completely unable to believe what they were witnessing. Fire burning beneath water was certainly no ordinary magic. Ray was struck with even deeper shock upon seeing the monster begin to buckle under the assault. He thought to himself that Asta might truly be able to kill it. But right at that moment, Ray caught sight of a lethal danger and screamed at the top of his lungs, "Asta, look out, it's about to roar." Before the warning could even finish, the monster unleashed a deafening, terrifying roar that sent shockwaves rippling out, causing Asta's fiery magic to gradually dissipate. Asta quickly realized, its roar has the ability to disrupt the natural flow of mana. He wasn't particularly surprised. After all, this was the king of the marsh, a creature that could never be underestimated. Right then, Ray shouted desperately, "Don't look into its eyes for too long. Starring for just 3 seconds will petrify your mana." Asta was thoroughly appalled. Why the hell are you only telling me such crucial information at a critical moment like this? It turned out Ray had always held immense dread toward the king of the marsh, due to its ability to disrupt mana and freeze an opponent's magic. What's more, its hide was so resilient that it could deflect even a knight's ether. For that very reason, Ray's former master had once told him, the best way to deal with the king of the marsh is simply never to engage it in battle. Yet right now, Ray clenched his fists, a glimmer of hope sparking in his eyes. Still, Asta might actually have a shot at winning. He whispered under his breath, "I want to believe in him." Asta glanced back at Ray, his voice dripping with ice. "We're going to have a private chat later, keep it brief." Ray nodded quickly, "Fine, but let's survive this first." Unable to maintain eye contact with the beast for more than 3 seconds, Asta immediately tackled the problem in his own signature fashion. He flicked a few droplets of blood from his hand and lunged toward the monster at breakneck speed. Opposite him, the colossal beast swung its massive hand in a ferocious strike. In that exact split second, our protagonist manipulated the airborne blood droplets, sending them flying directly in front of the monster's face before it could even comprehend what was happening, detonating the blood into a blinding flash of light that forced the creature to shield its eyes in agony. The instant it pried its eyes open, it found Asta closing in like a streak of lightning. A surge of crackling lightning had already condensed in his hand, radiating an overwhelming, destructive aura. A devastating punch slammed dead center into the monster's body. Asta triggered collision strike, sending violent shockwaves rippling throughout its entire anatomy. Our protagonist smirked coldly, "Look at you, tougher than I expected, aren't you?" Hearing his voice, the monster viciously clapped its 2 hands forward to crush him. But the attack proved entirely futile. As his voice sounded once more from behind, too slow. Staring right at the monster, he spoke in a tone brimming with thrilling anticipation. "You've kept me entertained for a bit. Now then, let me show you something truly fascinating." Drawing in a colossal amount of mana, Asta unleashed a newly named technique, Explosive Annihilation. The moment the energy peaked at its absolute maximum, he hurled it straight into the monster's face without a shred of hesitation. The blow landed cleanly, and at first glance everything seemed normal, until the creature's body began expanding violently from the inside out. A catastrophic explosion ripped through the area. The monster was torn apart from the inside and vaporized into nothingness. Asta plunged straight into the water, exhausted to the point of losing consciousness as he thought with mild disappointment, "To think a single monster could push me to my absolute limit like this. What would have happened if I had used this move against Declan back then?" He was certain Declan could have blocked it, but there was no way he would have walked away unscathed. No matter how sturdy the barrier, that catastrophic blast would have shredded right through it. Precisely because of its power to obliterate everything in its wake, Asta had christened the skill Explosive Annihilation. Seeing him fall, his 2 remaining companions rushed over in a panic. Simultaneously, the entire spectacle of the battle had been observed from afar by a shadowy figure, who was watching Asta with a gaze full of intense intrigue and danger. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the Hameln Great Forest, it turned out Wynn was sharing his vision through a raven, a truly bizarre feat. He was feeling an overwhelming surge of excitement as he watched the battle unfold, thoroughly astounded by Asta's combat style after witnessing him actually slay the ancient beast used as bait, and to do it by diving into close-quarters combat and gouging out its eyes. A rare lunatic indeed. He began speculating about the boy's true identity. Is he a mage? No. The energy he released was way too high compared to the mana he was consuming, yet he doesn't fight like a martial artist either. Recalling that explosion, Win couldn't hide his surprise. Not that I couldn't take down the Lord of the Marsh myself, but this is still quite a shock. Right then, his arm began trembling uncontrollably, leaving him unable to steady his own body. To think that I'm actually feeling fear. Suddenly, he burst into a fit of ecstatic laughter. This is beyond unbelievable. Win was instantly consumed by a burning desire to destroy Asta. Ancient war mages are nothing more than trophies to collect, but this guy is different. I want to hunt him. I'm going crazy with the urge to hunt him down. Then he abruptly paused, sensing something unusual. Wait, no, that's not the feeling a hunter holds toward prey. Win examined the sensation more closely. It feels more like. He suddenly realized the striking resemblance between them. He's a hunter just like me, a kindred spirit who understands the true thrill of the hunt. Unable to contain his excitement, Win licked his lips. I wonder how I look through the eyes of a fellow hunter. I wonder which of us is the one hungrier for the chase. With that, he prepared to make Asta his next quarry. Looks like I'll have to put a little extra effort into the preparations. Back on the party's side, the campfire had just been rekindled. Asta was only now groggily coming to his senses. Sitting up, Asta inquired of those around him, "How long was I out?" Seeing him awake, Oberon answered immediately, "You're up, senior. It's only been about 2 hours, Asta." Still feeling drained, Asta muttered, "My head is still spinning." Oberon explained, "That's the recoil of overclock. You only maintained it briefly, so the strain was kept to a minimum, but you'll probably feel this way for the rest of the day." Struggling with the sensation, Asta remarked, "I feel like I'm knocking on death's door." Looking down at his trembling hands, he added, "Look at me. If you guys hadn't been here, I probably would have drowned in that muddy swamp puddle." Asta then noticed something missing. "By the way, where's Rayleigh?" Oberon hesitated to answer. Just then, a rustling sound came from a nearby bush. Rayleigh popped out with an embarrassed chuckle. "Were you looking for me, my lord? I won't run off anymore, I swear." Asta didn't press the matter too hard. "Drop it. Where the hell were you, Rayleigh?" Rayleigh offered a playful joke. "I was hiding in case you decided to beat me up again, just kidding. I was checking over the Lord of the Marsh." Asta looked puzzled by the reasoning. For what? He answered honestly to see if there was anything of value. On that note, Rayleigh asked for his input. "May I ask what you plan to do with the carcass of the Lord of the Marsh?" Asta pondered in silence for a moment before letting out an exhale. "Whatever. Consider it the price for your life. Do you want me to lend you a dimensional bag to store it in?" Hearing that, Rayleigh's eyes lit up with sheer delight. "Really, thank you so very much, my lord." Asta casually tossed him a pouch. "Callahan's pouch has plenty of space. I'll just hand him one of the bags I took from that black market broker and call it a day." Rayleigh accepted it joyfully. "Thank you." Oberon, on the other hand, grew a bit concerned. "Sir, are you sure about this? The remains of the Lord of the Marsh are worth a small fortune." Asta didn't bother being stingy with the guide. "What would I do with that stuff anyway? The guy needs to earn his keep too." Oberon recalled a lesson he had once been taught. "Senior, you truly are. I was taught that greed hinders cultivation and corrupts the soul." Full of admiration, Oberon continued, "I find you truly noble, completely indifferent to material wealth and considerate toward others." Asta paid no mind to the praise. A bunch of total nonsense. Naturally, Asta knew about the Lord of the Marsh as well. Its fur and hide are renowned for deflecting ether. Crafting armor or a cloak out of it could fetch whatever price you name. However, materials sometimes lose their intrinsic properties once the beast perishes. Just look at how easily that cheap skinning knife is slicing through it. That means all of it is just worthless junk. Oberon then inquired about their upcoming itinerary. "So what's the next move? We're behind schedule, but Jolie mentioned we could afford an extra day of rest." Asta looked quite surprised. Why would we need extra rest? After everything they had just endured, Asta wanted to set off immediately. "I feel like moving around." Sometime later, the night deepened into the late hours. The party continued their relentless march through the darkness. Rayleigh finally announced to them, "We've finally arrived." He had led the group to the front of an encampment. "This is forward base 1. Is it always this dark here? All the lights are completely out." "They don't light fires after nightfall. Light attracts monsters." Rayleigh promptly ushered the two of them inside. "Let's go find the base commander. We need them to arrange our rooms." Asta looked slightly surprised. "The base commander, you say?" He then explained further to him, "That's the group of mercenaries who own this base. They take a cut of the materials from every mercenary staying here. Essentially, they're local tyrants. In a way, they're just glorified bandits." Right at that moment, someone spoke up, startling Rayleigh. "Bandits? You've gotten a lot bolder since the last time I saw you, Rayleigh." It turned out someone from the base was staring right at them. He panicked immensely upon realizing it was Fixer, the guild leader. Oberon also knew a bit of information about him. This is Fixer, commander of the first forward base, and the name of his group is Aviat. Fixer immediately leaped up and landed right in front of Asta. He abruptly stood still right there. Out of nowhere, Fixer reached out his hand, offering to greet him. He clearly expressed his intent. Don't you know how to say hello? I'm just saying hi. Asta quickly shook Fixer's hand as well. Is that so? Right then, he suddenly squeezed his hand even harder. He was also a bit startled by this action. What the hell? What are you doing? He was misunderstanding Fixer's intention again. Isn't that how it is? He didn't even bother arguing with Asta. I've seen all sorts of weirdos in this world. I'm too old for these childish power struggles. He suddenly felt as though bones were cracking. I'm pretty sure I just heard something snap. He abruptly cut straight to the main issue. Anyway, what brings you here to say hello to us? Fixer stated his purpose. I have a proposal. I heard you guys are heading back to the fourth forward base, right? Oberon couldn't help but be shocked upon hearing this. How do you know that? He immediately alluded to Jelly. I heard some boastful adventurer chatting about it. Last time he was even bragging about his plan to scam a naive mage. Fixer instantly returned to the main point. Whatever, my intention is simple. Take us along with you to the fourth forward base. Fixer suddenly recalled the red crystal and replied, I have a rough idea of what's happening over there. All the base commanders have their own ways of gathering information. If the fourth forward base falls, this place will be the next target. We're going to fight. He was quite pleased with this suggestion. That's not a bad request. The more backup, the better. Asta was still about to make his decision, perhaps, but Oberon flatly refused. No. Hearing this, he couldn't hide the anger welling up inside him. Asta cursed at him internally. What are you rambling about, you stupid jerk? Fixer still tried to explain his request. If Outpost 4 falls, we won't be safe here either. We're joining the fight. But Oberon stubbornly refused. No. He asked doubtfully, we're not allowed to go together, he immediately asserted. That's right, you can't. Oberon went on to describe the situation there. The area around Outpost 4 has long since turned into a wasteland. I don't know how much of the situation you've grasped, but whatever you're imagining, the reality is much worse. Fixer suddenly echoed his words. Much worse, you say, in other words. He coldly interpreted it another way. Should I take that as a warning not to go dig our own graves? Oberon simply kept silent without answering. Yet he boldly affirmed, yes, you could say that precisely. His expression darkened immediately. Fixer was instantly provoked by those words. You're being too arrogant, young mage. Who are you to make decisions for us? His pride had now been touched. Maybe in your eyes it's just the pathetic life of a swordsman. But we also have our pride, things we need to protect, and limits that must never be crossed. Fixer coldly challenged, making even Rayleigh fearful. So what gives you that right? Why is it okay for you to protect your homeland but not for us to protect our home? Hearing of Lee Hem's disciple, I had high expectations. But what you said is too disappointing. He was now utterly shaken by Fixer's aura. He suddenly reeled back his terrifying aura. Though angry, Fixer had to hold it in. I'll arrange your lodging, we'll talk about the rest later. Damn mosquitoes. Oberon already felt regretful for what he had just said. Asta, however, acted quite unconcerned. Getting here was exhausting. My clothes are soaked through with swamp water. I'm going to go wash up first. He hurriedly followed right after him. I'm coming too. At this moment, Asta suddenly turned his head to look at him. This fool. Time gradually drifted toward midnight. He was now just stepping out of a tent inside the base. Asta currently felt much better. His body clearly felt much lighter. He also strolled past Rayleigh's nearby tent. Asta still had things to do, so. A short while later, he also arrived at Fixer's tent. He was quite surprised to see the boy appear here. Fixer immediately eyed him suspiciously. Asta, what are you doing here at this hour? He casually sat down and replied, nothing all that important, I just came to chat. He remarked on that attitude, you're pretty bold for someone so young. Asta replied offhandedly, just normal. Fixer wanted to know more about him. How old are you, Asta? Of course, he didn't give a real answer. I just turned 50 last year. He immediately realized it was a lie. You're out of your mind. Fixer prepared to cut off the conversation with him. If you just came here to spout nonsense. Asta's attention was drawn to something else on the table. It seemed he also recognized Fixer's resolve. You guys are determined to head to the fourth outpost no matter what. He immediately confirmed, yes. Asta instantly made him an offer. Why not come along with us? Don't tell me you're letting your pride get hurt over a few words from a brat. We have to go anyway. Isn't it better to go together? Fixer expressed doubt, you're all talk. Asta immediately reaffirmed, I'm different from that kid. As he spoke, he suddenly had to pause. I'm behaving my age just now. We almost had a dispute from both sides. That was something Asta was quite wary of regarding his strength. People who reached a realm like his were rare, even among knights. Therefore, he had to be careful when talking to him. Fixer had to admit, that sounds harsh, but you're not wrong. Asta still offered to go together. It's better if all parties cooperate. Why would you refuse our help in a situation like this? Especially with our help, the tides could turn. He tried to pivot the nature of the arrangement. Can I consider this a commission? Asta was surprised by that request. Hey, I'm already giving you what you want. What more do you intend to squeeze out of me? Fixer stated his desire, an escape route. He still couldn't believe his ears. An escape route, you say. He now had plans for the future. Only veteran mercenaries can reach Outpost 4. We're going to evacuate the youngsters out of the Great Forest of Hamon. The X mark on the map is the location of the fourth base. Estelle let out a sigh of admiration. You're risking your life just to save the kids, how touching. He calmly replied back, touching, I'm just backed into a corner. Anyway, to secure the escape route, we need Scout Rayleigh's help. His temper might be foul, but he's the best in this great forest. In return, we'll assign our scout to you. Estelle still didn't understand the reason for this. Really? Why? He provided him with more information. Didn't you know? The swamp monster is in the wetland area. Our tracker isn't sharp enough to find a route bypassing that swamp. Hearing this, he casually declared, what? If it's just about that, everything's already resolved. Fixer stared wide-eyed in surprise, not understanding those words. Estelle pointed out the abnormal part of the situation. How the hell do you think we got to this base? If we'd gone around the swamp, we would have reached base 3 already. Fixer offered his guess. Don't tell me the swamp lord went back to the swamp and stayed there. He half agreed with him. No, you could say it went back. Estelle mentioned this in a rather cold tone. It went to meet the maker. He revealed a shocking truth. I sent it off with my own hands. Time gradually drifted to the following morning. The mercenaries were now destroying this base. We have to burn that tent, bring out the oil-soaked fabric, burn all the furniture, we can make new ones later. Estelle was currently standing there watching them work. He suddenly brought up last night's conversation. Did you check everything I said? Fixer confirmed it smoothly. Yes, that corpse really belongs to the Swamp Lord. He grew curious about Asta's identity. Who on earth are you? He feigned ignorance. What do you mean? Asta was still waiting for Fixer's answer. Well, haven't you made up your mind yet? He immediately gave his answer. No, I've decided. As long as you ensure the kids are evacuated safely as we agreed, I'll do it. Fixer suddenly fell silent in thought. Then he voiced his doubt. What do you want? No, what is your true purpose? Asta calmly repeated, didn't I already say it, cannon fodder. He continued with his proposal. You guys will escort us to Outpost 4. After that, you're free to do whatever you want. How about that? He accepted following Asta's arrangement. Understood. He suddenly had one more thing to say. There's one more thing. Asta wanted to speak frankly. Drop the formal language. You might be 2 years older than me, but both of us are old already. Why bother caring about such things, don't you think so? He grew somewhat angry upon hearing this. So arrogant. Fixer guessed his age based on his height. Clearly, he was younger than him, older by 2 years. He was suddenly shocked at the thought. Wait, is that true? Considering he beat the Swamp Lord, maybe he's an old archmage who drank an elixir of eternal youth. That makes more sense. Right at that moment, Maris walked over to report on the progress. Leader, all scouts have returned. The camp is almost packed up too. Fixer was still lost in thought and delayed answering him. Maris was somewhat surprised by his demeanor. Leader. Fixer abruptly gave him an order. Stop packing, run, stop what you're doing and gather everyone. He now wanted to set out immediately. We can't keep our client waiting any longer. Fixer had gathered everyone at the base. The time to leave had arrived. He divided the tasks. Half the troops will venture deep into the heart of the forest. Fixer also assigned the remaining task to the youngsters, and the other half will find a route out. He loudly declared, I don't want to waste any more words. Live up to the name Aviat, the title of those who used to be our family and our teachers. Right at that moment, someone voiced an opinion. Later, the youngsters began volunteering. I want to go too, I'm coming along. If so, I'm joining as well. Leader, my swordsmanship is way better than that guy's. They still felt quite confident in their abilities. I might not be strong in swordsmanship, but nobody beats my speed. The seasoned mercenaries found it rather annoying. These troublesome brats. Fixer immediately cut through the noise. That's enough. He exuded a terrifying aura and ordered them. Your discipline is way too dependent. I won't accept any complaints. Piss off. Fixer was also furious at the youngsters' opposition. Get out and wait for disciplinary orders. You're gonna get beaten to a pulp, you bastards. One of the soldiers couldn't hold back his tears upon hearing this. He shouted loudly, what are you idiots still standing there for? Get out of my sight. Asta quietly turned around and left. Memories of an old acquaintance suddenly surfaced in his mind. Asta, seeming not to want to remember it at all. Damn it. At that moment, Rayleigh suddenly walked over with a question. Are Aviat's warriors joining this journey too? Asta was slightly surprised but replied, that's right. Did you hear everything just now? He smiled sheepishly. Honestly, from my perspective, this is the right move. He subtly hinted to Oberon. Perhaps a mage would think like that, but these Aviat mercenaries are a bit different. Because they're beast hunters who have silently protected this place for the past 2 centuries. He couldn't look down on them either. Hunters, turns out they were the ones holding the secret to winning. Rayleigh also spoke up on his behalf. Though I believe no creature has what it takes to block Mr. Mage's path, their support will definitely be extremely useful. Astao was ready to take them in. If that's the case, that's great. By the way, aren't you packing any supplies? He immediately flashed a confident smile and replied, I've already packed everything neatly. Fair enough. He abruptly crushed Rayleigh's hopes. When you're about to return to dust, you don't need any more baggage. No, he panicked immensely upon hearing that. Why are you saying such ominous things? I've stored everything in the storage space you granted me. Astas subtly mocked him. Your escaping skills are quite handy indeed. He immediately denied it. I'm not running away. Instead, Rayleigh suddenly expressed, if this journey ends successfully, could you be so kind as to let me tag along? I can't promise anything grand, but for running errands or heavy lifting, I'm very quick. He naturally understood his motive. You're planning to bet your life on this hand. Makes sense. Where else could I find a backing as sturdy and reliable as you? Estelle recalled the two lurking dangers. He might get purged by Deculan or get dragged into trouble with the Forbidden Association. But the higher the risk, the greater the reward, right? He still needed to consider, fine, let me see how you perform first. Rayleigh immediately bowed deeply to show his gratitude. Thank you, sir, I'll give it my all, I swear I won't sell my soul. Right at that moment, Fixer abruptly walked over. All preparations are complete. Estat calmly asked back, all done, he had a request for him, no need to waste time on tedious greetings. But before we set out, can you help me persuade someone? Hearing this, Estat was ready to take action. Persuade, who is it? Just bring that person over to meet me. Fixer quickly revealed who it was. That person isn't here, currently at Base Camp 2. He was slightly surprised by this information, Base Camp 2. He currently needed their help. That's right, go there and influence Leader Halleck to support us. In the worst-case scenario where we can't persuade the old man, at least borrow his vice-captain. That guy might be somewhat arrogant, but he has the brain of a brilliant tactician. Meanwhile, someone was gazing into the night waiting for someone. Right after that, Brand spotted someone approaching. You've arrived. He naturally knew who had just arrived, Leader Halleck. Halleck wanted to hear the report first. How are things going? Brand recounted and asked for instructions. The relocation to Outpost 4 is ready. Right now we're just clearing out the equipment. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Halleck demanded. Just leave them be. Even if the Wraiths take them over, we'll just take them back. He listened to the order and simply stayed silent without answering. Brand suddenly looked rather confused. We can only figure that out once we get back. He suddenly confided in him, it feels so empty. Halleck was about to say more before stopping. When I sat in the leader's chair, I thought I held the whole world in my hands. Perhaps you don't understand yet because you've never stood in that position. He unconsciously frowned in annoyance upon hearing that. He was already mentally prepared. I suppose it'll have to wait until I take my last breath for you to have a chance at sitting in this chair. Brand immediately brushed off that negative thought. Don't pull that face to make such unpleasant jokes. Why are you acting so strangely all of a sudden? Halleck merely let out a sigh, strangely. He continued to muse. I'm not sure either, maybe because I feel death approaching that I wanted to complain a bit. Brand still couldn't believe these words. Going to the grave, leader, could it be? He immediately brought up Fixer's group. Are you planning to go with Aviot's group? Halleck maintained a calm expression as he replied, I'm not sure if I can go with them, but we'll definitely rendezvous at a certain point. Brand instantly flew into a rage and shouted, Are you out of your mind? That's Deathrose, the one who turned the entire Great Forest upside down. Even if it hasn't actually awakened, why are third-rate mercenaries like us throwing ourselves into that death trap? The leader I know wouldn't act so emotionally. He questioned, So in your eyes, what kind of person am I? Brand replied without a second thought. You were always just a guy who loved chasing lucrative gigs. Halleck had also heard some rumors. It's not just nameless mercenaries on that battlefield. Former war mages and all sorts of spellcasting masters are flocking there. He immediately displayed contempt and retorted. Aside from that former mage, aren't they all just a bunch of trash? Oh, please face reality. Brand pointed out a harsh truth. The guys wanting to desert right this second are already packing 3 carriages full. Please reconsider moving to Outpost 4. He also noticed his anxious expression. Looks like you're starting to fear death too, Brand frankly admitted. Yes, I don't want to throw my life away for nothing. Halleck suddenly wanted to hand it over. Then you take over as leader. Brand still couldn't believe his ears. What did you say? Halleck repeated casually. You should also prepare yourself mentally to take over this position. No need to carry on the old name of this mercenary band. Just run it yourself and do whatever you want. Brand was still standing there in shock. He immediately slapped his own cheek to check if he was dreaming. He handed everything over to Brand. Are you satisfied now? I can also leave you with a lesson you'll never forget. From now on, you're the leader. Halleck also cheerfully thought of a new name. Victima Mercenary Band. Whatever name you decide. Anyway, as for this base camp too. Right at that moment, a voice rang out from behind, startling him. The anonymous figure abruptly used his hand to pierce straight through Halleck's chest. This is quite an emotional farewell. But what can you do? It's still too early for us to say goodbye here. Because I plan to send all of you to the exact same place. Brand roared in fury upon seeing this scene. He rushed toward him with intense resentment. Yet Win calmly kicked Halleck in the back. He immediately used that momentum to leap up into the air. Brand was still furiously yelling at Win, "Why on earth would you do this?" He was now gradually running out of life force. Halleck's eyes were filled with determination as he instructed him, "Find a way to survive." He also flashed a final smile and reiterated, "You're the leader now." Halleck used his remaining strength to push Brand away from this place. In a flash, a horrific explosion occurred at Base Camp 2. Astea, who was casting magic, also felt that explosion. He was currently very angry, as expected of a bunch of cowards. Meanwhile, a group of people was clashing with an ogre. "Look, ogres." The lead person barked orders down the line, "Form up immediately, chain squad to the front." They seemed quite rushed. "Hurry up." Astea simply stood calmly on the sidelines observing. So standard monsters are trolls and ogres now. He also sensed the issue. The deeper they went into the great forest, the denser the monster spawn rate. Even so, the mercenaries were now hurling iron hooks toward the ogre. Once they locked down its movements, they shouted, "Chain squad is in position, elimination squad advance." Immediately the mercenaries launched continuous attacks on it. "Aim straight and pierce it, go die." Watching the battle, he also formed a good impression of them. True veterans, their experience is respectable, they're performing even better than I expected. Meanwhile, Fixer felt differently. If they're a bit clumsy, please forgive them, because it's been so long since they returned to active combat, everyone still hasn't gotten back into the rhythm. Hearing this, Astea was somewhat surprised. Still haven't caught the rhythm. He confirmed, "Right, old folks like us usually only handle holding the chains. The extermination duty belongs to the youth." Fixer also assured him, anyway, it won't affect the schedule. He was currently paying attention to the properties of those chains. According to Rayleigh, those chains were cast from ore from the Great Forest. Even taking that factor into account, their capability and coordination still couldn't be underestimated. Suddenly, someone made a noise behind Astea and him. It turned out to be Oberon, looking rather timid. He shyly turned his head to avoid their gazes. Yet Oberon regained his resolve. He expressed his remorse to Fixer. "About what happened just now, I'm truly sorry." His reply left Oberon utterly astonished. "I want to apologize to you too." Fixer gently patted his shoulder to comfort him. "And don't dwell on it too much. No one is without flaws. The essential thing is that we learn from those mistakes." Oberon felt somewhat relieved after being forgiven by him. "Yes, I understand." Fixer immediately assigned him a task. "Then go over there and lend a hand. Everyone's old, so our bones aren't that flexible anymore." Oberon was slightly startled but obeyed. "Yes, I'm on it." Right then someone shouted loudly, calling out to him, "Captain, you better come take a look at this." Fixer walked over and immediately recognized an acquaintance, Brand. Astea also walked over to check. "That an acquaintance of yours?" He revealed Brand's identity. "He's the vice captain of Base Camp 2. He also noticed the injuries on his face. It seemed a serious catastrophe had occurred at Base Camp 2. He immediately associated it with the enemies in the shadows. "Come to think of it, those rats have been stubbornly tailing us for a long time now. It's highly likely they struck at Base Camp 2, which is also our destination. Danger surrounds us now, we need to be careful." He suddenly turned around to take on a new responsibility. "We probably need to set out right away. From now on, I'll be the guide." Astea also seriously cautioned them, "Stick close behind me." After a while, his group was ambushed by monsters again. Trolls again. He naturally could handle it easily. He finished them off with a single sword slash. Rayleigh grew extremely worried upon seeing monsters in the sky. "It's a drake." In the blink of an eye, he quickly cleaned up all of them. "All done, let's keep going." He looked at the map and announced the next route. "This area is riddled with toxins, we have to go around." Without thinking twice, he directly unleashed fire. "Will doing this be fine, I wonder?" Rayleigh found that behavior quite baffling. What's gotten into that old guy all of a sudden? Astea suddenly urged him, "Is he slacking off just because everything's been going smoothly? Get up front and keep a sharp eye on our route." Rayleigh scrambled over immediately. "Man, so impatient. Fine, I'm going right now." Time marched on and several days slipped by. Rayleigh announced to everyone, "We're about to reach Base Camp 2. Hearing that, Astea fell silent in thought for a moment. He suddenly volunteered to scout ahead. "I'll go check out the situation first." Fixer ordered the rest of the group behind him, "Pick up the pace and follow him." They responded in unison, understood. The group quickly moved out after Asta. Among them was Oberon, who still seemed quite uneasy. Bringing up the rear was Brand, who had yet to wake up. A short while later, Fixer and the group arrived at Base Camp 2. He suddenly caught a strange scent lingering in the air, his eyes widening in shock. What on earth is this smell? The gates of Base Camp 2 were standing wide open. The trio, along with Fixer, hurried inside. Asta was already there waiting for them. However, the scene before their eyes was utterly horrifying. Oberon couldn't believe the brutality before him. What the hell happened here? Meanwhile, Rayleigh couldn't hold it in and threw up on the spot. Asta then returned to regroup with them. Asta walked over to check on Brand. Without saying a word, he slapped him hard across the face. Seeing that, he quickly tried to defend Brand. No way, no matter how strong he is, an ambush like that is hard to withstand. Right after Brand groggily woke up. Who's there? Where is this? Seeing him awake, Asta spoke up immediately. I need to ask you a few things. Getting straight to the point without beating around the bush, he asked, what happened at Base Camp 2? Still not fully conscious, Brand muttered, Base Camp 2. Could it be that where I'm standing right now is Base Camp 2? Seeing the gruesome sight before him, he was struck with overwhelming shock. A short while later, Asta helped cremate the unfortunate victims. Fixer came looking for him, so this is where you are. He voiced his objection to Asta's actions. Hey, what you did back there was honestly a bit too cruel. Fixer asked suspiciously. Did you really have to go out of your way to wake Brand up and interrogate him right in the middle of that horrific scene? Asta replied nonchalantly, he needed to see the death of his comrades with his own 2 eyes. Fixer shook his head in disapproval. I really don't think that was a wise move. Without wasting words, Asta turned to leave. For now, that's that, but isn't this better than letting him wallow in guilt forever? Fixer tried to argue back. That's only partly true. Wait, that's not it. He suddenly felt a surge of sympathy for Asta, wondering why such loneliness radiated from that small frame, feeling as though the boy had personally endured the pain of losing countless comrades before. But that's a story for another time. He still needed to get some clarity. You owe me an explanation right about now, don't you? Fixer laid out the clues he had gathered. What the hell is going on? Does this have anything to do with that black-cloaked man Brand mentioned? Or is it tied to those rats you've been hunting all this time? Asta turned around and admitted, yeah, they're all connected, and they're an insufferably arrogant bunch. He suddenly focused his gaze straight ahead. Asta instantly spotted 5 blue lights deep in the forest, a blatantly provocative challenge. He flashed a confident smile. Fine, I'll play by your rules, you bastards from the Forbidden Arts Order. Meanwhile, Fixer stared pensively at the forest ahead. He recalled Asta's parting instructions. If I'm not back by dawn, go ahead and move out without me. I'll catch up soon enough, so there's no need to delay. Remembering those words, Fixer couldn't help but feel a pang of worry. He still couldn't figure the kid out. The guy truly was an unsolvable enigma. Meanwhile, Asta was sprinting ahead, tracking down the enemy. He knew his adversaries well. The Sanvadium, the executioners of the Forbidden Arts Order. Looking back, their grudge traced all the way back to his previous life. Key pieces of past intelligence flashed in Asta's mind. They were the ones who harbored holy relics to help Pryzen escape, and even now, they still had the nerve to recruit him. He also understood the enemy's patience. Having operated from the shadows for so long, their tenacity was bound to exceed all expectations. Because of that, guess I should go teach them a lesson in person, shouldn't I? Rain began pouring from the sky. Coming to a sudden halt mid-stride, he muttered, by the way, today's weather is just perfect for crushing someone underfoot. Asta looked up into the trees and called out, don't you agree? Perched up there was the very raven sharing vision with Win. Elsewhere, Win echoed his words with a chuckle. A great day to destroy someone, huh? Truly a quarry worth the hunt. Win looked down at the red orb in his hand. Let's see, all preparations are complete. He's ready to fight too. Shall we get this show on the road? Just as you said, it really is a lovely day. A moment later, Asta closed in on Win's location. He glanced around and remarked, well, look at that. Not a soul in sight around here. In the blink of an eye, numerous crimson silhouettes suddenly materialized, surrounding him. Asta feigned innocent surprise. Oh man, I don't even know if I should feel honored. Your familiar not only guided the way but even cleared out all the monsters. Everything went unbelievably smooth. Just then, a sinister red glow flared up beneath Asta's feet. A surge of destructive power was instantly unleashed. The red shadows began chanting incantations. Whoever slays the 13 sinners shall bear the full weight of their sins. Tens of thousands of diseases and nightmarish torments would ravage his body all at once, matching the sheer gravity of the atrocities committed by those 13. He who slays the 13 sinners take on their entire karmic retribution. This is the punishment for daring to disrupt our order. He finally stepped out into the open. I'm the one who feels honored, Hunter. I hope you enjoy the gift I took such pains to prepare. Trapped inside, Asta still managed to fire back at Win. I'm actually thrilled beyond measure. He made his move without warning. striking lightning fast at the red shadow before him. Asta got down to business. It's not every day I get to face an opponent like this. He immediately unleashed blood magic to obliterate the other red shadows. Asta charged straight at Win, paying no mind as his lingering attacks continued wiping out the remaining crimson figures. Even as the assault closed in, he stood his ground without flinching. Win seemed genuinely impressed by his power. Drawing his weapon, he remarked, "You're wielding a rather fascinating form of magic." Win slammed it forcefully into the ground, but he immediately channeled magic into the scythes. Let it howl. Win hurled his attack straight at Asta. He pulled out another red orb and crushed it in his grip. And take another taste of this. Right after Win summoned Shine, "Awaken my loyal servant." He ordered him to finish the boy off, and Shine moved swiftly to obey. But Win quickly amended his command. "Make him wish he were dead, then bring him to me alive." He slowly closed the distance toward Asta. Without a word, Shine drew his weapon and raised his sword, aiming directly at him. Seeing Shine disobey, Win flew into a rage. "Hey, you armored bastard, I ordered you not to kill him." Deaf to the command, he brought his blade slashing down repeatedly. He frantically tried to stop him. "Shine, stop, you bastard, hold your hand right now." His anger instantly turned into wide-eyed shock. "Stop." Asta had caught those slashes with his bare hands. He forcefully swatted Shine's weapon away. He was visibly stunned by the turn of events. Asta was genuinely pissed off now. Watching the fight from the sidelines, Win couldn't believe his eyes. How is this possible? This is clearly the 13 Sins. It's practically a mutated curse that defies all conventional magic. He should be completely ruined by now. How is he still bursting with this much vitality? He glanced toward Shine and the Death Knight. Win recalled his origins. Though unable to unleash the full might of his prime, his vessel was once an elite knight from the Golden Age, a treasure of Solian forged by one of the most ruthless beings in the world. And yet that guy is going toe-to-toe against a Death Knight without giving an inch. Asta's fist was already inches from Shine's face. He showed no mercy, driving his fist straight into his face. Panic finally began setting in for Win. Damn it. At this rate, my priceless masterpiece is going to be completely destroyed. He immediately cast another spell aimed at Asta. That momentarily caught him off guard. Shine seized the opening instantly, driving his blade straight toward Asta. Seeing that Win was ecstatic, brilliant, a textbook finish. Feeling quite smug, he failed to notice the blood right beneath his feet. "You idiot, keeping your eyes glued to the undead knight and ignoring me. Looks like my collection's about to get a brand new edition." Suddenly, the bloodstains on the ground lit up. Win was caught off guard. What? A devastating explosion instantly erupted beneath his feet. A moment later, the smoke and dust began to clear. Wounded and panting heavily, Win's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. Realizing his legs were gone, he let out a blood-curdling scream of agony. Meanwhile, Asta calmly strolled over toward Win. "That Death Knight puppet of yours looks pretty imposing, doesn't it?" He had already figured out his background. "You belong to the forbidden magic cult, don't you?" Asta casually took off his crescent moon mask. "Now then, let's sit down and have a little chat." He laid down a few ground rules. "Listen carefully. There are 3 rules you must follow during this conversation. First, keep your eyes where they belong. You'd better keep them glued to the tips of my boots." Win snapped back angrily. "You wet behind the ears, brat." But before he could finish, his eyes were gouged out. He asked nonchalantly, "Think you've learned some manners now?" Rule 2, no funny business. "A few days ago, I spared a guy and he turned right around to bite me. And lastly, tell the absolute truth to whatever I ask." Got it. He managed to extract quite a bit of intel. "So, you crawled all the way out here on your own. I bet your target was Death Rose. So why the hell did you switch targets to me? Turns out I was just seen as prey, huh, you piece of garbage." Asta suddenly pulled back part of his clothing. "All right, next order of business. Have you ever seen this symbol before?" Being a dark mage who dabbled in forbidden arts against the natural order, he might know a thing or two about this crest. He was unable to answer. "I can't see a damn thing, so how should I know?" Asta realized he had gone a bit overboard. "Guess seeing you wear that blindfold made my own vision a little too normal." He let out a sigh and dropped the topic. "Oh well, who knows what you shady dark mages would do with dead bodies anyway. Better off keeping my secrets to myself." Asta pressed on with his interrogation. "What's the Sanvadium's true objective? Spill everything you know." That is, Win was just about to confess when he suddenly dropped dead, his life draining away in an instant. Seeing that, Asta did a quick check. Was there some kind of seal placed on him? Good thing I managed to pry the essentials out of him in time, otherwise this would have been a total bust. Only then did he purge the remaining toxins from his body, thinking how annoying it all was. Asta grumbled in frustration, "What a damn headache." Just then something clicked in his head. Didn't he just mention the 13 sins? The crest on Asta's chest was actually reacting. A curse had just been triggered. Thank goodness the crest reacted in time to protect me, but I almost got killed just trying to catch a measly rat. He glanced over toward Shine. Asta found himself in a bit of a dilemma. What am I supposed to do with that thing? He promptly searched Win's body and found a ring. The control artifact had to be somewhere nearby. Found it. Asta gave him an order. Hey buddy, come over here. Shine reacted and stood up. Awaiting your command, my lord. He suddenly felt a bit helpless. Asta ordered Shine, looking up close. How the hell are you this massive? Bend down a bit. Surprisingly, he relinquished control over him. Good job, now you're free. Asta gave his final order, go back to your eternal slumber. Under the pouring rains, he felt utterly bewildered. Freedom, Shine still couldn't process it. Is this what freedom feels like? Right then, runic lines radiated from his body as the seal on Shine gradually faded away. The chains binding him had finally shattered. Asta had no intention of lingering. Right, congrats, now we go our separate ways, farewell. Just then, Shine spoke up, kid. You look like nothing more than a wet behind the ears child. Yet you sure carry quite the insolent tone. He immediately sensed something was off. No, wait, what the hell is going on here? Asta reiterated his command. Listen, I said you're free. If you've got your freedom, why don't you get lost and rest in peace? What the hell are you trying to pull? He threw his words right back at him. Didn't you just say I was free? Then choosing to remain in this world is my own free will. Irritated as he was, Asta couldn't be bothered with him. Then enjoy your damn freedom until you drop. I'm out of here. Yet Shine still intended to follow him. Very well, lead the way. Asta lost his temper and snapped back. Honestly, I've seen plenty of bizarre shit, but this situation leaves me totally speechless. Shine only cared about his attitude. You're awfully rude for a younger junior. Asta fired back instantly. I've lived quite a long time myself. He retorted without missing a beat. Thanks for the reminder, but when I drew my last breath, I was already several times your age. He still stood by his logic. Haven't you ever heard that death knows no age? Shine had already walked that road. I visited the other side once myself. You might as well consider me a seasoned expert. Hearing that, Asta didn't bother arguing back. He could only resign himself to letting the guy tag along. Damn it all. Come next morning, Asta grew curious. Care to introduce yourself? What's your family name? A swordsmaster must come from a prestigious lineage. He began recounting. No matter how grand it was, there's probably nothing left of it in this era. It was year 137 of the imperial calendar. Asta cut Shine off immediately. I'm not in the mood for a history lesson. He found him ancient indeed. Year 137 of the imperial calendar. You've been around for quite a while, haven't you? Shine wanted to know the current date. What year is it now? Asta answered promptly. It's year 374 of the imperial calendar. Shine started firing off questions. What about the Lortel family? Does the Dallamp estate still stand? They're still around. Wait a minute. Hey, Tin Man. He paused mid-sentence as he noticed something. He had tossed aside his outer cloak. Tin Man. Asta switched nicknames. Or how about old Tin Can? Shine didn't react too strongly. Tin Can, huh? He let out an exasperated sigh. Just as I thought, he's just an empty-headed swordsman. I really want to punch him, but I'll hold it in. This definitely isn't because I'm intimidated by the swordsmanship of a newly awakened grandmaster. He suddenly switched to a polite tone. At least tell me your name. What's your name? He seemed quite pleased with the attitude. That's better. Wouldn't it have been nicer if you'd asked like that from the start? Kids these days really don't know how to respect their elders like they used to. Hearing that instantly reminded Asta of Liham. Why does this guy remind me so much of my own senior? He cleared his throat to reveal his identity. Very well. I shall tell you, though I doubt my name carries any weight anymore. Shine declared his identity. My name is Shine von Lemons, Master Knight of the Lemons family. Asta was thoroughly astonished. He had heard the rumors about him. You're that lunatic, Shine looked puzzled. What? He still couldn't believe his eyes. What a load of crap. The most infamous bloodthirsty killer in history is standing right in front of me. Asta immediately recalled his moniker. Kingslayer, the assassin of the Emperor. He couldn't suppress an excited grin. Hey, how about you come work with me? Asta was well aware of the name Shine von Lemons. He recalled the most famous legend in history. He was remembered as the Kingslayer, a traitor. But Shine was known by many other titles as well. Asta knew of Shine's extraordinary talent. The greatest prodigy in history, a born warrior who mastered not only the sword but every weapon imaginable. And ultimately, that genius lost his mind following the fall of the Lemons family. A prodigy who reached the realm of swordmaster at just 18 years old. Without a doubt, he would make an incredibly reliable asset. I need to stay wary of those damn dark mages, not just death rows. This is a fantastic tool to bolster my strength, or rather, a fantastic ally. Asta reiterated his proposal. Hey, what do you say we team up? Shine didn't quite get it. Team up. He started stirring up his emotions. The mage who yanked you out of your eternal slumber and dragged you around like a dog, don't you want to get payback on him? Seeing Shine flare up, Asta felt a rush of excitement. Fascinating. Sounds even more enticing than a hearty bowl of soup. He immediately recalled when, that bastard is still alive, then who was that guy earlier? He revealed the truth. just one of his small fry underlings. Asta kept egging Shine on. You probably don't remember, but to him you were nothing more than a tool. What did he say again? All right, he said you were far too weak to be of any use. His words struck a nerve with the knight's pride. Shine instantly erupted in fury. I will tear him to shreds. He maintained a calm tone. Even if you want to kill him, tracking him down won't be easy. He caught on that Asta was hiding something. You sound like you know exactly where to find him. He didn't bother hiding it. I do. Coincidentally, I have a bone to pick with him myself, but I can't just hand that info over for free. Asta seized the moment to make a deal. So what do you say? Do we have a deal? He went quiet, weighing his options. Though somewhat uneasy, Shine accepted. Feels like I'm getting played by you, but fine. I was planning to tag along with you for a while anyway, so I might as well hunt him down while I'm at it. Asta shook his hand with a smile. Glad to hear it. Let's move. I'll introduce you to my comrades. A short while later, the two returned to base camp 2. Fixer noticed them just in time. You're back right on cue, however. He noticed something unusual. Fixer shifted his attention to Shine. Who's that standing behind you? Asta didn't explain right away. Stop making a fuss and go call Oberon and Rayleigh over here. Bring Brand too if you can. I've got something to discuss with everyone. A short while later, he gathered everyone. Now that we're all here, did everyone sleep well last night? Rayleigh let out a sigh and complained, rest. While someone was busy slacking off somewhere, we were out here busting our backs working. Oberon immediately stepped in to set him straight. He noticed the strange look on Brand's face. I figured you guys have been mercenaries long enough to know how things work. Your blood must be boiling with rage, right? You're not still bitter about getting punched in the face yesterday, are you? That glare of yours could drill holes right through someone. Now let me explain why I was absent yesterday. Afterward, everyone got the gist of the situation, so that's what happened. Everyone was taken aback by him, so you're saying this guy in the cloak is a death knight who reached the level of a swordmaster. Asta casually commented, he's just a walking pile of scrap metal. Hearing that, Shine grumbled in annoyance, you damn brat. He pulled down his hood so they could get a clearer look. He really is a death knight. I knew something felt off, but I never imagined it'd be a death knight. Oberon asked in bewilderment, Senior, how is this even possible? Death knights are cursed abominations. How could you bring a creature like that back here? He didn't quite understand his logic. What's that supposed to mean? Should we chop his head off just because he's a cursed monster? Shine chimed in with biting sarcasm. My head wouldn't come off even if you tried. Asta merely shot him a nonchalant glance. Worry was still written all over Oberon's face. He suddenly called his name, Oberon. Oberon answered promptly, yes, Senior. Asta asked him a single question. Can you fight better than him? Shine answered for Oberon. Obviously I'd tear him to shreds with ease. He continued questioning him. In life, he was a knight of swordmaster caliber. A cursed monster. Do you have any idea how many mercenaries this one monster is worth combined? Oberon was left speechless. Shine spoke up to him, hey young mage. Oberon braced himself to listen, speak your mind. He pointed proudly to his chest. I was once a loyal knight of the Emperor. Though I have become a cursed monster, as you say, my loyalty remains unshakable as stone. Asta rolled his eyes at his speech. Listen to this guy go on. Shine poured his heart out. Do any of you know the excruciating agony a soul suffers when turned into an undead? Even now, I still feel that torment. Though stripped of my mortal flesh, it feels as if flames are constantly incinerating my very soul. Shine moved to draw his sword yet. Oberon watched with wide, astonished eyes. He set his sword down, displaying his knightly pride. I remain the proud sword of the Emperor. Yet that wretched dark mage dared to desecrate my loyalty. Do you know the pain of a knight whose loyalty has been trampled upon? Could you ever comprehend such agony? Indeed, this is vengeance. I will tear that wretched mage into 100 pieces. That is the sole reason I still linger in this world. But if you cannot trust me, then take this blade and sever my head. I swear upon the honor of my master, I will gladly die by your hands. Oberon remained silent, unable to speak. Moved to tears, he choked up. Oberon expressed deep remorse. I was truly foolish. I acted so recklessly without understanding your suffering, Sir Knight. He felt deep empathy for Shine. I cannot begin to imagine how much you've had to endure. He immediately turned to signal Asta, see that. He silently saw through the lie. The stuff coming out of your mouth is terrifying. What a total con artist. The Emperor's sword, guess that's true in a way, the sword that chopped the Emperor's head off, that is. Asta felt a twinge of suspicion. I suppose it took that much determination and deceit to claim the Emperor's head. Night had fallen, and Oberon was the last to step out of the tent. Fixer handled the arrangements. I'll go get everything ready. He urged the others back to their tents. It's late, everyone get some rest. Asta still had things to keep under wraps. Though he concealed the details regarding the Sanvadium dark mages, everyone was now acutely aware of a new enemy's presence, mentally bracing for the upcoming battle. From here on out, our schedule won't be easy. We must forge ahead, each driven by our own convictions. Some for survival, some for justice, some for family, and some for vengeance. Astaire reflected on his own goal. As for me. Just then Shine interrupted his train of thought. Hey, move it, don't block the way. Hearing that, Astaire remained silent. He let out a sigh, then looked ahead with keen excitement for the future. All right, everything is ready. Let's get moving.